All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Testing, 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 testing. You should be able to hear and see me officially. How was that millennial pause in the beginning? Was it apparent? Hello, everyone, and good morning on this lovely Friday. We'll be speaking about Meg the Stallion, Hannah Berner, whoever that is. Okay. I'm going to show you a little video on cashew nuts that changed my view on them. We're going to cover a story about neo-Nazi in America and romance at work. Discord says your thumbnail face is very millennial. Thank you. My partner says it appears you have two faces to make thumbnails with. And this is true. Hardest part about being a content creator for real, thumbnail faces. How many could you possibly make? How many could we possibly make, okay, to convey the feelings that we're feeling? I do this. And they all just look silly. All of them look silly, okay? That's the truth of it. Now, this Meg the Stallion story, I'll be real, I didn't see live because I don't really watch award shows like that. And it appears to have been scrubbed from the internet. Can anybody explain this to me? It appears to have been scrubbed from the internet. And I think that's interesting. You know, I think that's fascinating. And I don't know how to feel about it. I feel like it's done on purpose. They're obviously evading responsibility. Hannah came out with a statement. I'll read it to you. But a lot of people have made statements. A lot of people have opinions about it. I'd love to hear yours. So I found a TikToker named Jasmine Brand, the Jasmine Brand. And I don't even know if it's a person. Jasmine's, I guess, a girl's name. She has the clip because the clip has been scrubbed. So we're going to go over that today. Chat says, are you live or is this pre-recorded? I'm live, girl. I'm live, girl. This is live. I'm also going to sneeze. My allergies have been crazy. Oh my God. Ugh, my allergies have been insane. A few announcements before we continue. One, I've switched some things up. So I'm keeping the live streams public after for people to have a chance to see them. But for members, I'm going to focus on making content just for them. Extra podcasts, series reviews. So if you stay a member on YouTube, especially at tier level 2, you'll see behind the scenes content. If you want to see the live streams, you can. You can join Patreon and join book club. Thank you for supporting the content. Thank you for liking the stream. And then I'm going to try some new things where you guys don't have to, listen to music and gather together, but instead we jump right into the mix of things. It just makes it better for people. Discord says extra podcasts. Yes. No overpromising just yet, but the goal starting this summer, starting in April, if Patreon won't take my extra podcasts, I'll do it for viewers. There are so many videos, so many podcasts that I've wanted to make, and Patreon, like some of the most successful Patreons offer like extra podcasts a week, which is so valid and so wonderful. And I have been wanting to make all of this content. And now that I'm not doing calls starting in April, it frees up like 20 hours a month to make content. So I'm going to give that to YouTube members. I wanted to give it to patrons. I wanted to give it to members, but Patreon just doesn't want me to put content there. So fine. So I'm just going to focus on that over on members. I haven't decided on how many. I don't know if it's going to be once a week or one every other week or once a month. I haven't decided, but it is my intention for April. And I just think it will be great. I think it will be great. I think it will be fabulous. I wish I could have done it for both, but Patreon just won't accept my extra content. So fine. But also, I just finished watching BoJack Horseman season 2. So season 3, here we come, girl. Okay, we're getting through these. And then Love is Blind is coming this weekend and throughout March, and I should be done with that hopefully within the month. Okay, let's go ahead and get started on this story. So I'm going to show you this clip between Meg and Hannah. So there was an awards ceremony. I don't even know which one. And Meg the Stallion came in this gorgeous green dress. So you'll see there's me in the bottom left, and then there's the clip up above it. And this is from a TikToker called the Jasmine Brand. Again, this clip has been scrubbed from the internet and I don't understand. Okay. I just don't understand why that's happening, but here it is. So here we go. Meg the Stallion fans accuse influencer of microaggression after claiming rapper's music makes her want to fight. So Jackie Aina has given opinions. Everyone's given opinions. We'll watch hers after this as well. But what do you guys think? Here we go. I'll play it for you. Oh, well, Boomer Brittany forgot to change her settings. Give me a second. Okay.
Everywhere. You give so much confidence to women everywhere. What do you do when you're not feeling confident?
I start my day with you.
Only
you.
Oh my God! Wait, I'm gonna cry.
No, don't cry.
No,
We're
I'm
lying.
crying. No,
This is a laugh stream.
No, I know. No, your music has literally
Changed
made
your
me
life.
want. When I want to fight someone, I
Are you
listen to your
legit
music.
tearing up?
No, I'm
Because
tearing
you
up.
want to throw that fighting shit out the window and you want to get cute and be a bad bitch.
When people are talking shit.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys can hear it. The audio's a little bit fuzzy, but basically Meg is trying to move away from the fighting language and trying to say be a bad bitch instead. And this girl is being very, in a sense, parasocial and over, what's the word? Like, over enthusiastic.
Shit, I go turn on Meg Thee
Body, yada,
Stallion.
yada. I look beautiful. I look so great.
Wait, no, you look so good. But I know, because I watched your documentary, you've been through so many dark things.
Yeah.
How do you get yourself up and inspire people?
I've never seen her this passionate.
I just look in the mirror and I be like, damn, you that girl.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, you are that girl. So go outside and act like you that girl.
Okay, so then it says Meg's music makes her want to fight. In quotations, not one of her songs is about talks about fighting. This was a hard microaggression. Second person says Hannah Berner is so obnoxious. Oh my gosh, why would she say Meg's music makes her want to fight? Is she serious? Okay, I am so glad that Megan attempted to correct Black Dress on her comment, Megan, about listening to Meg's music when she's in a fighting mood. Great redirection from Meg about because how you, a fan, don't know Meg, pushes for self-confidence while also letting people know don't play. Next tweet says, I'm seriously so tired of seeing influencers on carpets. Like, unless you have journalistic background, I don't want to see you there. And then this is what happens when you let influencers interview artists instead of journalists, or at least seasoned interviewers. Now, okay, I just want to say about that, kind of true though. I really think like music journalists are really, really important. And they're important for a reason. It's because they're supposed to be good at their jobs. The overexcitedness, the lack of integrity in the interview, the like parasocial excitedness, like inappropriate, right? And I do think there's something to be said about that, right? I do prefer seasoned music journalists, people who know about hip hop or pop music, people who are really engrossed in the bubble, who know how to have a conversation about the industry. I really enjoy those types of interviews. So I also felt a way about it. It was a lot. Like, she was a lot, that Hannah girl, you know? Now, she did come out with a statement after. Let me pull this up. It says, Hannah Berner responds to backlash surrounding Meg Thee Stallion interview. Careless choice of words, she says. I'm going to scroll down here. It says, the Giggly Squad podcast has received widespread backlash for her choice of words. Podcast host. Oh, Giggly Squad podcast. Oh, Giggly. Maybe the Giggly thing is like a brand thing, bad brand thing. Okay. For her choice of words, interviewing the Grammy-winning rapper on the red carpet. Sorry, guys. The font is really low for me, or small for me. Vanity Fair's Oscar party. So that's what it was. Okay. Interviewing Meg Thee Stallion was a dream of mine. That's what Hannah said. I love her music, and it's my go-to whenever I need to boost my confidence before a show. She began looking back at the interview. I wish I'd used any other word except fight to describe how her songs impact me. It was a careless choice of words. And though there was no ill intent, I recognize and acknowledge that what I said has a deeper meaning. And I am so sorry to Megan. I appreciate everyone who brought this to my attention, concluded the Summer House alumni. Yeah, it's interesting. First of all, I'm on the part of TikTok where Meg Thee Stallion got that dun 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 dun. I'm on the Meg Thee Stallion TikTok where it's just her dancing to that song. I don't know if you're on the same TikTok I am, but I love Meg Thee Stallion. I'm a big fan of her music, and his was actually one of the most. You know, when his first came out, I was like, I'm not vibing with it yet. Now I'm vibing with it. but it's because it's depressing. It's like intense, right? But I love it. It's so opposite of how I think of Meg's music, which is like uplifting, and it makes me want to feel good about myself. I will caveat to say, if I may translate on behalf of white women, not that it's a little different, but I think when white women say Black women's music makes them want to fight, they're saying confidence to white women in America is violence. America is a really violent place, and sometimes Americans equate strength with violence. And I wonder if Meg Thee Stallion's music, instead of making them feel like, I wonder if they associated the confidence with the violence. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I can fight. Like, I love anime. Anime music make me feel like I can fight, but also there's more, it's like watching I felt like she watched a slice of life anime. She's like, this anime makes me want to fight. And I'm like, okay, but a slice of life. If you were watching JJK or DBZ, I'd agree with you. So then it feels like, oh, interesting. Like if I listen to Missy, I'm not getting exactly fight music as much as I'm getting vibe music, but maybe it's different for people. I don't know. I don't know how people relate to confidence. I think for me, I want to feel strong. I want to feel pretty, not to the male gaze pretty. I want to feel pretty in my like Amazonian energy. Like I want to, in that feminine energy, in that a planet full of AFAB energy. Like, I want to feel powerful. Like I could step on, like I could be a giant, but not in a fight mode. Like not like fighting, but like powerful. I feel like Meg is powerful, which I think to some people's brains equates to fighting. But I think it's more like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to, power. Yeah, powerful is the word. Yeah, I think it's powerful. Meg is without a doubt powerful. And I think that's a very specific, and she's so good. Like, everything about Meg's dancing, funny to my brain, says like, because I'm so dyspraxic, like I fall over standing up. Watching her move and watching her place her feet down and watching her move with such like ease screams powerful to me. Not violent and not fight, but powerful. And I wonder if Hannah meant the word powerful over fight. But then at the same time, I wonder if Pump You Up music for Hannah felt like Meg, because Meg is powerful, but she translated that power into like taking on the day. I don't know. I don't know what she really was thinking, but I do think that she had a problem reading the room. Meg tried to correct her and did it in a very great way. Love that for her. And Hannah wasn't picking up on it. But again, I think this goes back to the idea of like musical journalists. Like journalism should mean something. And I think it's a level of professionalism. And on this channel, we've been talking a lot about professionalism because at the end of the day, we're doing a job. At the end of the day, we are doing a job and we have to be professional. And I myself, looking back at my work, I realized how much I was trying to be not professional to make it feel like good for people. But then I realized something about professionalism makes people feel better sometimes. I think sometimes we mistake like girl-friendly energy with professionalism, or we try to make it comfortable for people, like two friends talking. But sometimes I don't want two friends talking. I want a professional back and forth between a musically educated journalist and a musical artist who put so much work and effort into their album. And I think Hannah and the girls were giving very like besties talking instead of what it could have been, which was something very professional. What do you guys think? Chat says, like being empowered to feel like you can defend yourself if you need to, ? Yeah, maybe something like that. Right? Something like that. Discord said, sounds like a miscommunication of emotions and thoughts. I could definitely see it feeling like a microaggression though, because Blackness is so associated with rage. For sure. And I think people had a right to feel annoyed and upset. Like at the end of the day, it just wasn't professional. Discord, or not Discord, but YouTube chat says powerful / hyped. I imagine she was picturing herself in the gym listening to Meg, which pumps me up too. I could see that for sure. I mean, she's great. Like she's great background music. Anything that makes me feel really engrossed in the music, that's going to be That's going to be great pick me up music, powerful music, fight music, confidence boosting music. Yeah. Let's see. Chet says, I love professionalism because it allows you to be serious without having to spend resources trying to interpret the level of seriousness the other person is coming with. Yeah. Chat says the videos that are 4 hours long. I love the Meg videos. Yeah, those videos on TikTok. My partner always knows. He's like, are you watching another Meg video? I was like, yeah. Like, that sound is so good, but she's so powerful. First of all, her fashion is amazing, and I need some of those, like, outfits. But it's like, again, as somebody who, what was that song that was going viral? Oh God, I know the girl's name. I see the woman in my head. This song went viral recently with a dance. And y'all, I tried doing the dance and I fell over and I was like, I'm going to sit my ass right down. I'm going to sit my ass right down. And then yesterday I tried to do the new trend on TikTok, you know, the one where you bend backwards and flip your leg up. And my partner was like, absolutely not. And I was like, I could do this because I'm so stupidly confident. I was like, I could do this. How hard could this be? Oh my God. It is so hard. It's so hard. And that's why they make it look so easy. You know, when they make it look easy, I'll never forget when I'm sure all of us have seen it, that Meg Thee Stallion freestyle where she's in the neighborhood walking. That was my introduction to her. And that was it for me. I'd play it for you, but I'm going to get copyrighted. That was my introduction to Meg. And I had never seen somebody who just felt like, oh my gosh, like, oh, and like her love for anime and stuff is like really relatable. She just seems so perfect for this generation. I think she's just so perfect for this generation because, you know, I loved Nicki. I went through such a big Nicki Minaj phase, but obviously I phased out. The misogyny is too much for me, internalized misogyny, protecting predators, like the way that Nicki has just become Nicki I've grown sour to it. But Nicki had much more fight music for me. Like if I was going to pick one, Beyonce, I listened to when I was like really wanting to cry. Cardi, I listened to when I wanted to fight. Especially the be careful with me. That, you know what I mean? So I think for that would definitely be more fight music, like Nicki, Cardi, fight music, depending on the songs, of course. And then Beyonce, cry music. Chloe Bailey, dance music. Missy Elliott, fun dance music. Like fashion. Like I think fashion. I think vibes, you know? Yeah. But it can depend on the song as well. I don't know. It just seemed really... Katy Perry. I haven't listened to Katy Perry since 2012, girl. You know, it's been a long time since I listened to Katy Perry. I used to listen to Katy Perry a lot, but I think that stopped probably around like maybe 2014. Yeah, I got over Katy Perry way back when, but I did like her a lot in the beginning. But yeah, I'm not in that bubble anymore. Still love Britney though. We'll always love Britney, you know? Okay, with that said, and yeah, my chat says my sister's been putting me on to, is it Doechii? Her fashion was so good this week. And you know what's crazy? She's just a YouTuber. Guys, this girl is a YouTuber. I'm not even effing with you. Like, I don't know if anybody knows the history of this woman. She is a YouTuber. And I don't know, like some people say she's an industry plant, but maybe we were just lucky enough to see her literally start off as a YouTuber. Look, oldest videos. She's just posting normie ass fucking content 9 years ago. Talks about working and then getting fired from her job. She is just literally a YouTuber. I love her. I love this for her. Like, I love this for her. Watch. Okay, high school, senior graduation. And then all of a sudden, boom. All of a sudden, boom. But that's why, the Lizzo, same thing though. Wasn't Lizzo a YouTuber? I think I remember Lizzo being kind of independent too. Right? Chet says Sabrina Carpenter. I don't listen to Sabrina Carpenter. Like, I don't really... First of all, I don't listen to music I can't form memories to. So Sabrina's been fun. And what's her name has been fun. What's that redhead's name? But I didn't fall in love with the music. I didn't, yeah, I didn't fall in love with it. Yeah, Chapel Roan, love Chapel, but I didn't fall in love with it. But I couldn't build a memory to it. I couldn't. Chloe Bailey was the last album I really listened to on repeat, and I could build a lot of memories to that. That was easy. That was fun. I really liked her album. I don't know why some people didn't like it, but I really liked it. But yeah, I have to build a memory to the music, or I don't keep it in my playlist. And I couldn't figure out how to build a memory to Chapel and what was her name? Sabrina. Okay, now let's watch Jackie Aina talk about the Meg Thee Stallion stuff, just because I like getting Jackie's opinion on things.
Her interview is why nowadays it's not good enough to just have Black friends. And the difference between when a lot of people, and I'm not even going to say white people, this includes non-Black people too, because non-Black people be doing this kind of stuff too. It is the difference between when you are like around Black people, a few Black people, but you're not integrated and you're not socialized and you don't interact and you don't respect and you don't value and you don't see Black people. There's a difference, because the way that lady was talking to Megan in that interview, like, yeah, I listen to your music whenever I want to fight, because you've been socialized to see Black women as aggressive, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Because if you listen to Megan's music, she's not talking about fighting nobody. Hiss does exist, and I will say it is kind of a lit track. It's not about fighting though, it's about reclaiming yourself. Like,
yeah, Hiss isn't a fighting song. It's about how Megan fought her demons to stay in the game and to stay in life itself. Like, she faced unaliving thoughts, right? So Hiss is like for the mental, like us, the girlies who have like self-harmed, the girlies who have faced suicide, the girlies who have like overcome those thoughts and came back from it. Like, the Hiss is a surviving song, not a fighting song, though I could see like it's a form of fighting, but it's not the kind of fighting I think Hannah was meaning to speak to.
Like, actually, Megan's music to me lately reflects more her being vulnerable, her being soft. There's times where I put on her songs and I'm just like I can't.
Wait, is Cobra not Hiss? Wait, oh, Hiss is the song. Wait, my bad. I'm mixing up songs. Hiss is the song where she goes to the pool, the bathhouse, right? Wait, I am mixing up songs. Cobra is the sound where she talks about suicide, and Hiss is the song where the bathhouse takes place, yeah? Is that correct? I'm trying to put together the imagery in my head. Did I get it right? Because if that's the case, then I was talking about Cobra. My bad.
And listening to this around other people, I'm gonna cry. Because I've seen her open up in ways, like, I'm so proud of Megan. I've seen her open up in ways in her music that's...
Wait, Hiss was just kind of fun, girl eats guys at the bathhouse vibes. Like, it was very like, don't fuck with me, right? I'm trying to imagine the music videos. Fuck, I can't remember names or titles or things. I try to associate them with the imagery. I'm only thinking about the music videos. It doesn't matter. Either way, we love Megan.
One, she don't have to do, like, she don't even owe us that as an artist. Really, really raw, really, really vulnerable. Nothing about that makes me want to fight someone, except maybe his. But it actually reminds me a lot about how I went to this party recently and this girl...
Oh, Hiss is the one with the egg. Oh, that shit was so good. The imagery was so good. The Mashimushi was the Japanese bathhouse. Fuck, I'm so bad at knowing titles of songs. Holy shit. I remember which video that was, though. Her imagery is so good. That's the one thing Meg has going for her, too. Every music video is so good. Oh, yeah, you're right. You guys are right. Okay. It's coming back to me now. So coming back to me now.
That I was not friends with her. She's a lovely girl. I was not friends with her, but I could tell she probably don't really have a lot of Black friends, because she kept going on and on about how she wanted to try, and verbatim, this is what she said, Black cocktail.
What?
And
wait, what? I don't understand what any of that meant. Rewind.
Cocktail.
Somebody translate. What? No, I think she's trying to censor for TikTok.
Friends, because she kept going on and on about how she wanted to try, and verbatim, this is what she said.
What?
Black
what?
cocktail.
What? word. She wants black. No. No. Who said that? Did that girl say that? Oh my God. Black pee-pee. That's so bad. Why would she say that? What? I'm such a 12-year-old. Pee-pee is the funny. Oh no, that's so bad. I'm dying. I'm gonna die. Oh, another influencer she met at the party. Oh my God, I'm dying. I'm sweating. I can't. I'm gonna die.
And the first time that this person said it, I was like, oh my God, I thought this was a classy party. Because I was not gonna laugh at that. That wasn't funny to me. And it wasn't like kiki, like, and it was like, if I was not here, would you be saying that? Probably not. It was weird. Now, I also don't be saying too much because some black men like to be fetishized. So
that's trauma. That's trauma, though. Whether you're black or gay or disabled or fat or whatever, if you let people be with you because of the thing that you are, that's like an issue with your trauma, in my opinion, which goes back to that trans woman video we watched the other day about how some of them are good with chasers. I think we should deconstruct that, but whatever.
But it did make me uncomfortable. I did exactly what Megan did in that situation. Tried to change the subject. Tried to be like, okay.
Okay, it's clicking for me. I'm so sorry. I'm just for people who didn't get it, because I didn't get it. So Jackie was at a party in which an influencer told Jackie, I want black cocktail. And Jackie was like, oh, like, you know what I mean? Which, by the way, can I tell you some 90s cringe? This is how white people in the 90s and 2000s would try to let people know they weren't racist. Oh my God, are you ready? And yes, even I said these things as a kid growing up because I thought that's what we talk about, white bubbles. Okay, listen, this is so bad. They would say things like, and this is why we have to deconstruct, because the fact that it's still showing up on this season of Love is Blind, that's the problem. They would say things like, oh, I would love to be with Denzel Washington because we'd make beautiful mixed babies. You know what that's why, like, when you see it in dating shows that show up in real time now, that was something that we learned. This is like liberal, this is conservative to liberal bubbles. This is why liberals are bad, because liberals think I don't see color and I would love mixed babies because they're so pretty is anti-racist when it's actually just giving into a form of racism. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's not good enough. At the end of the day, that's why progressives are tired of liberals in a sense, because they think like it's good enough. It's not good enough. And the fact that it's still showing up means like kids are still learning this as like a compliment. Or even yesterday watching that guy who said like, my mom works with special needs kids. They're some of the greatest people I know. They're like family to me. Now put that name with like any other group and tell me that's not weird. You know, it's like we think we're saying good things, but you haven't deconstructed. That's why language is so important, because it allows you to know where the person is on a journey. But also you have to be willing to like understand when you're seeing the context of a person. So that's why I think Hannah, given the context of everything, gave off microaggression, because given the circumstance and the context, it just felt like in this isolated incident, that's all we could take from this to some extent, you know? And I think, yeah. Chet says, I'm at the point now where 3 years ago, I could tell you the difference between a progressive liberal and a leftist. And today, I don't know what they mean anymore. I mean, I still think they mean different things, for sure. I definitely still think there's a clear distinction. I think they're just not a monolithic experience, and there's a lot of bubbles within bubbles. You know, so I think same with conservatives, right? And we're going to watch a video today on how neo-Nazism actually like works so well in America, and how it got integrated, and how this man had this experience with it. Because again, we think we always think as humans, one, we're the smartest person in the room. what a mistake. And two, that we know ourselves well enough to know how we're impacting others. One thing I know about myself is every year I become more introspective. I get to replay on the way to bed all the ways I socially fucked up and said the wrong thing. And how I'm like, oh my God, like now I know why people were saying this to me. And it's my responsibility just to say, okay, now we're going to end that here. I learned this lesson. No more talking about this. We're going to move forward. The objectification of mixed children, the objectification of like, what did they used to say? There was a skin color, like cocoa chocolate. There was a saying I remember hearing growing up, but I can't think of it right now, where like, oh, this is the perfect skin for a baby. Like even saying that, like even saying out loud that a baby could have a perfect skin color is like so, yeah, mulatto. Thank you, chat. Mulatto. Yeah. Even saying out loud that like, oh, a baby could have a beautiful skin instead of all of the skin colors are beautiful. What are we talking about? That's that stuff. That's why when you date people or talk to people, how people have the conversation is going to tell you how compatible you are by how much you see the world the same way. That's why I don't understand how Republicans and Democrats are marrying each other in this world. Like how you're, or at least like how would a leftist ever end up with like, you know what I mean? Like how? All right. Discord said, have you seen the video of the vilification of Megan Thee Stallion? Would that interest you? Vilification? What do you mean? Like people think she's a bad person? I mean, put it in the chat if you want and I'll look at it. What does that mean? The vilification. Have we watched this before? I know this content creator. Yeah, oh my God. I had this. This is so funny. I just found this content creator's content for the Aziz Ansari video. I wanted to watch it on stream with you guys. Oh, she just posted the Megan Thee Stallion video. Oh, I haven't seen one of her videos yet. I was waiting, I think, to watch it with you guys. I don't think we've watched her before. Okay, noted. It's been up 6 days. I've been trying to create some good hygiene around not showing YouTubers videos, like small content creators or even big ones for a while. Like FD Signifier just put out a new video I really want to watch, but I'm trying to give them a week or so before I watch their video so they can get the views. So maybe we can watch her on Tuesday because I would love to watch that. Okay, let's finish Jackie.
Whatever that means. The social cues were not picking up. And this was also not my friend. So it was weird, but like you say stuff like that because the moment you get around Black people, you start thinking, what are the stereotypical rap music, aggression, Black D. Yeah, believe it or not, like that's not what, there's more to Black people than the things that you.
Oh, interesting. Chat says, I kind of heard what the interviewer said differently. Not that Meg makes her want to fight, but she listens when she wants to fight, like it might calm her down or help her work through her emotions. I heard it as her saying, I put on Meg Thee Stallion's music when I feel like I'm in fight mode and I want to get pumped up and it's like, you know, anime style ready for a fight. Now, Meg's music is anime style. What's the video she made where she is a video game character and she's fighting? Maybe she meant it in that way, but also like fight music is kind of different than Meg Thee Stallion's pump you up music. But maybe she just like, if she had used any other word, would we have cared? But then at the same time, it's kind of interesting what word comes to us, you know? What word comes to us, how we express ourselves. And again, this goes back to integrity when being an interviewer. You're going to make mistakes. Everybody does. But also realizing why it's upsetting to people and like letting people be upset, I think is important.
See in movies and shows. Okay. So integrate. And when I say integrate, actually value, respect, and build friendships with Black people so you don't get around them and blurt out the first cringiest thing that you think of when it comes to Black people. Thanks.
Okay, love her. Okay, now, any last thoughts on this topic before we move on? Love Meg. Don't know who Hannah is. Wish her the best. I wish people would put professionals in the line of interview. Wait, is Hannah the same one? No. Who was that other girl duo that interrupted one of the legends to talk to Chapel Roan. Who was that? Was that Hannah too? No. A double whammy? Hannah Chapel Roan interview? Please tell me that wasn't her. No, right? That was another white girl? Is that? I'm not getting anything. I don't think that was her. Okay, I think that might have been somebody else. Anyways, whatever is allowing those people to show up and be unprofessional is frustrating. Now, of course, this kind of actually, hold on, this kind of connects. What do you guys think about this in relation? Ignore that. Ignore those sounds. Sorry, ignore those sounds. What do you guys think of it in relation to this topic here? Hold on, let me pull up the video for you. Yeah, what do you guys think about the Millie Bobby Brown thing that just happened? Because I thought that was really interesting. What do you guys think about this in terms of professionalism as well?
What has Millie Bobby Brown done to her face? Written by John Eli. Why are Gen Zers like Millie Bobby Brown aging so badly? Written by Lydia Hawkins. Millie Bobby Brown mistaken for someone's mum. Written by Cassie Carpenter. This isn't journalism. This is bullying.
The 21-year-old has had enough and is putting 4 Daily Mail reporters and a British comic on blast for inappropriately trolling her recent appearances.
Little Britain's Matt Lucas takes savage swipe at Millie Bobby Brown.
Millie is referring to Lucas's social media post, cruelly comparing this look to his Little Britain character, Vicky Pollard.
Why? Is there a problem?
The fact that adult writers are spending their time dissecting my face, my body, my choices is disturbing.
Lucas has since deleted the photo and apologized to Millie, saying, quote, "I would not have posted it if I had thought it would have upset you."
Why a grown man is mocking a young woman's appearance.
I don't know. When he says, like, I wouldn't have posted it if I thought it would upset you, weren't you insulting her? Did you think she would be excited to be compared to a character that you obviously created to look unattractive?
It seems a lot easier to just tear them down for clicks.
Millie's video has gotten a huge amount of
Look, it is not uncommon for young people to try to look older. She's 21. She looks a lot older than I think of a 21-year-old looking, but so do, hear me out, models. I have noticed that when I look at a model, I always think they look way older. But it's because, well, they're beautiful, but they're models, but they look a particular way. It's not uncommon, right? I think the blonde hair might also remind us of older people like Pamela Anderson, and so we associate it. But I don't think she looks bad, right? But when I look at models, when I look at any of those models that I know they're younger than me, I always think I'm younger. And I think it's because, I mean, I'm in a Sailor Moon shirt. I look like a fucking autistic girl behind her computer screen, which screams, like my dad always says, you dress 18, you don't look 18. But in my head, neurodivergent people especially who dress young, they look so young to me. But I think it's just because we dress immaturely. I think if we dressed older and we dress our age, we would look older. You know what I mean? Like, I look at Brad Pitt with his girlfriend. This is going to sound so stupid. This is my autistic brain time. Brad Pitt girlfriend. Okay. Brad Pitt's girlfriend. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. Hold on. Hear me out. Okay. How old does she look? Okay, how old? Chad, did you just ask if Brad Pitt got a divorce? Hold on. Did you just ask me if Brad Pitt got divorced from who? Angelina Jolie? Please tell me you're joking. I love Bubbles. I'm not really making fun of you, but I'm shook to my core. I'm literally shook to my core. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie have been in one of the most contentious divorces for literally years. I love this. This is beautiful. I love Bubbles. Okay. You guys are saying 20s, 30-ish, 25 to 28. Okay. How about this picture? Whoop. How about this one? What do you guys think? Okay, she's 34. Okay, she's 34. But I look at her, and that, when I was growing up, that's what an adult looked like. And so I age her more in my head. And I think, okay, what is she, like 40? What is she, like 38? Right? Brad's ancient. Brad's like 60. He's just ancient. He's an old man. You know what I mean? Look at this old man, you know, next to her. Like, she, honestly, he's so old compared to her. Okay, when I was younger, there was an idea of what grown-ups look like. And I think this also works with what we talked about with financial diet and dressing your age. If you guys haven't seen my podcast on it, you should. That's the other thing, where when you dress your age, you will look older to people in a certain demographic and younger to people in a demographic, right? But I really do struggle kind of telling people's ages, because I initially think about how people look based off of all of their aesthetic, not their faces, but the whole of their aesthetic. So when I saw Millie Bobby Brown, who I think is beautiful, I had a hard time not seeing her as much older than 21, because if I took into consideration her whole aesthetic, she looks older than 21 when I imagine what a 21-year-old looks like. You know how we say like 21-year-olds are babies? I'm not imagining Millie Bobby Brown. I'm imagining a 21-year-old who's wearing a fucking t-shirt and shorts and is smiling at the camera with like mascara on. I'm not thinking about Millie Bobby Brown, who's made up, who's wearing thousands of dollars of makeup, hair, and clothes, who aesthetically looks much older, is next to older people, gets aged up because she's next to older people. I'm not thinking about, you know what I mean? So I think, again, how we perceive things. Now, does that make her ugly? No. I think what's fucked up about people is, and humans are stupid. I don't know why we keep thinking humans are like these great magical thinkers. We're all very dumb. We're animals. And we're just animal posting like, huh, Millie Bobby Brown looks old. Okay. So why does she look so old? Why does she try to look so much older? None of your business. Let her look old if she wants to fucking look old. You know? I just don't, why is it any of your fucking business what she looks like? And that's the problem, is like grown-ups way older than her had the audacity to think it was their right to talk about Millie Bobby Brown looking old. Shut the fuck up and leave her alone.
Celebrity support from stars like Sharon Stone, Sarah Jessica Parker, and her Stranger Things dad, Matthew Modine. E.T. was with Millie last week as she showed off her
gorgeous look. It's a really great look. That look is very 90s Pamela Anderson to me, which will make people think she's older, but it's a fabulous look.
new blonde look at the premiere of her Netflix film, The Electric State.
This is a moment. I gotta tell you, you are eating up the blonde.
I went a lot blonder than I did in the film. I've never done this before, but I figured why not?
The film streams March 14th and marks Millie's first big project since finishing production on Stranger Things and saying I do to husband of nearly a year, Jake Bon Jovi. Millie believes some people just can't handle.
See, this is not Millie looking old. This is a child. Like, this is like a kid. I don't know how old she is here, but this is like a kid. If I saw this person, I'd be like, child. Right? But you look at her at 21, it's like, oh, much older now. But it's about aesthetic too. And I think she is literally a kid in this part, right?
Handle seeing her grow up on her terms.
Like, I should still look the way I did on Stranger Things season 1. And because I don't, I'm now a target. I will not be shamed for how I look.
Yeah, I just think it was really inappropriate for people to comment on it. You know, Discord said, to be honest, ever since you started talking about how people in their 20s look so young to you, I can't unsee it. Yeah, people look so, and they talk so specific and they look so specific. That's why there is a hesitation to believe that these men in their 30s and 40s who are dating, you know, people who are 19 and 20, that there isn't some huge red flag there. Because if you really look at them, like, listen to the way they talk, like, listen to the way that they are. And even friendships and stuff, all of my closest friends, none of them are in their 20s. Do you know what I mean? Like, all of my very close friends are all in their 30s, right? Like, it's not like my best friends are 21 years old. Like, wouldn't that be fucking weird if my best friend was 21 years old? Like, even when it comes to friendships, there's an appropriate, I have plenty of friends that are in their 20s, like casual friends that are in their 20s. But like, you know what I mean? I'm not going out there trying to be like mixing with 21-year-olds in shared company. Do you know what? I feel like it's strange. Like, why are all your friends 25? Like, if you're an old person, like, what are we doing? You know, there's something about it that screams stunted, you know? And though I understand there are nuances and everyone can have friends of all different ages, you know? Ugh. Chad says her dream is to play Britney, and Britney publicly embarrassed her and said she doesn't even look like her and doesn't want Millie to play her. Funny, because I think she does look like Britney Spears. You know? And Chad says like the 140-year-old who hung out with David Dobrik, Jason Nash. Good times. We love it. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. And yes, I did hear that too. Chat says Henry Cavill co-starred in the Holmes movie, which I watched, and he refused to talk to Millie about anything other than work because of the age gap. I did hear he was very respectful and very cognizant, unlike Drake. Okay? Unlike Drake. So fucking annoying. Never liked Drake, never will. You'll never make me like him. I'll never like him. Okay. With that said, let's take a 2-second break because I got to run and get a tissue box because I realized I don't have one in my room and my allergies are going crazy. I'll be right back and then we will get to the next part of our live stream. Okay. Give me uno momento, por favor. Be right back. All right. Okay, now. Okay. Okay, now. Ew! Henry Cavill dated a literal 20-year-old when he was 39. Wait! I think I knew that. Wait, did I know that? I give up, bro. Me too, chat. I give up. Fuck. I'm over it. I hate everybody. Thank you. Welcome to my TED Talk. Everyone's a perverte. Everyone's a hentai. I decided. Everyone's a hentai. Okay. Fuck it, eh, right? It's everybody. Okay, now, this is the video that I saw, and yes, all it took was a 2-minute video to make my partner and I swear off cashews. This is actually one of the points I'm going to bring up in my vegan podcast. I'm a little confused why vegans are obsessed with cashews. If they're so unethically sourced, like here are vegans, some vegans lecturing everybody on the internet saying you can't just eat things that are vegan. They also have to be ethically sourced, but y'all eat cashews a lot. Like, if we're talking about a harm reduction, cashews are not ethically sourced. But also, I understand, like, some people believe there's no such thing as ethically sourced coffee either. And there's something to be said about that, right? Again, I'm not looking for perfection, so I'm never going to hold you to that standard. I'm just doing everything I can in my own small way, and I can definitely go without eating cashews, like, easy, right? Like, they're just things that, like, okay, like, there are so many other nuts that are locally sourced. I could rather have those. So anyways, it's not like I'm asking anyone to be perfect. I'm just so shocked that something that's been on the radar as unethically sourced for so long and so easily like Googleable isn't something the vegan community is like up against. But again, I'm not looking for a black and white thought. I actually am going to go into this. Like, there is a very strict vegan community on the internet. Like, there is no tolerance for ever being non-vegan, basically. And like, you know, I'm never going to advocate for perfection. So let's watch this video together. And if you watch it and you're like, fuck it, I'm going to eat cashews. Okay. If you watch it and you're like, I'm never eating cashews. Okay. I'm not here to tell you how to think. I'm just telling you what changed my mind.
The perfect snack. Healthy, rich in vitamins, suitable for vegetarians, cashew nuts are in high demand. But at the other side of the world, this little nut has become a nightmare for thousands of women. India is the world's top cashew producer. In Tamil Nadu state, thousands of trees populate vast plantations. The nut itself is found on the bottom of this yellow fruit. It twists off easily, but the real work is only getting started. Dozens of processing facilities in the region supply mostly European and American customers. This factory owner's son oversees 150 employees, all of them women. To start, they use a machine to cut the nut in half. Their speed is impressive, and it has to be. They're paid by volume, just 4 to 6 euros per day.
Okay, and just to like take it into consideration, because I don't think people understand this. This is what throws me. Discord makes a great point. They said a lot of vegans don't care about human slave labor. I'm also finding that. And I'm very confused. And I think it's because some vegans don't actually care about people, which is why there was that controversy with the vegan that was like, fuck Black lives. Like, they don't matter as much as animal lives. And I know they feel like they were taken out of context, but you said what you said. And so it kind of feels like, okay, I think we're confused on our priorities here. We're all animals, but I feel like human animals have to take priority, but not at the expense of animal and non-human animals. But also, like, why don't you seem to care? But also, I think they're supposed to care. It's just all very confusing. But again, I'm not looking for perfection, so I do not care about like some vegans' perspectives on like humans versus non-human animals. I'm just saying I'm kind of shocked. I'm also finding that to be true in some vegan bubbles where they're just not prioritizing. But again, no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism. I also think that's true, right?
To start early in the morning, so they'll work fast and they'll learn something. There is no stipulated, fixed salary for them.
The rest of the work is even harder, and it's done entirely by hand. The shell and the skin of the nut are difficult to remove, and inside them are highly caustic acids that burn the skin. The women's hands are badly damaged. At a nearby cooperative, women also sort nuts by hand. They're self-employed and earn even less selling their products to wholesalers, 2 or 3 euros per day on average. Here, too, their hands are badly damaged by acids in the nuts.
These liquids we're constantly touching all day burn our fingers and turn them black.
They say gloves slow them down too much and quickly rip as well. Their problems aren't limited to the skin.
Our eyes burn. At night we feel feverish, so we can't sleep. Our eyesight is getting worse. We have no choice. It's their only work here. We depend on it completely.
By the time they arrive on Western shelves, the cashews no longer contain dangerous acids. As importers here in Europe continue to demand lower prices and greater quantities to meet skyrocketing demand, groups are calling on supermarkets to ensure fair trade practices and calling on shoppers to seek out fair trade nuts. Because at the other end of the supply chain, it's these women who bear the consequences.
Okay, right?
This episode is sponsored by Airbnb.
No, Kiki, no, Kiki, no. That's my playlist for later. That's next week's live stream. Thank you, Kiki Palmer. We love you. That is too much for me, and it's too easy for me not to eat cashews. I don't eat cashews on the regular, but when I was going down the vegan rabbit hole for my 30 days of veganism, which by the way, today is my last required day to be vegan. This is my last official day of forced veganism for my challenge. And it's been a journey. I've learned so much. I have fundamentally changed as a person. I've actually been convinced of a lot of their argumentation, and I can't wait to talk about it on this Monday's podcast. But something that became easy for me was to take cashews out of my diet as a regular person who saw this video. But as a vegan, it became harder because a lot of vegan cheeses, vegan products are cashew heavy. I watched a documentary series of this woman who made her whole vegan empire or vegan cheese empire because of cashews. Like, guys, so many cashews. And I just kept seeing all these women's fingers in these cashew nuts. I cannot see a cashew nut without seeing these women's fingers. And I'm like, no, like, not necessary. Now, of course, this is the same dilemma we're having with cobalt batteries, with minerals from Africa, the same issues we're seeing with what's happening in the Congo and Rwanda. Like, at the end of the day, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, because capitalism is about dollar over people. And so even me having, you having iPhones and computers and all these things. So I am never going to advocate for perfection, because I think we're animals evolved on a planet, and we're figuring ourselves out as we evolve. I am never going to ask you to be perfect, but I'm just going to let you know, because I am like a public figure, especially, that this is what I'm doing. Okay. I've already taken my pledge not to buy from Amazon for the next 12 months. I'll probably extend that, but I don't want to overpromise either. Next 12 months, no Amazon. Okay, fine. I already saw how inconvenient that is. I did, but who cares? What are you going to do? Okay. I'd rather not support Amazon as a company, right? So that's off the table. No cashews. Fine. My partner and I are doing it. No Amazon, no cashews. And, yeah, like, I can't see a cashew without seeing their fingers. My next area of interest is going to be researching coffee. I am a coffee lover. I love coffee. I drink coffee every day. I even have vegan coffee I've been buying. Europe seems to have a better standard than the US when it comes to ethical sourcing, but I'm going to look into coffee next. And who knows, maybe I'll stop drinking coffee and switch it over, because I'm just trying to do my part. I think one of the coolest things about being an individual is I can control so much about what I do, even if I can't control what the world does. And I'm trying to harm reduce as much as possible. Right. And that's just for my sake, for my values. It's not about perfection. It's about, it's not about never having a cashew or never having meat or never having cheese or never having. It's about, doing what I can as an individual. I don't have to buy cashews. If my mom makes me a cake and it has cashews in it, I'll eat it. Right. No food wasted, because that's another part of my values. But do I need to buy cashews? Nah. But, if somebody offers me something with cashews, like, I'll eat it. You know what I'm saying? Discord said, would you still be interested in vegan recipes in the future? I'm continuing to trying to find some. Yeah. First of all, I'm open to all recipes on the Discord, guys. Always share recipes on the Discord. That's how we all cook together. Any kind of recipes. yeah, like I'm so sad. We're having a hard time getting tofu here in Croatia. We tried to order some today. We tried to look up on a website. We tried to find different stores that held it, and no one has tofu. And we're kind of wondering if it's because of the US. US is a huge source of tofu here in Croatia or in general. And it usually actually comes from like Germany as well to here. And we just can't find tofu. And I'm like, oh my God, like I'm going to go crazy. I want tofu so bad and I haven't found it for the last couple of weeks. So we'll see what's going to happen. Chat says you can make your own tofu at home with different beans. That's actually true. I will say, sometimes when I see the homemade tofu on the internet, I get icked out by the texture of it. It looks too gelatinous. Anything that's too gelatinous, I don't like. But I have thought about trying that as well. And I found a new bean that I'm really obsessed with. It's called Bob here, B-O-B. And it looks like edamame, but isn't edamame. And it's like very satisfying. So I've been eating a lot of that instead. And that's been really good. But yeah, it's not about convenience. It's about doing what makes sense within your life. It's all of that stuff. But anyways, okay. So with that said, that's what I wanted to share with you then. Now I have 2 videos left for you and they're both pretty lengthy, about 50 minutes each. So we're going to be here for a second. The first video is how US neo-Nazism actually works from Insider, just posted, and I'm curious about it. And Romance at Work from SBS, which we've watched before. We really like their channel. And I love the conversation about, should you date a coworker? I love that subject. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Bob equal fava. You know what's interesting? It doesn't look like the normal fava beans you would get at an Arabic store. They look like edamame beans, but if they're translated to fava beans, they don't, because I love fava beans. Like I love them. But they sell them in cans here that are brown and they look different. They're big. These ones are green and small. And so maybe it's like what's it called? Like premature or something, but it's so good. And I love them. And I love fava beans in general. Absolutely love it. Love it. Okay, so let's do this together. How neo-Nazism actually works. And chat says fava beans like chickpeas. No, chickpeas are not fava beans. Chickpeas are different. Chickpeas are the round ones you make hummus out of. Fava beans are the ones you put lemon on them and salt if you're Middle Eastern. They're different. Yeah, maybe they're like unripe beans or something. I don't know, but they're fucking good. Bean chat. Let's go bean chat. I love beans, so no problem there. Okay, let's go ahead and watch. Is this a video? Da, 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 da. Why does it look weird? Oh, it's their video. Okay, no problemo. Here we go.
A lead singer and a neo-Nazi.
Oh, hold on, sir.
My name is Arno Michaelis.
How's volume?
I was a white nationalist skinhead, a lead singer in a neo-Nazi metal band. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. In the most formative years of my life, I was just immersed in this hate and violence. I was actually at a neo-Nazi rally in Michigan where about 50 of us brawled with like 500 anti-fascists, and there were all too many times when we would jump people and just beat the hell out of them. I've done a lot of harm to innocent people and to society, and I need to be accountable for that harm. What attracted me to neo-Nazi ideology initially was really the hero story. I grew up being a big fan of fantasy and mythology. I was really into Greek myths and Norse myths as a kid. The mythology of Nazi ideology going back to Adolf Hitler.
It is so true, though. That's why I say violence isn't the answer. Men romanticize violence. And men think they are better men because they're violent, because they do what no one else can do. I internalized this as a little girl growing up. I internalized that there's a series by Laurel K. Hamilton called the Anita Blake series. If you know, you know. And Anita goes through this journey in which she has to, because she's surrounded by men, prove that she's willing to be as violent as the men to get things done. Except in the end, she's the one who throws up versus the men don't. And it kind of is a sign of her humanity still in place. And there's a conversation to be had around why we think violence makes us better. I remember thinking, like, you know, sometimes you have to do what you have to do. Like, you watch these cop shows and these military shows, and you watch these heroes who are willing to do what other people aren't willing to do. And that's what saves so many lives. But why are we doing it in the first place? Why are we romanticizing the violence? Is the violence necessary? We can talk about necessary violence, necessary justice. We can talk about those things. But yeah, this hero story, this idea that violence is related to being a hero and how specific it is to certain places around the world, especially America, right?
Was that we are these Aryan supermen, the brightest of all creation that are under assault by these dark, evil hordes. And here we are fighting back against them, against incredible odds, but with incredible strength. It was very much the same kind of mystique that you would find in a Lord of the Rings movie or a Conan book. And for me, this was like my chance to actually be that hero on this noble quest. And then as I got more into it and took in more and more of the ideology, a lot of that ideology was about like, look how evil.
That's why so many men will look at women and say, what do you contribute? What are you doing for the world? When these men are sitting at home, not participating, not doing much, even if they work, they're not even doing great things. They're fantasizing about doing great things. Instead of being great staples in their communities, they're mocking the women that are making those efforts in a very generalized sense, obviously. And that's why we see that a lot. I see that from a lot of even like some of my brothers have fallen into like very conservative misogynistic bubbles. And they'll literally look at me sometimes, like the very young ones, and look, I'm an older sister, I get it. But they'll be like, what the fuck do? You don't even do anything. It's just one of them. He's on a journey. But he's just like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing with your life? And I was like, I'm sorry, don't you live on our brother's couch? Don't you literally have to have, like, don't you have to have roommates to pay rent? What are you talking? Why are you even comparing us? You know what I mean? Like, these are boys who like can't even figure out how to brush their teeth every day. You know what I mean? But they have the audacity to play big and strong because they have testosterone. It's like, I used to change your diapers. Sit the fuck down. You know what I mean? But the disrespect comes from an insecurity. But that's what they have. That's all they have. All they have is being good at video games, going to their whatever job where they still can't afford to pay their own rent. They need roommates. And then they have the audacity to go for me because they don't see my work as good work. Right? That's that like, oh, you're like, he had the other day, he goes, I was playing him in Smash. And first of all, he's a ruthless video game player. I need you to know he's ruthless. He's scary to play on video games because he's so good. And I'm like, why don't you go pro? Why don't you do something with this? But nothing. I'm like, make it into a job. Make some money. Anyways, he's ruthlessly good. And he's like, bam, fuck your liberal ass. I was like, first of all, it's progressive. And second of all, he's like, I don't even know what that means. And I was like, I know you don't, Habibi. I know you don't. He's just like, I don't even know what that means. And like all these little kids, all these boys who grow up into adults, they're obsessed with the fantasy of being a badass. That's why they all think they're Gojo. That's why they think they're Itadori, except Itadori had help. Who would have Itadori been without eating that finger, girl? Who would he have been? Okay? And so they have the audacity to look at women, especially women like me, and go, what have you ever done that's hard in your life? What have you ever done? Where did they get off thinking they can say that? You know what I mean? Chaz says, how do you put up with that treatment? First of all, I could give noogie so hard to this little boy, he'd cry in my arms. Second of all, he's literally 1 billion years younger than me. Second of all, he's a child. Okay? And open with boundaries. Because the treatment is insecurity, but the treatment is, I'm like his older sister. What is he gonna, you know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, it's open with boundaries. But that kid, he is like a lot of boys in the universe. And they're all fucking insecure losers who have a part of them that's so good. But that part isn't the loudest part. And they're the boys who get sucked into bullshit, who vote for Trump, who go, yeah, Trump's the answer. Progressive people are pussies. Progressive people might be pussies, but they are the backbone of this country right now when it comes to lifting people up. The same men that cried, no one will pay attention to them or care about their feelings. The only group of people that ever considered your feelings in the first place were those feminists you seem to hate. And when you rejected their help, because I was there, we said, fine, you don't want our help, you don't get our help. And they went, I can't believe no one's going to help us. You can cry and bitch all you want, but until you accept that you're the one who needs the help in the first place, we're not going to help you. You can drown and murder yourself in the process, your soul and spirit along the way, but we're not responsible for this. We offered you help, you didn't take it. If you come back and you recognize that we offer you that help, we'll help you again because we're good people. I'll help anyone who comes back with some humility. But until you have the humility, you can go cry about it to your boys who don't want to see your tears.
and horrible they are, and look how good and noble my people are. Look at all these great things we have done despite all the challenges and despite being under assault by everybody else. There was actually a music distribution outfit in Chicago called Romantic Violence. And those two words sum up the entire ideology better than anything I could say at length. There's a romance to it. It makes you feel like you're a hero and you're doing something good for your people. As you get further into the ideology, it's all about...
Hold on. Chat says, I only have one sister. Love that for you. 18 months older, and I just can't imagine diverging in values like that. We couldn't hang out if that were the case. I mean, keep in mind, I'm not friends with my siblings. I'm siblings with my siblings. Like, keep in mind, my siblings and I would never know each other unless we were related. And we don't hang out, right? And when we do hang out, it's with conservative parents that back up their ideology. So remember, like, as much as, like, I am one of two progressives in my whole family. My sister and me, right? My sister is one of my friends, but we still wouldn't have been friends if we weren't sisters. Like, I need you to be clear. I'm friends with my siblings, but none of us would have been friends if we didn't know each other as siblings. Like, my sister is one of my best friends, but we would never have been friends unless we were siblings. We do not hang out in the same groups. We do not talk to the same people, right? How about my gay brother? My gay brother is politically neutral. He wouldn't even know what progressive means. He's very politically neutral. Like, he doesn't even know what that means. You know what I mean? Chat says, I'm curious how, as the two progressives, you differ. I mean, I don't want to speak for my sister. I'm more in the communities than she is. Like, I have protested. I've cleaned up streets. I've volunteered my time. I've shown at political rallies. Like, that's not what she does. She's a different participation in the system, right? But I don't want to speak for her. But yeah, I think, like, again, I love my little brothers, but those of them that are like hardcore Trump and like not progressive, we don't hang out. We have very minimal contact together. I love them. But yeah, like, getting on the phone with them can be hard. Now, I talked to one of my other brothers the other day, and, you know, I talked to Farm Brother about, you remember I told you, I talked to Farm Brother about how, like, you can't be anti-gay marriage and not be called a bigot or a homophobe. Like, sorry, you have to own the title. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, are you triggered? I was like, I'm not triggered. You know I'm not triggered. And then he went and called my other brother, tall brother, and he goes, Brittany was triggered, bro, because, like, she wants to call me a homophobe. And I was like, oh, did you whine to our little brother about the fact that I called you a homophobe? Then that brother talked to me and he goes, were you triggered? I was like, I'm not triggered. You're just wrong and you're bigoted. He goes, why? Tell me what Trump is doing. Tell me one thing Trump is doing to the LGBT people, because I'm not keeping up. I said, okay, all these trans soldiers are getting kicked out of the military. And for what? Simply because they're trans. And I was like, think about that, right? They're willing to serve and die for America. And he goes, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. I don't get that. Why is that happening? And I was like, because they're trying to erase trans people from, like, American history. They're trying to erase them from being a part of the population. People who volunteer to die for this flag, they're kicking them out. And he goes, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. I don't get that. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. You know, it's like, okay, so then there's one part where there's some between. There's the between of the brother who's like, yeah, I don't get that. Like, why would that happen? But, you know, and that's the brother that has the greatest chance of ever having, like, an understanding, like a bubble pop. The other one, the younger one, he's too in his little bubble. And the Farm Brother, he's too religious. He's not going to pop that bubble. But that brother has the greatest chance. Gay brother's cool with everybody. He don't give a fuck. Everybody get along, right? He's like pro-trans, pro-gay, pro-everybody, right? But he's also living like his really great, comfortable life with his friends right now. He's like on his like friend journey. He's having like a really great moment in his life right now. So it's not like he's not paying attention to the globe. He's not paying attention to politics. He's not paying attention. He's just trying to figure out, like, what is the meaning of his life, right? It's very different. But this tall brother, you know, that brother, right? Chad says, did your Farm Brother, big man brother with a bunch of kids, go to the wine to a younger brother? Yeah, he did. But to be fair, that's how our siblings work. We talk to one sibling, then we talk to another sibling, and it becomes like a game of telephone until all of us call each other and be like, why are you talking to him? We're siblings. We've known each other our whole lives. I've changed all these kids' diapers. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, like, my siblings are people on their own specific journeys, and all of them, I have 7 younger siblings. You know what I mean? Like, they're just, like, I'll always see them as babies, but I'll also treat them like adults. You know? But yeah, we have boundaries. Like, they know if they start talking a mess, like, I'll talk to you later. I love you. You know, that's my rule with them. I love you. If I came into your house and talked to you this way, you'd be pretty upset. And I'm like, don't make me talk better than you talk to me, bro. Don't make me, especially as your older sister, don't make me have to skirt around my words more than you're skirting around yours. You know, but that's the thing. My family and I are really blunt. We're really open with each other. We talk about everything. I talk about everything. So if you want to have a conversation with my parents, they'll talk to you about it. It's not going to be pleasant, but there's nothing that I can't talk to about. There's nothing off the table. It's just, if you bring it to the table, understand people are about to double down on their thoughts. And that's a pick your battles kind of relationship. You know what I'm saying? Maiden says, this is one way I strongly relate to you, Brittany. I'm the one progressive in my family. It's lonely, but my two sisters are having their deconstruction moment. Oh, so it might not be this way forever. Let's go. All right, let's go back to white man turned into a Nazi because he wants to be a hero.
Pseudoscience about how whites are superior to everybody else, all kinds of nonsense about the size of our brains and IQ. And then, of course, all of this is deeply rooted in anti-Semitism. The entire ideology is based on seeing Jews as the root of all evil on the planet Earth. That's the core of the neo-Nazi belief, is that the white race is this, first of all, it exists. You have to have some kind of idea of who's white and who's not. And again, that was never firmly established by anything. I remember meeting Italian skinheads. There was one crew that their leader was an Armenian guy who looked like he was, straight out of Iraq or something. And I said,
shout out to Iraq.
What are you, Italian? He's like,
let's go. Gracie with the super chat. Love to see it. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for super chats. I appreciate it. Please like the stream, guys. It really makes a difference. You said so late and off topic, so no need to read right now. Britt, please try Sabrina. Vids are great and lyrics like Slim Pickens, and just put out a deluxe album with Dolly. Don't get me wrong that I love Sabrina's aesthetic. Her videos are great. It's not that I don't listen. I gave Chappell Roan like 10 listens. It's my brain. I'm not saying anything bad about them. I don't know what memory to form to Sabrina. I don't know what to feel yet. Like, it might happen later though. I have a hard time. My brain has a hard time. Like, when I listen to Celine Dion, I shoot back to my childhood. I'm with my mother and we're in my living room singing together. When I listen to Whitney, I shoot back to my childhood and I'm with my mother and we're cooking together. When I listen to certain music, I shoot back to that time and I'm like crying because of the memories associated with that song. So I haven't gotten there yet with Sabrina, but I'm sure it's fantastic. I'm sure it's good. When I listen to a certain song, I'm literally like shot. I go back there, right? Ches says, do you like Doechii? Doechii? I really like her as a performance artist and as a music video and like her aesthetic. I still haven't been able to listen to her to build memories to her either, but I really like her, but I don't have any memories to her either yet. Yeah, I haven't gone there with her either. But maybe I will, maybe I won't, right? I'm not there yet, but I really like her aesthetic, really love her music videos, really think she's incredibly talented, like so stupidly talented that if you told me she sold her soul, I would believe it, because that's what I thought you would have to do to become that talented as a person. As a little girl, I thought, man, I'd have to sell my soul to be this talented. She is so fucking talented. By the way, with peace and love, if you don't understand why someone's talented, just try to do what they do for a second. Yes, girls, I literally was like, I could rap that fast. I was like, I got this. I can rap that. Girl, that's how you humble yourself. When you see an athletic person do something, just try to do it for a second. And then you're like, you know what? I'm going to sit my ass back down. I'm sorry. My bad. So disrespectful of me to even think for a second I could do that.
He's like, I'm Armenian. Hitler had Armenian SS units. And I was like, all right, well, if it was good enough for Hitler, it's good enough for me. The most damaging aspect of the neo-Nazi ideology is definitely the fear. Anybody who does look like you and doesn't think like you, they're not only an enemy, they're the highest order of enemy. They're a race traitor.
No, hold on. Chat says Doechii's Tiny Desk concert is a great place to start if you're ever interested. If you're talking to me, I've already seen it. But if you're talking to other people, yes, I recommend. It is so fucking good. That's what I really mean to say. When I don't know if you guys do this, autistic, but I watch and read everything. I just haven't bonded with the music. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's so good. It's so good. But like, I don't know if I think it's maybe my autism or something. But yeah, I'm like, okay, that was really good. People should listen to her. I even shared her music in my Discord. But does that mean I'm going to listen to her like in the background? That's different. Are we asking the same question? I'm sorry. This is my autistic struggle. Are you asking me if I listen to her, or are you asking me if I've listened to her? Because of course I've listened to her, but how do I listen to her? That's different. Like FKA Twigs, I listen to her. But if you ask me if I've listened to an artist, like, yeah, of course I heard their whole album. But like, doesn't mean I listen to them. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like anime. You know how many animes I've seen? But like, do I love this anime? I saw it. You know? Anyway, I see, this is over-explaining autism. Over-explaining.
So it's this experience of going through every waking moment of your day, thinking that everyone else in the world is not only out to kill you personally, but out to destroy everyone who looks like you. And it's a miserable way to live that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy.
Okay, his language is appreciated, I think. The way he's saying it's horrible, it's a horrible way to live.
I tattooed a swastika on my own leg.
Oh my God.
Which I've since had covered up. I had a swastika on my middle finger for a time, cleverly, so I could show it to someone before I hit them. The other symbolism we used, there was any kind of Norse ruin. Just like Hitler did, we co-opted the Norse folk religion and kind of made it into this white nationalist thing, which is, along with pretty much everything else in the ideology, is incredibly historically inaccurate. Because the Vikings they killed people who looked like them, and they had peaceful trade and diplomatic relationships with North Africa and the Middle East. There's a lot of like lingo.
Man, they really just be out here stealing even white people's shit. They're like, that Norse shit, we like that. Let's take that. Do you have no original ideas? It's okay. People rarely do. But they really they steal from everybody, you know?
To neo-Nazi movement. The first one I learned was 88. When I met the Chicago skinhead crew, a lot of them had like sports jerseys on that had 88 as the number. The eighth letter of the alphabet is H. So 88.
Oh my God, bro, my partner just taught this to me. There's so much about like Europeans get such a different history lesson than we do. And I don't know if you just saw that French diplomat, I don't know his name, talk about like Trump and Hitler. It was so good. But my partner just told me about 88. He's like, you don't know what 88 means? I was like, I don't know anything, bro. I don't give a fuck about Nazis, bro. I grew up not giving much of a fuck about Nazis. I felt really bad for the Jews being Holocausted. That shit was sad, but I don't care about Nazis. Like, I don't give a fuck about fucking Nazis. And so he was like explaining it to me, and I just learned about it. But that's the thing. He's like, I don't really care about hateful people. I care about the people they hurt. Does that make sense? Like, I don't. You know, I know we have to understand hateful people, and, you know, like Jordan Peterson said, well, you could be a Nazi. We got to learn about the Nazis because we could be them. Okay, speak for yourself. Because the one thing I know I'm not interested in is Nazism. But I like that Jordan Peterson says, like, we could be the Nazi. It could be our dragon. I could have a swastika tattooed to my head. You don't know. You don't know. These Machiavellian mothers are raising Nazis. I don't know if that makes sense, actually. Machiavellian mothers. Yeah. They could be raising Nazis. Anyways.
8 means Heil Hitler. So it's code for Heil Hitler. In the mid-'80s, there was a really dangerous militant white nationalist terror group called the Order, or the Bruderschweigen. And they assassinated a Jewish talk show host. They were doing all kinds of things to like fund a race war before they were ultimately taken down. But one of the members of the Order, who was in prison for life and unrepentant, he decided we needed some sort of like slogan, like some catchy mantra that the movement could use to unite us and inspire us. So he came up with the 14 words.
What?
Which are, we must secure the existence of our race and a future for white children.
Ugh.
So to this day, if you're looking at a social media handle, if you see the numbers 14 and 88, that's a good indicator that it's a white nationalist account.
God.
There were ways to identify as either a white power or an anti-racist skinhead, and it was typically involved the color of the laces in your boots.
What?
And or the color of your braces that you wore.
Yo, this is so gay people wearing like handkerchiefs. You know what I mean? Bandanas. Oh my God, human beings are we love our colors and our numbers and our symbols. Growing up, every time we saw a guy with an earring in his left ear, my mom would be like, that could be a homosexual. That's a homosexual. I was like, you need to relax. Trying to find the homosexuals by their ear piercings, okay? But also, I'm learning so much right now.
If you were a neo-Nazi, you have red laces, red braces. Anti-racist skinheads would sometimes wear white laces, although some people would say white laces are white pride. So they'd wear like yellow laces or anything but the red laces. And then, of course, beyond that, obviously, if you see someone with a swastika patch, a white power skinhead's typically going to have outright white supremacist symbols all over their body and tattoos and or patches on a jacket, whereas the anti-racist skinheads would also have like anti-fascist patches and things like that. Hammerskin Nation began in the southern United States, specifically Dallas, Texas. There was a skinhead gang in Dallas who took the crossed hammers from Pink Floyd The Wall.
Oh my God.
And they put them in front of a Confederate flag, and it looked really cool. And they said, they just called themselves, we're the Hammerskins. This was right about the same.
This is not funny, but I'm learning so much about how everybody just steals. There are no original ideas. I am dying. This is so much funnier than I ever realized. White nationalists are a joke. Oh my God, lacking creativity. You know why? Because they're always looking for identity. It's not funny how your identity has to be in the oppression of others. Can't you have an identity that has nothing to do with oppressing others? Jesus.
Time that my gang in Milwaukee was starting. In 1988, one of the lead members of the Confederate Hammerskins in Dallas, Texas, came up to Milwaukee, and he pitched the idea to us that we become Northern Hammer Skinheads. And the Hammerskins were born.
Oh
Despite the hypocrisy of using a symbol from a band that considers themselves very anti-fascist, we had no problem appropriating that crossed hammer logo. And in our case, we put it on a field of U.S. flag blue with 13 stars around the hammers to signify the Northern Hammerskins. And very shortly afterwards, there were Northern Hammer chapters in Chicago and St. Paul and Detroit and Ohio. And while this was happening, there were more Confederate Hammerskin groups popping up all over the South. Now, down south, there was a lot of crossover between the Ku Klux Klan and the Hammerskins. There was a lot of like old school Klansmen who were very happy to see this wellspring of youth coming into their movement, and they were okay to stomach the tattoos and the punk rock music in the process. So there were a number of Confederate Hammer skinheads who were also members of Ku Klux Klan groups at the time. When I was involved in Hammerskin Nation, there was really no centralized command. Every group operated individually. It was really just, well, we use the same symbol. We're all racist anti-Semites. We're all violent drunks. We all love this music.
Oh my God.
And those were the real unifying factors behind it. As I was leaving, people started having titles, and there started to be an attempt at having some sort of structure about how the group was going to work. And to varying degrees, that was followed as Hammerskin Nation spread to Europe, to Australia, to New Zealand, even to Argentina and South Africa.
Oh my God.
In our group in Milwaukee, we didn't have any kind of official structure. We didn't have titles. We had just unofficial kind of organic hierarchy, the same way a wolf pack would. There's certainly alphas, and they certainly run things, but they're not voted. They don't have titles. That's just how it is. I wasn't the sole alpha leader. I was one of a number. We weren't really conscious of this. It was just kind of how it went. If we were going to make a decision about...
Chad says all of this could have been avoided if they just played D&D. Bro, honestly though, I do think a lot of this could be avoided if people created community out of like shared hobbies, but it's not enough for people. Like, it's not enough for people that are that deeply insecure. They want to feel powerful. They want to feel good. And I understand like needing reassurance, getting some sort of positive feedback about the work you do. And I think this actually I'm not a scientist, but on a biological level, I feel like this relates to work. How like this myth that nobody wants to work is just nobody wants to work and not feel like a part of something bigger and feel gratitude. Like I'm grateful for their place, not them being grateful, but people are grateful that they're in that place where I feel like as Americans, we talk shit about everybody. We talk shit about fast food workers and minimum wage workers and teachers, and nobody's safe from criticism. Nobody's feeling good in their job because like you as a society, we also have to uplift these people. We have to uplift our doctors and our teachers and our road workers and everybody because everybody is important, but also wages haven't gone up to follow along with inflation. So then people feel like, what am I working for? I stand by this so hard that everybody would love their jobs as long as they could feed their families and function within reason, and people were grateful and people treated each other with dignity. But because there's no dignity, it's like, why the fuck am I coming here? Why am I here? And look, it takes a lot of fucking work to show up. It does. Like everything we do it takes a lot of work for us to show up regardless of the job that we're doing. And that's why I think the world, like there is no ethical consumption under capitalism if everything is about dollar bill over human dignity. And that's the problem. I watched a documentary about the harm that fast fashion causes to the planet and how Jeff Bezos had basically a whistleblower try to hold him accountable. She worked directly with him. And how it's basically you're asking billionaires, would you like to make 3 billion this year instead of 20 billion? And they're just never going to say yes to that. Versus a lot of people, and it takes us to make these billionaires at the end of the day, like we work in tandem, is like that's the same thing for us. Okay, would you, like, are you willing to stop shopping at Amazon regardless of how convenient it is? And most people would say no, right? Fair. Okay, I get it, right? Like we work together. Most people make this decision in an animalistic sense. I don't think like it's outside of our nature to take the easiest road. Like we've known this, right? Humans do choose the easier path. And that's why it's so, but then the people who tend to brag about taking the harder path, so like the Andrew Tates and all of these boy bubbles, they're not taking the harder paths. They just don't want to admit that their path is the easiest one, right? Even I take the easiest path, right? I don't want to do anything that's really hard, even though everything I do is hard, right? Like, I don't think for some people going vegan is the easier path, but for some people it's the harder path. But that's why they don't choose it, because it's the easier path. But then once you're doing something that's aligned with your values, it's now the easier path. When we do things that are in line with ourselves, it becomes easy. Work becomes enjoyable. Life becomes good. Suffering becomes wise because we're in tune. We're in that positive symbiosis mode. But we're out of sync when we're in something for the wrong reasons. I think it will grate on us. I think it will feel bad. Like I just learned, and I didn't realize this, and this is so privileged of me, right? Like this is a bubble pop for me to realize, like sometimes you learn things growing up, but it doesn't really hit you until you like really hits you. And even though I've heard this my whole life, it did not hit me until I saw a visual representation of what they meant through a study that was recently done with Burbank, California. California is a very interesting place where you'll have really high-end neighborhoods, really expensive places right next door to people with lower income. And it's like you're born on the wrong side of the tracks. That's what we were told. So I grew up middle class on the wrong side of the tracks next to the mini mansions. So my grocery stores that were part of the mini mansion neighborhood had Bentleys and all these expensive cars in the parking lots. But the grocery stores that were for my neighborhood were sort of the poorer side of the street. But we were neighbors. We were born on the wrong side of the track. There was literally a train track back in that neighborhood back in the day. And so I was born on the wrong side. But I didn't really process it as a kid. Even though I knew if I shopped at one grocery store over another, I was getting a different quality of produce. I didn't know why, right? I didn't process. So I recently learned in a documentary that they did a study between two neighborhoods separated by a freeway. And one neighborhood had no grocery stores, no fresh fruit or vegetables, and only had corner stores, gas stations, 7-Elevens, and fast food. And then the other side had grocery stores and vegetables and all of these things. And the ones with the grocery stores lived 10 years longer than the ones who didn't. Vegan diets, vegetable-based diets, plant-based diets are associated with 30% less, if I'm remembering the number correctly, Alzheimer's, cardiac issues. Health overall is improved with people who have a veggie or a vegan related diet. So that is something that I couldn't imagine living in a neighborhood, because I never have, where there weren't grocery stores with vegetables. Like I grew up in a family that we home cooked most of our meals. Going to the corner store, going to 7-Eleven, that was a treat. My friends and I would save our money and go to the drugstore to buy snacks. And that was like a huge treat. That was like, wow, like we are so cool. Like we get to ride our skateboards to the liquor store and buy hot Cheetos and baby bottles and baby bottle pops and go to the school and skateboard. Like we're so cool. We're like in middle school, right? We're thinking we're so cool. That was our fun. For some people, that's their only option for food. And that is going to cause a huge fucking discrepancy in health, longevity, quality of life, mental health, like deterioration of the body in general. Like, holy shit. Like that is so fundamentally systematic. I can't even explain to you how fucked up it is. That there are families who don't have so when we say, oh, you just don't eat healthy because you don't want to, they literally can't even fathom, like, you can't even fathom what it would take for them to get these groceries that you take for granted because you can walk 5 minutes away to get them. Yeah. Like, in so many ways, that's where veganism or vegetable-based diets are privileged, is you have to have access to vegetables. And not every neighborhood has that. And that's, that's really done on purpose a lot of the time. So, yeah, there's a lot to think about when we think about why people end up being the way they are, or why communities are impacted, or why your life got to be the way that it was. I'm so lucky I know how to cook, and I'm so lucky I know how to use vegetables and this inspires me more than ever to try to figure out, like, okay, how can I make, like, this is what I'm thinking for members only content, is how do I make in the most serious way now? Because I'm having a real realization, like, oh no, this is serious. I will teach you to make tacos at home that will be delicious and healthy for you. Like, I will teach you because somebody taught me. My aunties and my mother taught me. My dad taught me how to cook. I was taught about vegetables. My grandfather owned a vineyard and sold grapes to, I forget which store it was in California, but one of the superstores, one of the like organic-y stores. Like, my grandparents all have vineyards and wineries. In Iraq, my great grandfather had a winery. Like, they know how to grow things. They had like 200 trees on their property. Like, I was raised in a family where, like, I learned these things, right? So for members only, I'll probably show you like a recipe, maybe a month or something. I don't know. I don't want to overpromise because I do love to cook and I don't want to turn it into a full-time job. But I also know that I couldn't have been who I was today if I didn't know how to do those things. And I really appreciate those TikToks that exist that are like, hey, in case your mom didn't teach you, the kitchen sink is a dish, wash it. In case your mom didn't teach you guys, the kitchen sink is a dish, wash it. It needs to be washed. Stuff like that is life-changing. It's life-changing. Yeah, Okay, let's go back to the Nazi. Sorry, former Nazi.
Something, it would be me and the other alphas talking about it. And once we decided on whatever that was, that's how it was. And everybody else could follow along or they could get the hell out. That was basically how things worked. I don't know that Hammerskin Nation is as much of a thing as it used to be. There are groups like the Proud Boys. At their peak, the Proud Boys were like the modern manifestation of Hammerskin Nation, even though there was very significant differences, namely that the Proud Boys' official leader was a Latino man, and that would have never happened in Hammerskin Nation. But other than that, they were a street brawling...
Hold on, chat. I got to disagree with you, because you said the sink isn't a dish, but def needs to be washed. I use the sink like a dish. I put my fruits and vegetables in it. I let them sit and soak and wash. I rinse my rice in it. I use my sink like a dish. I use my sink like a plate. I clean it. I make it sparkling, deliciously clean. And then I put my vegetables in the sink. If your vegetables are touching your sink, they're a dish. Okay, if you're washing your food, if you're washing your chicken in the sink, which by the way, does cause more spread of pathogens, and I know why people do it. 1 in 10 chickens in the US usually test for salmonella, so just FYI, but you're spreading that salmonella all over your sink, which means you need to clean your sink after if you're gonna wash your chicken. The reason health advisory doesn't say to wash your chicken is because you burn off the salmonella when you cook it. But if you put that salmonella chicken in your sink, you're now spreading salmonella around your kitchen, and you've touched it, and now you're touching your faucet and you're touching everything else. So if you wash your chicken, which is fine, okay, you need to wash your sink.
Kind of Street Fighter oriented group. And I think a lot of Hammerskin Nation people, if they didn't grow out of it, which most of them do, honestly, they may have found themselves affiliated with groups like the Proud Boys. Recruiting a neo-Nazi was 2 steps, basically. The first step was to get this kid to identify as white. Typically, if I have an archetype called Joe Pissed Off White Kid. If I'm talking to Joe Pissed Off White Kid, the first thing I have to do is convince him that he's a white man, and that's how he should identify himself. In the late 80s, most people racialized as white didn't identify themselves as white. If I asked Joe who he was, he would say, I'm American. My family's Catholic, we're Democrats or Republicans, whatever. There's going to be all sorts of ways that they identify themselves other than racially. So I have to stop him in his tracks and be like, listen, white man, whether you like it or not, the enemies of our people identify you as white. You don't have a choice about that. And the white race is under attack. If you don't join us and fight back, we're all going to be wiped out. I have to get that across to this kid, and he has to buy into it before I can proceed to step 2, which is to make him feel persecuted because he's white. In the late 80s, it was much more difficult to do that than it is today. In the late 80s, we didn't have all this talk of white privilege and white fragility and open talk saying, well, everything wrong with the world is basically white people's fault. Back in the 80s, it was just much more amorphous. We're all human beings. We have all these different ways of identifying ourselves. It wasn't like codified into racial groups like it is today. So I had to like concoct things about how white people are oppressed.
Ugh.
And once I could get him to buy into that he is white and he's oppressed because of it, now he's a white nationalist. Now
And this language is still here. Matt Walsh was just interviewed. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Ugh. This is what I'm saying. Do not. Let's talk about no, please. Do not underestimate how Trump's administration is racist.
Literally.
Like, I mean this with peace and love. I know a lot of people, like Theo fucking Vaughn, so fucking stupid of him, literally sitting here supporting racism. Well, by the way, making money telling black jokes about black people. Let's remember that Theo Vaughn rose to fame making jokes about how he, as a white poor person, is basically the same as a poor black person. And when you're raised together in poverty, you're basically the same. Let's remember that Theo Vaughn uses his platform to make racist jokes with black people, usually at their expense while playing stupid, while he is literally college educated, voted and supported Trump, and continues to tweet on his behalf. Okay? So just... Hassan went on Theo Vaughn's podcast. Yeah, Hassan playing with the devil over here. No, I stopped watching Hassan. Not progressive enough for me. When I say Hassan is not progressive enough for me, this is what I mean. With peace and love, I don't hang out with racists. Now everybody's racist. Let's be real. I don't want to support their podcasts. Okay. I know Hassan is trying to win politically, right? He's trying to get more people watching him. Love that for him. I'm not going to play that game, though. Okay, here we go. Ready? Listen to this. This is Matt Walsh, who's just like the bane of all he's just the worst person ever.
Literally a theocratic fascist. I do indeed believe that I am literally a theocratic fascist. I do indeed believe that my religious beliefs should be forced on people by the government.
Why did Speaker Mike Johnson invite
Yes, Theo is mixed, actually. His dad is something, I believe. He's biracial. You're right.
this far-right influencer to attend Trump's speech to Congress? Matt Walsh describes himself as a theocratic fascist, an ideology that combines ultranationalism, authoritarian rule, and forcefully imposing his Christian religious beliefs on the population. He's criticized the Equal Rights Amendment, which prohibits discrimination. He believes white men are under attack. He's extremely anti-LGBTQI+, and he has an obsession with violence and control. His ideas are heard by millions as a commentator for the right-wing propaganda company The Daily Wire, which was co-founded by Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, you need to get over slavery. You do. The only group of people that in this country that are being erased in any kind of meaningful way, historically, are white. Nearly every good thing you have in your life was given to you by a white man.
We are not going to rest until every child is protected, until trans ideology is entirely erased from the earth.
We should treat it as a hate symbol because that's what it is. They fly the flag because they hate you. Two men should not be allowed to adopt babies because babies need mothers. They also need fathers, which is why two women shouldn't be allowed either.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg. So why would a guy like this be invited to Trump's address to Congress? Well, he kind of fits in perfectly. He just says the quiet part out loud. Now that Trump's in office and Republicans control the House and Senate, they can be as brazen as they want with their actions. The mask is off. So when conservatives wonder why anyone would feel like their rights are under attack, it's because they clearly are. It's because people like this have a seat at the table and the power to influence our laws.
I am...
Okay, right? So Matt Walsh, that's what I'm saying. Like when we learn about neo-Nazis, racism, this whole white men are suffering plight, like what we're really learning about is human beings and why they evolve to think this is the way they should become like tribal or fit into their groups, or this is their communities. And this is why insecurity, this is why philosophy bubbles are my favorite, because we need to fight our insecurities. We need to fight those things that make us weak in character. And this is like a weakness of character. You know, racism is a weakness of character. Bigotry is a weakness of character. Yeah, it's just like this is a weakness of character. But you know, I really like just like I didn't know about grocery stores in that really real way. It's really hard for people to imagine that other people are suffering the way they are. This is why there's levels to understanding humanity. Like when I say when you can really understand that rich people can suffer like anybody else, we're not talking about money wise. We're talking about the spirit. We're talking about character. That's universal. That's hard for people when they're just trying to get through the beginning steps of like being able to afford groceries, right? So if we go all the way down to like that understanding of humans, that's even difficult for people. But you think it's universally understood. Trump voters are suffering under this economy, like everyone else. But they can't see how that relates to everybody being lumped in together. Like you're poor to the government. They promise and you think you're going to get counted in. It's like you think that you know what it is? The American people are in a toxic Machiavellian dark triad relationship with the vampire werewolf. He's a serial killer and he kills everyone else, but maybe he'll like me. He's a vampire who kills the whole town, but maybe he'll choose me. You know, that's the American people. The American people who voted for Trump are thinking the same thing Andrew Tate fans think. Oh, he hates you guys, but he likes us. Oh, he's fighting for us, but he's going to fuck you guys up. It's like we're part of the group that's going to make it. These men are laughing at your expense. You being their fans is just fueling their pockets and their power, and they don't give a fuck about you. But see how they get to you? See how they're like, I care about you. Come, I'll take care of you. And boys are like, yeah, they're going to take care of me. Well, everything they do is to stop any help for boys and men. They deny any of these boys and men agency, therapy resources. Well, they talk about their mental health all the time. Humans, bro.
A neo-Nazi. Now he's ready to come up to our drinking hall, get drunk with us, and get beat up. Though that was the recruitment process that we went through back in the day. If you're a teenager who has a history of trauma in your family, if you're living in poverty, if whatever you have going wrong, the more things wrong you have, the more openings there are for neo-Nazi ideology to take hold. And so that was how we recruited these kids. Was we blamed all their problems on Jews, and then they said, if you join us, we're going to fight back against that. And we're going to take our country back and take our lands back and everything. And you'll have all sorts of women crawling all over you. You'll be a white warrior. It'll be great. If you were a new guy in the crew, you needed to prove yourself and prove that you could hang with us. And the first way to do that would be by wrestling with us in our wherever we're drinking. If you can't handle that, which many people couldn't. There were a lot of guys who would be there for one night, they'd get the snot knocked out of them, they're okay, I'm done with this, they wouldn't come back. But for the guys who did come back, and they're like, yeah, let's do that again. That was fun. Like, okay, now we know this is a viable candidate here. And again, this was very organic and it just happened. It wasn't like a policy, it wasn't something, oh, hey, congratulations for surviving, getting your kicked last night, you're in. It was more like, okay, if you like that, then let's do more of it. If you don't like it, get the hell out. The bulk of our recruits were men. It's interesting now because I work at Parents for Peace and we address all sorts of violent extremism. And there is a specific type of violent extremism called incel nowadays, which are men who call themselves involuntarily celibate.
Hold on. I just want to put things into perspective because Chad said my eggs are $8 for 18 farm fresh eggs, which doesn't seem too bad for me. First of all, I'm learning a lot about the egg industry and basically all your chickens are suffering. Unless you're getting people's backyard eggs where their chickens are running around, you are buying suffering eggs. Okay, but listen to this. When I was a kid, eggs would be $1. 99 cents for a dozen. $1. So you could eat 6 eggs a day, 3 eggs a day. Then I grew up and eggs became $4, $5, but that's it. Like $4.99, right? Like they were $1. Gas, I remember it being $1 a gallon. I remember $1 a gallon. It was the lowest I had ever seen it in my life as a kid, and then it always went up from there. But the income isn't going up. So when I was a kid and I got my first job, minimum wage job, I thought, okay, I need to work 1 hour to buy 1 CD. Okay, that's how I thought about things. So you're telling me you need to work 1 hour to get eggs, basically. And 18 eggs is good. Like, don't get me wrong, that's a good number. But but the prices are climbing while the income isn't. So that's really the problem. Nobody cares if I have to pay $8 for eggs as long as I'm not making $8 an hour. Why am I making $8 an hour? And that's what's killing everybody. Nobody cares. The house I grew up in is now, if it was sold today, would be $1 million. My parents bought that house for less than $300,000. And that was in Orange County, California, like 10, 15 minutes from Disneyland, right? Prime real estate, beautiful neighborhood, great neighbors, very safe neighborhood. But it wasn't a $1 million house. I did not grow up in a $1 million house. That was the mini mansions across the street. Those kids grew up in $1 million homes because you could see it. You'd be like, whoa. You don't look at my house I grew up in as a kid in Orange County and think like, oh yeah, that's $1 million house. You think, well, how much could that be? It's, you know what I mean? That's the problem. It's just, it's killing. It's killing it. It's killing, you know, it's killing people. It's killing people's motivation to go to work. It's killing people mentally. Like, it's such a bummer that we're allegedly the most powerful nation in the world and we can't figure out how to make people excited to go to work. And it's because we demoralize them too. All these conservatives get on their fucking podcasts and talk shit about all these people. Oh, you work at McDonald's? What a loser. Oh, you work minimum wage? What a loser. You're all losers. What do you do, dude? You talk on a microphone. Like, please be so for real. All of us are losers, or all of us aren't. I think all of us aren't. I think you're just as valid for talking on a microphone as you are for like working minimum wage, which should be livable wage. We shouldn't even have a minimum wage. We should have a livable minimum wage in which you are required to pay people at bare minimum for full-time work, livable wages. We shouldn't have this idea that like, oh, well, minimum wage jobs are for teenagers coming out of high school. It doesn't matter. Now they should be livable wages. If you work 40 hours a week, you should be able to have a basic living. Not a great living, not fucking expensive countertops and a pool in the backyard, but something. You know, teachers should be able to afford to live in the same neighborhoods they teach. Do you know what I mean? The fact that teachers on average can't live in the same neighborhoods they teach because they're out, you know, they can't afford it. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? Now, Seattle, I'll tell you this really quickly. Seattle, from my understanding, was made with the intention of everybody being in their same neighborhood, same grocery stores, libraries, everything within a park, school. But what happened with Amazon and the boost of the tech companies, and I was there for this like transformation, is people who could live in their neighborhoods and rent were kicked out by these tech people who came in, right? The prices rose and then everybody kept moving out further over to Olympia outside of Seattle to then have to commute into Seattle. But that created everything that we have now in Seattle, which is just an outrageous amount of cost of living. I knew in Seattle a bunch of tech bros who fought to get rental prices for houses, and their deposits for those houses were $10K because of how much they were paying in rent for places. And I said, I'm moving out of this goddamn city. And they were like, yeah, that's how much I had to pay. The fact that my friends making $200,000 a year basically needed roommates. And then you wondered why you would have Uber drivers who had lived in Seattle for 30 years and no longer could sustain themselves on a job they had been living off of all of their life. Ridiculous. Okay, let's go back to the dude.
And they're angry because they don't have girlfriends. In my day, as in today, the typical number one complaint for Joe Pissed Off White Kid is he doesn't have a girlfriend. And he's angry about it. The thing is that there were women in our movement, but it was at least 7 or 8 to 1. Yep. As far as men to women ratio went. So there weren't a lot of women to go around. And typically the few women that were involved in the movement were all with the alpha guys. So the alpha guys all had hot girlfriends, and Joe Pissed Off White Kid sees this and he's not doing the math, and he's like, well, that's what I want. So I'm gonna do what this guy says because then I'll get that too. Never mind that there's not a whole lot of women out there. I actually had one guy in my crew who dipped his toes in and left. When I was interviewing him for my book, I said, well, why did you leave? And he's like, dude, it's really hard to get laid when you're a neo-Nazi. Like, chicks aren't into that. He's still funny. That's not attractive.
Okay, but still, like, I'd also be like, it'd be, dating somebody. Yeah, it's hard to get laid as if you're a neo-Nazi. But then it begs the question, like, did you just leave because you couldn't get laid? Would you have stayed if you could get laid?
That was his big motivator to leave. He's like, I wanted girls, man, and they're not into that. So that dynamic was really front and center in our recruiting and really in everything that happened in that group. Milwaukee, where I was from, is the most segregated city in the United States for many years running. And what that means for neo-Nazi groups is it's very easy to point at these severely depressed inner city areas and go, see, that's what happens. That's what they do. Those people create these neighborhoods. That's completely ignorant of the truth that all the ghettos in the United States were created by government policy. And because of being...
Oh my God, so true. Chad says, same as the men complaining when their girlfriends dumped them because they voted for Trump. The audacity I've had for people who voted for Trump to say things like, oh, I hope you didn't stop talking to people because they voted for Trump. With peace and love, that would have been an incredibly valid reason. And though I have not stopped talking to people necessarily because they voted for Trump, you best believe that's only related to inner circle. Everybody else getting cut out. Unless you are my sibling, if you voted for Trump, we don't need to talk anymore. Because nobody's that important in my life. You know, my siblings are the exception because, you know, family and all that stuff. And like, my hope is one day they'll get over it. But, you know, it's one of those things where like, yeah, no. If you voted for Trump, we don't need to talk anymore. I'm not here to collect friends that voted for a rapist bigot, you know, with peace and love. So if you voted for him, yeah, sayonara, you know. Chad says that feels so harsh. Ouch. And we wonder why shit goes down the way it does. I know. For some people, they'll say, don't talk to your family either. That's different. That's the only amount of people I might have any access to changing their hearts and minds. And I still got boundaries with them. But if you're talking about casual ass friends, new people in my life, why would I collect new people in my life who have the audacity to vote for this man? What good are you? You're useless to me. So you can go be useful to him, a rapist, bigoted person, because you would be useless as my friend. You couldn't protect me. You couldn't fight for me. You couldn't advocate for me. You can't even see my dignity or my humanity. Useless as a friend. Hopefully somebody will find you useful.
Segregated and sequestered to these incredibly hyper-compressed inner city areas, that's what created those ghettos. It wasn't the people who lived there. But of course, no white nationalist is going to admit that. No neo-Nazi is going to look at the true driving factors of poverty and addiction and crime in our country. Instead, they're going to make a leap of logic and say it's the color of the skin of the people who live there that create these conditions, not the actual policies that did. We were terrified to go to the inner city of Milwaukee. We knew if we went there looking for trouble, we'd probably get shot. So instead, we went to a more posh part of town where like frat boys would hang out. We went there looking for anti-racist skinheads because that's typically where they would hang out. And if we found them, we'd chase them down and beat them up. In Milwaukee, we couldn't get a proper fight with them. So quite often we'd pile into vans and drive out to Minneapolis, or we'd drive down to Chicago where there was a lot more anti-racist skinheads and we could count on a good fight with them. A lot of times if it was late and
anti-racist skinheads. Anti-racist skin. Oh, wait. What?
Pile into vans and drive out to Minneapolis, or we drive down to Chicago where there was a lot more anti-racist skinheads and we could count on a good fight with them. A lot of times if it was late and there weren't a lot of people on the street and we saw a lone target of opportunity, which would basically be anyone that we didn't like, which was everyone but us. But if it was a person of color, or if it was someone that we thought was gay or Jewish or a punk rocker, like that was all the better. And there were all too many times when we would jump people in those circumstances and just beat the hell out of them. We called it a boot party.
Oh, God.
There was like 10 of us booting.
Ugh, that's so horrible. Oh, that's so bad. Wow. And yeah, okay, now I'm getting it, chat. You're right. Like the punk culture, the skinhead culture from that place. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, skinhead was not always synonymous with racist movements as it is now. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. In my high school, the skinheads were racist. That's why it was weird when there was a black skinhead and we were like, what are you doing, bro? And like the bros, they would wear very particular clothes. They had like very particular get-ups. And it was like one black kid really wanted to be part of the group. And like we were all very confused about it. But yeah, I only went to high school for a couple of years, like public high school. So, but that was always weird to me.
One guy, that was a boot party. We'd throw him a boot party. And my stomach turns when I think about that violence that I've engaged in, but that happened quite often. Just as often, we'd run into larger groups. A lot of times we would go to bars where there was just a few of us, and we'd piss off somebody at the bar and end up fighting the whole bar. That happened a lot as well. Our main targets for violence and our main rivals were self-proclaimed anti-racist skinheads. It's important to understand that when the skinhead counterculture arose back in the 60s in the UK, it was working class kids, typically football hooligans. They'd go to soccer matches, they'd brawl the opposing team, but it wasn't racist from the get-go.
Okay.
There were immigrants from Pakistan and the West Indies who were all among the original skinheads. It wasn't until the 70s when the National Front, an outright fascist group in England, saw the potential amongst...
Man, white people really ruin everything. Just kidding. Racists really ruin everything. Like, they really just take everything that's kind of like specific and like organic, and then they just like change it.
The white skinheads, that the offshoot of racist skinheads arose. In the mid to late 80s, when the white power skinhead movement was kind of sweeping the United States, there were...
I like how, chat, you're sharing exactly what he's saying, like as he's saying it, and you said, oh, I should just let him speak. But I'm glad you said that, because it also allows me to know how informed he is. So I'm glad you shared that, because I was like, I'm wondering like if he would bring it up, and he did, which means this is pretty good. Like, this is a pretty good video. This is done by Insider. So I'll link it here. Let me link it too. Let me do that before I forget. Yeah. Okay. That's cool.
More traditional skinheads who stood up and said, hey, that's not what skinhead's about. What we now know as Antifa started back then with groups called SHARP. It was Skinheads Against Racial Prejudice. So SHARPs were our favorite target as well. And then there was also another group called Anti-Racist Action. I was actually at a neo-Nazi rally in Michigan where about 50 of us brawled with like 500 anti-fascists. And that was a real like formative moment in my path from just being a drunken hooligan to being like a militant racist. There was a time we were walking down a street in a posh area very late at night, and we saw an Afro-American kid on his own, and somebody just walked up to him and said, oh, look, N-bomb. Then we all just swarmed on him and just started punting him.
Oh.
That will haunt me to my grave, and it should. It was...
Okay, I'm glad he said that, because fucking A. Ugh. What a horrible, evil, and I mean it in the philosophical sense, what an awful, like, I haven't read it yet. Do you guys know Singer's paper essay on like why the average human is like very evil? I want to read it for my podcast about why it's hard to be a good person. Like, I think we forget how the enemy isn't some niche community. It's us. We are the enemy. Us. All of us. Because we're all holding this bitterness and prejudice within us. We're all holding this anger inside of us. It's why I really want you guys not to be as ugly as the people that oppress you. Because, like, you're no different at the end of the day if you take it out on people, you know, in any capacity that might not, quote, deserve it. And deserve is a very hard word. You know, it's a very hard word to process. But this is like, what an ugliness that these babies grew up to involve themselves in. Like, this was a baby that grew up and became an ugly man and was, you know, I hope he's free from the haunting of his sins in the way that I want the world to be free from the haunting of theirs. But I also want to make sure that he's felt that remorse for what he did, because you should feel the remorse for what you did. I think sometimes we read stories. We read stories about people who've done really bad things, but who become like reformed old men in the middle of the woods, who everyone knows as the sweet old man in the neighborhood, without considering like the things that he has done. But I think we have to remember that there needs to be a level of remorse. There has to be some accountability, you know, and I think that accountability shouldn't look like us wanting to torture that person, because that's an ugliness I don't want for you. I think this happens in anime a lot, where some of the best characters we love are also people who massacred like millions of people. And then we have to live with that reality of watching our favorite characters have these backstories. But then we have to ask ourselves, like, how do you make amends? Something about JJK actually stood out to me for season 2, where Itadori, on behalf of Sukuna's murdered victims, will kill the same amount of cursed spirits for every life that Sukuna took in his body. I think that's interesting, right? There's something about that. Chat says Uncle Iroh. Uncle Iroh's a great example, right? He was definitely a bad guy at some point and then had a reformed, you know, and it was a journey, a long journey. And I would argue that journey lasted all the way until Korra in many ways. But it's not a switch. It's something that takes many years. It builds on you, you know, you deconstruct, you become a better kind of person, you know. Just thinking about Killua, I think Killua by the end of the anime still be killing you know. He'd be still killing. But, you know, everyone comes from a background and everyone has to escape their bubble and pop it to become a better version of themselves. Nobody's born into the perfect bubble. That's why this idea of, Brittany, what if the world was fives and fives gave birth to babies? Even fives who have babies need their babies to break out of that bubble because those fives are just people on a journey, so they're flawed. There's no such thing as a perfect human being. That's why we harm reduce. Not so we can be perfect, you know, but so we can be less bad.
A horrible thing to do. But that happened fairly often. Even though we were really out looking for the Baldies, if we didn't find the Baldies and someone else was in the way, they were the ones who were going to get it. At the same time, many of the people that I beat up were just like random white dudes, just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Jesus.
And I had no idea who they were. I would try to rationalize it afterwards that he was a race traitor and that's why he got beat up. But it was really just that I was addicted to that violence the same way as I'm addicted to the hate, and I needed a fix. I felt bad while I was in the movement. I had this inner voice going, what the hell are you doing? This guy didn't do anything to you. You don't even know who this guy is. I didn't have the courage to even acknowledge that voice, much less answer those questions. Aside from the fights and my bands, my main activity in the group was I did a lot of networking with other...
I'm sorry, he just said something. He had the voice in his head, but he couldn't face it. And that's the introspection. Self-awareness and introspection are different. He's self-aware to know there's something in his head that's saying, this is bad, dude, but not introspective enough to deconstruct and ask himself, hey, what's that voice? You know, that's what's difficult. That's what the hard part is. And I think most people do this. Most of us do this for the rest of our lives, always. It takes a great focus skill to say, oh, what's that thing I'm feeling? Wait, what's that thing I'm doing? What's that thing? Like, what is that? When most of us just want to fucking eat my donuts. I just want to buy my fucking eggs. I just want to eat my burgers. Leave me the fuck alone. But then there's some part of you that's like, should I question this? How is this impacting the planet? Could I do better? And then at what point am I just doing too much? There is going to be a point. The question is, where is it? I think it's dependent on where you are in the journey. For some people, that's why I say the best you can do is the best you can do. But you must always strive to do better. But I do believe at a certain point, this is the best I got. And I believe you. I think some people everyone's doing the best they can, but we want to believe they could be doing more. But I think if you could, you would. But when you're ready to do more, you will do more. But you don't want to overcorrect and aim for perfection. Perfection is a disease of a nation, as a philosopher Beyonce once said. We don't want to be perfect, but we want to be less bad.
White nationalist groups, so we'd get road trips organized, and quite often also it involved rallies. When you're having a white power rally, you obviously want as many people as you can get there. Therefore, that's when you flex that network and you're in Detroit and you're reaching out to the guys in Milwaukee and Chicago and St. Paul and Columbus and be like, hey guys, everybody come to Michigan, we're gonna have this rally. So you can go from 10 to 50 people instead of just being out there with 10 people. My personal role in a lot of these rallies.
Oh, was that when they were in front of Walt Disney?
Instead of just
that just happened. This is like very recent news. This in front of Walt Disney just happened.
Out there with 10 people. My personal role in a lot of these rallies was making the contacts, and I was the means that my crew was invited through. They would contact me, and I would get my crew together and bring them out there. Really, the most transformative event I was involved in was that neo-Nazi rally in Ann Arbor, Michigan. There was a group in Ann Arbor called like the SS Action Group. They were dressed up like the SS, and actually we thought they were pretty comical. But we liked that they were Nazis, and we liked that they were shocking people and scaring people. So we were happy to travel there from Milwaukee and join in on that rally. I remember we packed about 50 people into a big 26-foot U-Haul and left from the guy's house, which was in a really depressed part of Detroit. And as we got there, I could see the grin on the face of the leader guy. They had like motorcycle helmets on too, and they handed out these big shields that were made from stolen stop signs. In the truck, a guy was going around with a big sack full of used batteries, and he's going around with it. I'm like, what's that for? He's like, you can throw them at the Reds. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I got a couple pockets full of these batteries. As soon as we arrived, the truck's being pelted with bricks, and it's just thundering all over the place. The back door opens, and we see this huge roaring crowd of 500 people that are, I just remember, bloodthirsty. My ironic thought was like, wow, they really hate us. Look how much they hate us. So there's all this glass raining down on us and bricks coming at us from the crowd, and we're whipping the batteries at them from behind our shields and like holding up the shield to keep bricks from hitting us. When the truck first opened, I was terrified, but as soon as I pulled it out, like the adrenaline started pumping, and I was like, all right, let's go, this is it. And I was ready to just wade into that crowd and fight for the life of me until it was over. This went on probably 5-10 minutes before the cops were like, all right, you guys get the hell out of here. And driving back from that rally, I was just like, basking in my own righteousness and in the importance of our cause. I was like, that's what we're up against. And it was very important that I had this visceral mob to experience, to be like, yeah, that's it. That was one of the things that when I would have my own misgivings and go, hey, this is messed up what we're doing, I would remember that rally and remember the Antifa and say, no, that's why we're right. That's why we have to keep doing what we're doing. All of us had menial, low-paying jobs, and we were pissed off about it. And that was certainly a driver of the violence we were committing. As far as my group was concerned, we self-funded everything. And it wasn't easy. We would have meetings every week. We'd call it our hall. That cost like $500 a month or so. About like 40 of us chipped in for that. And so we'd all chip in to pay the rent on our place. When we'd go on these road trips, we'd all chip in for gas. We became involved with a group called the Church of the Creator that published a monthly newspaper called Racial Loyalty. And they had a bit of money behind them, and they would basically send you as many of these racial loyalty papers as you could handle. And so we would get boxes and boxes and boxes of this racist newspaper, and we decided we're going to go into white neighborhoods and we're going to put this newspaper in every mailbox or on every door. And we would have meetings every Sunday. This is when we were starting to become...
Okay, what did I miss? Sorry. Chat says, why at Disney though? I don't know why they protested at Disney when it first happened, but I remember it happening because I'm a Disney girly, and I was like, what the heck? But fun fact that Walt Disney was kind of known as like an anti-Semite and related and had connections to white supremacy. So maybe it was like a call out, right? I don't know. I don't know why they chose Disney specifically, but I remember watching the news about it because it was so weird. Like, why are you in front of Disney? And then I remember I think they got away pretty quickly because I don't think any of them were arrested if I remember, but it happened a while ago, but I know it was recent because I do remember being like, oh, that's so weird. Nazis at Disney. It was Disney Florida, if I'm not Disney California, if I'm remembering correctly. We could Google.
More organized. And at these Sunday meetings, the Church of the Creator had a book called The White Man's Bible, and we read, and mind you, the Church of the Creator was vehemently atheist. We despised Christianity. It was really only called a church so we wouldn't have to pay taxes. But we would read a Bible passage, and then at the end of that, we would go around the group, and we'd say, Arno, what have you done for the white race this week? And I would have to tell,
Hold on. NBC News. Neo-Nazi group spews hate outside Disney World near Orlando. The group wore clothing and bore flags emblazoned. Guys, help me with this word, please. Chat, help, chat. With Nazi insignias. Here they are. Ugly as fuck. Just kidding. Only because you're a Nazi. If you weren't a Nazi, I wouldn't think you were ugly. See, that's how it works. If I think you're a Nazi, you're ugly. But if you're not a Nazi, then I don't think you're ugly. Okay, emblazoned. Thank you. Group of neo-Nazis and white supremacists spread anti-Semitic, white supremacist, and anti-LGBT messages outside of Disney World and the nearby Orlando, Florida Saturday. The latest examples of rising anti-Semitism. About 15 people were wearing clothing and bearing flags emblazoned with the Nazi insignia demonstrated outside the entrance of the Disney Springs Shopping Center. So the Orange County Sheriff, Orange County, Florida, Orange County, California. According to the Anti-Defamation League, a civil rights organization dedicating to countering extremism, participants carried anti-Semitic, white supremacist, and anti-LGBT flags and signs. Okay. They were gone after about 2 hours. No one was arrested. Yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. Look at us Googling.
I distributed 600 racial loyalties, or I brought in 3 new members to our group. And if you did something, everybody would go, yay, you get a big cheer. And if they came around to you and they said, Arno, what have you done for the white race this week? And I'd be like, I got drunk, I got in a fight. Everybody would go, boo. You'd be shocked.
That's a little funny. Like, I got drunk and I got in a fight in the name of whiteness. It's not funny, but it's a little like, bro.
And shamed and really like motivated to go out there and hand out those newspapers the next week. The name Church of the Creator, when it says creator, it doesn't mean some supernatural force. It sees the white race as the creator of all noble things in human history. Their founder was an old man who made a bunch of money with some kind of can opener patent in the 40s, and then he parlayed that into real estate. To us, anybody who was making over minimum wage was rich. But like this guy was rich to us, and he had, I don't know if he was a millionaire, multimillionaire, whatever, but he had enough money to fund all these magazines or the newspapers being printed and distributed. So, but again, he was doing that out of his pocket. In Otto, North Carolina is where the
Chat says, what have you done for fives this week? Yes, guys. What have you done for the levelers this week? Answer in the chat or be held accountable. I will demote you to level 1. What have you done?
Church of the Creator compound was, and there was an actual church. As far as groups being involved in drug trafficking, I'd hear things from, the crews out west sell crystal meth. And later on in my current work, I know of Ku Klux Klan members who were involved in meth trafficking. It wasn't something they wanted people to know about, but it was going on. I know there were groups out west that were involved in drug trafficking. And then like my group is, while we lived and breathed alcohol every single day, we openly shunned every other drug on earth, and we would have never openly done them, much less trafficked them. And so when we heard that crews out west were selling crystal meth to fund their groups, we're like, they're not Hammerskins. And issues like that caused fractions that led to the entire thing kind of splintering. I knew a man who was on methamphetamine and in the Klan. They were all dealing to each other and to other white people in their communities.
Hold on. Chat, don't make me loudly eat this red pepper in the microphone. You said tribalism is on all sides. What have you done for the trans community today? Sir? What? What? Excuse me? Come on. These are different things. You must know they're different things. Okay? I won't eat into the mic anymore. These are different things, Habibis, please. What have you done for the white race today is about oppression. White race belief systems are about oppression. When we say, what have you done for the trans community today? This does not come at the expense of cis people. That's different. Uplifting black communities is not at the expense of white communities. Uplifting gay communities is not at the expense of other communities. Uplifting white communities is based off his belief system and what he said to us comes at the expense of everybody else. Listen to the man who's trying to explain it to you. There is a difference. Okay? It's not about tribalism. Tribalism is a part of the human spirit. Everybody's in a tribe. That's why we have patriotism. Okay? There's the difference, though, between uplifting white people at the expense of others and uplifting marginalized communities at the expense of no one. It hurts no communities to be pro-LGBT or pro-black or pro-brown or pro-women. It hurts a lot of communities to be pro-men and pro-white because those people only want to be pro those things at the expense of other people. Okay? That's the difference. You won't get banned, but that's why your statement doesn't make sense. But I can see why you came to that statement because that's what politics teaches you. Modern day politics teaches you, oh, everybody's tribalistic. Everybody's got an agenda. Sure, but not everybody's agenda comes at the expense of everybody else. That's what makes white men so specific. White men are special. Because in order to uplift the white man, it must come at the expense of everyone else. They're the only group in which that is true right now in this political climate. In the way that they hold power. You can name some fringe groups nobody cares about, but they are the loudest, the proudest, and they are the ones who are causing the most destruction. Because their fundamental belief about their own greatness comes at the expense of everybody else.
It's interesting because one of the reasons we cited to not get involved with drugs was that doing so inevitably connected you with non-whites. The entire existence of a neo-Nazi is rationalizing hypocrisy. You're doing it every single day. My exit from the movement had a lot to do with that because it was exhausting to constantly try to reconcile your own hypocrisy. I was active in the neo-Nazi movement from 1987 to 1994. I was drawn into it through neo-Nazi music.
That's a pretty long time. Okay. Hold on. I'll answer this chatter's question. Can't people be pro-white or pro-black without pulling down others? Yes, it has never happened, and we are waiting for it to be true. Yes. White men can be uplifted without it being at the expense of others, but they are unwilling en masse to actually make that a reality. They fight at every turn for every other minority who has tried to invite them into the community. I've seen it done in front of me. I've seen us try to be open. I've been with BLM. I've been with feminist groups. I've seen us make an attempt to invite white men in, and they refuse to be a part of it because they don't want to be a part of it unless they are the focus. They don't want to be a part of it unless they're uplifted at the expense of others. They don't seem to understand the difference between like whiteness and the way that we are fighting against it and the way that they exist as individuals. Whiteness is so ingrained in their brains that they are unwilling to deconstruct. Like he said in the interview, he had a voice. He just wasn't willing to face it. So again, you can be pro-individual. And the irony is that this isn't new. This is thousands of years in the making of white supremacy coming globally for all of us. For their own people. He is explaining to you how white nationalism is killing him, a white man. He's explaining how they attacked other white people while claiming they were white, like nationalists. He is explaining to us right now that there is no belief system attached to uplifting white people except at the expense of others. So show me a movement that is pro-white and man that isn't at the expense of other people. Because right now, Matt Walsh, Trump, Elon, they are making it clear with this administration that being pro-man and pro-white is at the expense of everybody else. Your own president is making it clear. Okay? So I want men to be welcomed in. I want you to be because I don't think men are inherently bad. But as long as you uplift white supremacy, as long as you uplift misogyny, as long as you uplift the patriarchy, it's going to come at the expense of everybody else. As long as you vote for this administration, it will come at the expense of everybody else. We're seeing it right now on a global scale. I know paying attention to global politics is hard, but I'm telling you globally, big things are happening. And we are entering to another phase of human beings being in a large conflict because of President Trump unwilling to acknowledge, right? He's unwilling to acknowledge that he's doing what he appears to be doing, which is being racist, misogynistic, bigoted, all these things. His administration has the audacity to tell all of us that we're just not getting it. When the whole world is seeing what's happening and no, we get it. You just want to admit that's what's happening. Elon has had so many white nationalist meetings with people. Elon is trusted by Trump. What are we talking about? We need to have a reality where Trump doesn't even have anybody in his cabinet or his White House who's even talking to white nationalists. You know? Okay, let's see. You guys are saying bad actors in chat? Yeah, probably. Let's see. I am genuine. I just feel like I would have to talk to Brittany for an hour to really understand. How'd you find my channel? Answer me this. How'd you find my channel? Oh, I really want to eat my red pepper, but I don't want to eat into the mic. How'd you find my channel? How'd you come across it? What led you into this bubble? Right? Because I don't even know where you would have, where did you see me? What made you come here? What community are you a part of? That will give me an idea of where you're from. You know what I mean? Because I feel like some people have come into my audience recently where they're like, I don't get what Brittany believes. And then look, that's my whole life. People try to put me in a box. I definitely am categorizable. I just think like you haven't met my box yet. You haven't met my category. So you might be confused. But you don't have to uplift men at the expense of women. Men are so strong and great leaders, like women can't do any of these things. See, that's at the expense of women. Versus just saying men are really talented, actually. They contribute a lot of really good things to society, you know, just like women have. See how that's not the expense of women? You said YouTube algorithm, I am far right leaning, very different worldview. I just like the way you talk. You seem very intelligent and incisive. That's my Iraqi, that's my Assyrian heritage right there, baby. When you say you're far right leaning, does that mean you're a Nazi? Like, are you a white supremacist? You know what I mean? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what that word means. Like when you say you're far right, that means Nazi. Is that what you mean? Because that's interesting. Like, I couldn't even imagine, you know, you said, I don't think whites are better than anyone. Then, Habibi, you might want to call yourself a conservative or a centrist rather than a far rightist. Because far right means Nazi. Like, you might want to change the way you brand yourself, you know? Like far right, unless you're from a different country. Are you from America? You said, but I am pro-white. I always felt there was a difference. What do you mean I always felt there was a difference? Like you're pro-white, but you don't think whites are better than anyone else, but you always felt like there was a difference? Like, what do you know, you said I'm scared. The focus scares me. I am now in a foreign chat. Well, okay, you're having an experience and you have this perception. That's your bubble, right? We all have a bubbled perception. And you have this perception of whiteness being different than something else. Everything is different from something else. Being white, being black, being gay, being trans, we're all experiencing an otherness, right? But to be pro-white in the way that the world is now is to be anti everybody else. To be pro-black does not come at the expense of white people. In the way that humans operate now. So when we use language, the language can only be what society reflects it as or the group you're talking to. So if you tell me I'm pro-white, you're only saying I'm pro-white at the expense of everybody else. And for what reason? First, you have to deconstruct. I don't need to have a whole conversation with you, but you need to deconstruct. Why were you born on the planet? Who put you here? What's your belief system? See, I think we're just animals who evolved on the planet. So there can't be anything inherently important about our ethnicities. It's a construct we create to understand and explain community. So there's nothing inherently good about being black or white. There's only the fact that you exist as a consciousness, which is in itself wonderful in a big way, right? But to say like, you know, there's something about whiteness is only within the construct of perception. So you're dealing with a subjective reality. And the question is, why did you choose the subjective reality? Right? You said, well, it depends where you are right. If you are pro-black in South Africa, it probably is the same as being anti-white. Maybe. Bubbles are different and it works differently everywhere. But the question is then, why would I want to be a part of that bubble? Why would you want to be a part of any bubble that to be pro something comes at the expense of other people? That's the question. My community, I don't think anyone here wants to be a part of any community that has to come at the direct expense of somebody else, right? I really try to promote a reality where we try to be as grounded and realistic about what people are doing on the planet. And we try our hardest not to make any of our goals have to be at the expense of others. And so the question is, why do you think humans choose to be a part of communities and to use language that has to come at the expense of others? Like that's what we have to talk about. Now, I think most of the world is working at, out of reactionary trauma. I think maybe even you could be, who knows? But I think sometimes, just like he said in this interview, people are angry, they're lonely, they're traumatized, and so they become racist. And I think that's probably true for a lot of people. Bigotry is rooted in fear, ignorance, but that fear is kind of the point. What are you so afraid of? What are you so insecure about? And do we need to be racist to feel strong? Or can we feel strong in a different way? I think human beings are amazing. And if we deconstruct everything from gender to skin color, we can really exist in a world where we didn't have to do it at the expense of others. All right. Let's go back to the other guy.
There were neo-Nazi skinhead bands from the UK that had found their way to the United States through bootleg tapes and through people importing the records actually from Europe. It excited me because it was so repulsive to civil society. I got into punk because I love to lash out. I love to repulse people. I love to shock people. It's important to understand that punk is a big tent, and it was in the 1980s as well. There are all sorts of different ideologies within the punk scene, and some of them are actually very progressive and actually very leftist and activist oriented. But in my case, I saw punk as just smashing things and shocking people, and nothing repulses people like a swastika. The band I was in, as well as the gang I was in, operated out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I don't have a lick of musical talent. I can't sing properly, but I could scream really loud back then, and I could get people crazy on stage. I connected with some other neo-Nazis from Toronto, Canada, and formed Centurion. And Centurion was far and away the most successful white power band I was involved with. We had sold 20,000 CDs within 6 months or so of releasing it. And I actually still get hate mail from Centurion fans who are just crushed that I am now a race traitor. And they somehow reconcile it still, that I still love Centurion, it's still a great band. Our imagery was incredibly hyper-violent, incredibly hyper anti-Semitic and racist, and the more shocking it could be, the better we liked it. And we thought that was awesome. We were like, our music is so hateful and so violent that our own audience tears itself apart when they hear it. The goal of the band was to spread the ideology through music. And if you can get a recording of it as you're driving around in your car with a cassette tape or later CDs, you can practice the ideology throughout the day as you're going about your business. It's important to understand that there is a real element of practice here, in that to be a neo-Nazi, you have to be in a constant state of fear. You have to be in a constant state of anger. Neo-Nazis aren't like the most contemplative, meditative people.
Ooh, he said it. He's my bitches be stupid. No, with peace and love, they be unmeditative. Exactly. They're not the most meditative, peaceful people. They're rooting on that fear and that ignorance to keep them, that anger to keep them fueled. He's exactly. Fear is the root of all evil. It keeps them scared, cornered, and weak. Listen, I said that the other day, fear is the root of all evil. Now, some of you autists who I love so much in chat went, actually, my fear really motivates me to stay focused. Then we're not talking about the same thing, girl. If I say something like fear is the root of all evil, it keeps people cornered, it keeps people in bad ideology, I'm obviously trying to signal to a very particular person. Guys, words mean things. Language is meant to convey a message. So if I say something, you're like, that's not true for me, I'm not talking to you. Or we're talking about different things. You have to understand, like, there are people who are so constrained by fear, it keeps them bigoted. They're so afraid to try something new. They're killing themselves out of fear. Those are the people I'm trying to get to. Fear is the root of all evil. Stop giving into it. Give into an attempt at wisdom. Give into patience, humility. There's so many good virtues you could give into. Discernment, so many good things, but you choose fear. Well, what if this happens? And what if this happens? And what if this happens? Do the deconstruction work and you'll be better.
They need some sort of device in order to practice the hate. And that's what that music was. The people who attended our concerts later on especially were typically other affiliated white nationalist skinheads. People who were already parts of skinhead gangs, who were very familiar with the whole...
Ooh, great point. Bryson says, do you think the fear is related to the love of money? Since people tend to say both are the root of evil, I think hoarding of money is the root of fear. Like fear is hoarding money. You know what I mean? Like we think like people who hoard money are afraid of losing it. Like they're afraid of who I will be without it. This attachment to your money is a fear-based attachment. That's what you're looking for. What is my attachment? Where is it rooted in? I'm afraid for the future. Why are people bigoted against LGBT people? Some of them are afraid for the children. So you're afraid your kids might be gay because... And that's the thing. What's the worst thing that happens to your kid if they're gay? If they go to hell. Okay, so you're afraid of hell. Why do you believe in hell? Well, because my religion says it. Why do you believe in your religion? Well, I was raised that way. Why were you raised that way? What was my grandpa's religion? Why was your grandpa raised that way? You know? Okay, well, I'm afraid that like kids are going to be trans and they're going to regret their decision. That's valid. We're all afraid of regret. Why are you so attached to regret? What's wrong with having regret? Well, I just want people to have like the smoothest life possible. I don't want them to have to regret things. Okay, but imagine a life in which you never regretted anything. That sounds like a life not well lived. A life well lived will have regret. A life in which you earn wisdom will have opportunities to regret less. We are not looking for perfection. Perfection is a root of fear. I'm so afraid of my life. It has to be perfect. Why? Well, I'm afraid people will judge me. It has to be perfect. Why? Because I'm afraid that I won't be able to communicate. Why does it have to be perfect? I'm afraid I'll be judged. We're so afraid we forget to live. We're so afraid we make mistakes anyways. If you live in fear, trust me, you will regret. It will just look different. And also as an older sister who tells them all the time not to make the same mistakes she did, they have to. Because they got to learn their own mistakes. Hopefully they'll have to do less mistake learning, but they'll still have to make mistakes.
Process of white power music. They listen to it all the time. We were one of many, many white power bands out there. Typically, if there was a potential recruit, they would get brought along to one of these concerts. And it was a really powerful thing for a recruit to see. The exhaustion came from all sorts of directions. There were times as I was committing acts of violence that I had this inner voice saying, why are you doing this? This is wrong. And I had to expend a lot of energy to suppress that voice for 7 years. It was exhausting to cut myself off from pop culture that I took for granted my entire life. I've always been a huge TV, movies, music, sports geek. And when you're a neo-Nazi, all of those things are forbidden. They're all seen as Jewish propaganda to corrupt the will of the white man to make him easier to oppress. Whether you're talking about the Green Bay Packers or you're talking about Hollywood movies or a sitcom on TV. So I would sneak away to watch a Packer game on Sundays, knowing that if my guys caught me doing this, they'd see me as complicit in the destruction of the white race.
Oh my God. This man was me, but with like gay shows. I'd like run away to go watch gay shows and then afraid my parents would catch me because they would like realize I was gay. But instead it was like, oh my God, I can't watch sports because they'll think I'm anti-white. We really do be trapping ourselves. What? That's crazy. Whoa. This man is like the teenage boy trying to sneak some porn. Only his porn is the Green Bay Packers. I'm shook.
We talked about hypocrisy. This is like one of the daily aspects of hypocrisy that I have to like do mental gymnastics to navigate around. That takes a lot of energy. It's exhausting. The hate itself is exhausting from an addiction standpoint. I'm an alcoholic. I drank profusely from the time I was 14 until I was 34. I'm 54 now. So I drank for 20 years straight. And especially toward the end, there were days where I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm so tired of it. Hate's the same way. When you're going through your life in constant fear of everyone who doesn't look like you and everyone who doesn't think like you get sick and tired of it. What was most exhausting though was when people I claimed.
You know what's fucked up is how much these Christians have the audacity to love Jesus Christ, the hippie amongst them all. You know what I'm saying? And they have the audacity to talk about Jesus Christ is their savior. Well, they're literally the most violent fuckers in the room. Give me one time Jesus threw a fist, bitch. Never. He could have smited you all down. And at one point, Jesus maybe threw a table. Barely nothing, okay? In the house of God. But like, literally, y'all need to pay attention. Pay attention, okay? That's crazy. Like, look, if Jesus was literally a man who convinced people he was the son of God, he was fucking crazy. But even if you just look at it scripturally from their perspective in their bubble, what Christ-like are you being? with peace and love. I would love it if conservatives were Christ-like. I would be so fucking on. I would love, let's go. But you choose such violence. Christians are so angry right now. Go back to putting fish in the sand, bro, and cooking bread and giving people, chill. It's just like they're so afraid. Like this Matt Walsh guy who's just like, Jesus Christ and religion and these people. You're exhausting me.
To hate treated me with kindness. And I was very fortunate that time and time again, throughout the 7-year span that I was in neo-Nazi hate groups, there were people like a Jewish boss, a lesbian supervisor, Afro-American, Latino, and Asian coworkers who treated me with kindness when I least deserved it, but when I needed it most. And in doing so, they demonstrated for me, first of all, like how a human being should treat another human being.
Okay, pause. First of all, shout out to lesbians mentioned, okay? This is not, okay, these are two messages I want you to hear. I don't want you to be ugly because you are not ugly people. Do not let oppressors and racists make you ugly, right? And by not giving into that ugliness, you will always be a beacon for good. Be the change you want to see. This does not mean you need to go out of your way to reform or be good to white supremacists, racists, bigots of any kind. You do not need to go out of your way to be nice to homophobes. But you must not go out of your way to be cruel to them. Do not be ugly. Do not go out of your way to be cruel to people. But you don't have to go out of your way to be nice to them either. Okay?
And second of all, a glimpse of the life I could be leading if I just set all this nonsense ideology aside. That was the final straw in the exhaustion that led.
You're so right. Chat made me gag. Oh my. This YouTuber interviewed a conservative and she said she would only let Jesus into America if he did it legally. I saw that and I was like, oh, I saw that. I was dying. That's what I'm saying. Are we having the same conversation about reality? Your God came down and you're like, sir, your paperwork, sir. Be serious. Somebody be serious. That's what I'm saying. Nobody is serious. Nobody is serious, bro.
Led me to 1994 when I was literally looking for an excuse to get out. For 7 years of my life, and the most formative years of my life, from the time I was 16 until I was 23, when a normal person would be going to college and deciding on a career and what motivates them and what they love. I was just immersed in this hate and violence. And within the movement, I had developed a bit of status. I was a street fighter. I was a lead singer in this band. I had groupies. I was a reverend in a racial holy war. I was one of the founding members of Hammerskin Nation. In real life, I'm an alcoholic, high school dropout, who's too much of a drunk to pay his bills, has to keep moving back.
Ooh, so self-aware. Wow. This is a very seemingly self-aware human who is saying something that I think is so powerful. Who are you in real life? You're a loser, dude. You're a fucking pathetic loser. We fucking kid ourselves, dude. He's so right. We really convince ourselves we're really out here doing some stuff. We really tell ourselves, these boys are telling themselves, like, they are really out here doing some stuff. When if you really look at your life, you're a fucking loser. And this is harsh language, but this is the language that sometimes they need. He's so on point. Wow. Major props to being this self-aware, because it must have hurt. It must have really hurt to look at himself and realize, I'm a fucking loser, dude. And I thought I was so fucking cool. I'm literally a loser. Yeah. Yeah.
Back to mom and dad's house. Like, that was real life. And it was an intimidating prospect to give up all of this, albeit false status, and face the cruel reality of the hole I had dug for myself. And I needed something drastic to happen in order to kind of push me over those last couple steps. What happened was early in 1994, the mother of my daughter and I broke up. Go figure, but hate and violence and alcohol is not a recipe for a healthy relationship between a man and a woman. And I found myself...
Hey, amen. Say it again louder, girl. Say it again louder. Say it again louder.
Single parents and alcohol is not a recipe. The mother of my daughter and I broke up. Go figure, but hate and violence and alcohol is not a recipe for a healthy relationship between a man and a woman.
Okay, stop dating your toxic boyfriends, break up with them. Stop dating your toxic girlfriends, break up with them. Stop dating your toxic they-thems, break up with them. Stop it. Stop being toxic. Break up.
And I found myself a single parent to our 18-month-old daughter. A couple months after that, after a concert my band had played, a second friend of mine was shot and killed in a street fight. And by that time, I had lost count of how many friends had been incarcerated. So it finally hit me that if I didn't change my ways, death or prison was going to take me from my daughter. And that was the excuse I needed to walk away from the movement. When I first left, I had this like sense of elation and the sense of freedom. I can hang out with whoever I want to hang out with now. I can watch the Packers. I can watch Seinfeld. I can go to the movies without feeling like a race traitor. Like just all those things felt amazing. There weren't a whole lot of immediate.
Isn't that amazing how guilt keeps you racist? How guilt keeps you homophobic? That's why it is so hard to look at your loved ones and say, I love you. And no matter how nice you are and how much I love our family memories and how lovely it is to see you, there's something really ugly about your beliefs. And I think that ugliness is continuing a cycle of destruction that is overall a net negative for humanity. I love you. I'll see you when we can meet at a better time. I'll see you when we can meet at a better time. And I think that's the kindest way to tell people you're being fucking delusional about your hatred right now. I love you so much. Please get your shit together. Get your shit together. Georgie Spirit, welcome to memberships. Welcome, welcome. Thank you guys so much. Please like the stream, guys. Please like the stream. Like the stream if you're gay.
Consequences when I first left, because by the time I left, what was once a pretty large group of people had splintered into all these separate groups that were very disparate and not talking to each other. So really, by the time I left, the only people I hung out with were the guys in my band and a couple other older guys who we called the inner circle. There were other guys who did a complete 180 like me and were very outspoken against the movement. There were other guys who were still kind of like, yeah, they had some of the ideas, but for the most, they worked with a diverse group and they liked their coworkers. They were able to get along with the rest of the people in the world and function as adults. And so because most of the other guys were as burnt out as I was, there wasn't a lot of blowback when I left. In my case, my de-radicalization process was the Midwest rave scene. Within a year and a half of leaving the hate group, I found myself on the south side of Chicago, 4 a.m. on Sunday, shaking my to house music with 3,000 people of every possible ethnicity, socioeconomic background, gender identity, sexual orientation, and loving every minute of it. And that very much...
All right, ravers, let's go ravers.
...took over and filled those needs of identity, purpose, and belonging. In the rave scene of the 90s, their mantra was peace, love, unity, and respect.
And what did he say? Community, bro. We all need community, guys. Even nomadic people have community. They commune with the spirits. They commune with nature. We're all in desperate need to commune. It's just going to look different for all of us. And it's going to look different every year of your life. Okay? Everyone needs a different message, but see, you still have to go through a journey. And our hope is that by raising children better, they can go on a different journey with less pain. But there still will always be suffering. Life is suffering. That's why we must do it wisely. He suffered very unwisely.
The street violence we engaged in back in the 80s and 90s has morphed into mass casualty violence today. On August 5th of 2012, a neo-Nazi skinhead who was part of the gang that I was involved with attacked the Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, and he ended up murdering 7 people. At the time, that was the worst attack by an affiliated white nationalist since the 1960s when the Ku Klux Klan killed.
Ugh. My heart goes out for these people. Ugh. What good is this? What good is killing these people?
7 people. At the time, that was the worst attack by an affiliated white nationalist since the 1960s when the Ku Klux Klan killed 4 little girls in Alabama with a bomb that was meant for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Tragically, since August 5th, 2012, there have been almost too many other white nationalist attacks to count, including the attack at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, where 9 people were killed by a young man who was radicalized in the white
And for what? And for fucking what?
Nationalism online. Going from there were attacks.
This is the issue with pro-whiteness. Discord said it best. No one in chat understands that pro-blackness exists on a spectrum, whereas pro-whiteness does not. So to that person earlier who was watching, you can't have pro-whiteness right now in the state of the world without it being at the expense of these innocent communities. That's the problem. is pro-whiteness only means one thing right now. That's why Elon Musk is so dangerous, because South African racism really believes in the superiority complex. That Elon, that's why he procreates and creates all these babies time and time again. He thinks his genetics are literally superior. It's not the same reason other people are having babies. It's specific to this idea. And that's the problem. And for what, dude? For what?
Attacks in El Paso, in Pittsburgh at the Tree of Life Synagogue. There was a horrible attack in Buffalo at a supermarket, and on and on. I'm ashamed to not remember every specific one, but there have been so many that it's hard to even keep track of them without a reference source. And I do believe that the frequency and the scale of these attacks feed upon each other. Another kind of milestone amongst these white nationalist attacks were the attacks in Norway, where he set a bomb in Oslo at the Labour Party headquarters that killed 8 people, and then he drove to a youth camp on Utøya Island and murdered 69 more people with firearms, most of whom were teenagers.
69 people? One person killed 69 people. Oh my God.
Today, these attacks are typically perpetrated by a quote-unquote lone wolf attacker. It's usually the wallflowers in these groups, the guys that don't stand out, the guys that even though they're a part of the group, people don't really take them seriously, people don't pay a lot of attention to them. Those are the guys, the affiliated guys, who are going to commit these types of atrocities. Unfortunately, I think today's society is a very ripe breeding ground for race-based hate, because race is so at the forefront of all of our social discourse. When Joe Pissed Off White Kid is being branded as white at his school and then told he has all this oppressor colonizer privilege, that's steps 1 and 2 to creating a white nationalist. There's no middle ground.
We have to be able to have these conversations without people internalizing it, but still deconstructing. Look, when vegans say, if you buy eggs and milk, you are pro-raping cows, it is very obnoxious of you. You need to fucking stop saying that. But I was curious about what they meant. I was like, what are you fucking saying that for? And then you Google it and you're like, oh shit. Dairy farms be raping, it's bad. And then you're like, oh shit. And it's not that you're pro the raping, it's that you you participate in it in some capacity. And that's the hard part about being a person, because we can't be perfect. We're always participating in suffering. But that's why I keep wanting to say, like, we can't be perfect. We can just be less bad. And that sounds exhausting. People don't want to think they're bad people. And I don't want to think you're a bad person either. But I think even good people are bad people. In the sense that just by you existing and the way that we have a system set up as it is, all of us participate. All of us. Every single one of us are complicit. And you can't escape the complicity, because we live in the society that makes us complicit by the fact that we're born. The moment you breathe air, you are complicit. That's it. But it's so overwhelming. So this is why I say you have to be curious. To deconstruct is to be curious. When I get feedback from you guys, even if I'm defensive at first, I go, okay, why'd they say that? I'm going to Google that. What is that about? Like, what am I missing? What am I missing? I'm missing something. And then I either disagree or agree, but I really try to be curious enough to be like, why did you say that? And then to realize, like, okay, I know why you said that, and I'm going to take it into account. Look, I say things all the time. I say all the things. I try always to make, like, because sometimes I say things that I'm signaling to a particular group that gets what I'm saying without the need for me to caveat. But then sometimes I do caveat because I want people to hear me. But I also know, like, people can only hear me when they want to, right? I'm not asking for your perfection. I'm going to say that a million times. I'm just asking you to harm reduce, but I know it's exhausting. And it sucks, but without a doubt, all of us are complicit. And that's just the truth of it. No one gets to wipe their hands of their participation in the universe. And that's really hard. That's a really hard realization to come to. Like, is there nowhere where I get to be born free? You are born free. You're just born in constructs. And those constructs are going to keep you imprisoned. Not because they mean to, but because they think it's like good for the world. We all exist in constructs that are made up by other people. And we have to participate until we don't. So if you want the system to be different, you have to be different. You have to. Just like this guy, for one less white supremacist to exist, he had to become one less white supremacist. You have to change in order for the world to change. And that is a very hard thing to realize. And it is very difficult. I know it's difficult. And I promise you, I'm not trying to blame you. I'm just trying to let you know how much power you have. You really can't change the world. But you got to change yourself. And we just listened to a man explain that it took him 20 years to figure it out. If not longer, 40 years? It took him a while. It takes people a while.
For that kid. There's no room for him to say, you know what, I'm a human being. Yeah, I might be racialized as white. And of course, there's all sorts of social issues we need to talk about as far as that goes. But that's not who I am. Until there's middle ground, neo-Nazi groups are going to go to town with us. And I'm happy to see that more and more people understand that. And they understand that discussion and creating that middle ground is really how we fight racism. There's no social media platform that is proof against hate happening on it. And obviously neo-Nazi groups are well aware that a screen is an amazing tool for them to connect and to recruit. It's going to have the potential to be extremely harmful and extremely toxic. Of the existing platforms today of consequence, there's 4chan, 8chan, there's all sorts of obscure things where people meet and have these kinds of discussions and these ideologies propagate. But of the big ones, I think X is obviously first and foremost. It's a hotbed for people to be openly racist and openly hateful. I happen to think the most dangerous ones are the ones that are linked to video gaming, Discord, like actual platforms that are meant for gaming and like getting together, what Call of Duty map are we going to play? These are places where white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and all sorts of other violent extremist ideologies can propagate and recruit. And it's something that parents...
Well, it's because, and it is, I hate to say this, but people who are raised boys, who have that experience of being raised male, they're going to escape to these hubs where they have this hobby together. And this hobby they have together is an excuse to have all of this this feeling. I can't tell you how many white men I know who are progressive, have open relationships, who are cool with LGBT people, who are like furries or BDSMers, and then they vote for Trump. And then they get mad when people say white men. Then they get upset. You know what I mean? At like the idea that like, hey, you're participating in white supremacy when you vote for Trump. They're like, no, I'm not. I can't tell you how many progressively seeming men voted for this racist man. And that's what I'm saying. Your progressive outlook, you taking a butt plug up your butt, you taking a pegging from your girlfriend, doesn't matter if you fucking end up voting for Trump. Don't try to like tell me I'm so woke. I take a butt plug. I don't give a fuck how many butt plugs you have. You voted for Trump. Thank you.
Need to be very aware of. I'm a big fan of a man named Jonathan Haidt, who is kind of at the forefront of getting kids to get off of social media and get back to the real world. And I think that that's really the answer, not only to diminish the power of neo-Nazi groups.
I'm sorry, what video games was he playing when he became a white nationalist? Stop saying get off the internet and go to the real world. The real world made you a Nazi. Okay, what video game did he use in his origin story to become a Nazi? I didn't hear any. So video games might be a breeding ground, but they're not the reason white nationalists exists. Okay? Hitler wasn't out here playing COD, bro. So with peace and love, like you might think it's the video games and quote, get off the internet. Lots of us use the internet to watch documentaries on Neanderthals. That's what I did last night, girl. Okay? And I like my internet. Just because you're on Nazi internet doesn't mean I am. I deleted my Twitter. I'm not on Nazi internet. I'm on Neanderthal internet, okay? I'm on watch documentaries at, whatever AM internet, okay? So there is no real life because real life radicalizes you just as much as the internet.
But to diminish the power of these screens entirely on the hold they have on us as human beings, we certainly have the power and the capacity to completely diminish the power and even the existence of neo-Nazi groups as a whole. In the United States, it's not illegal to hold neo-Nazi beliefs. And I'm actually a strong proponent of the First Amendment. I don't believe that anti-hate speech laws are effective, and this knowledge is based.
I kind of disagree. But I will say that I wouldn't mind living in a country where you couldn't be a Nazi. Like, I would like to live in a country where you can't openly be a Nazi. Like, I feel like we should evolve past being Nazis. Like, okay, what is good about being a Nazi? Nothing. Thank you for participating in this back and forth. We don't need it. We can evolutionarily delete this. We already, but the problem is the humans, we want to reinvent the wheel every fucking century. We can't accept it. We get 100 years of success and we're like, you know what should we do? The wheel. It's like, why are we doing that? We already know how the wheel works. It's like, yeah, but what if we can make it better? Okay, we don't need to reinvent it though. So like, yes, ideal Britney world. And maybe it's now that I live in Croatia, I get to experience it. Look, Croatia is very conservative. They're very anti-LGBT, but you can be thrown around Nazi signs. So there's some good and some bad. I kind of like it because I kind of feel like, what good is this? Now, are there ways to treat these people? To de-radicalize them? Yes, we should have de-radicalizing programs, something, you know? But everyone's such a conspiracy theorist out here. They're like, oh, de-radicalizing program? Like Jordan Peterson's like, I'm not gonna go to their programs where they're gonna brainwash me to be like Justin Trudeau. I can't be that handsome. You know, he's gonna be like, I'm not doing that. Zim, welcome to memberships. But without going conspiracy theory about reindoctrination, we should give people a way and a pathway out of extreme beliefs while understanding how they got there, while acknowledging that ultimately we shouldn't want to live in a society with Nazis. And if you be thrown around the Nazi sign because you think it's a meme, there should be a consequence. I don't believe in punishment or prisons, so there should be a consequence. We should be about holding you accountable. It's not memeable. The Nazi salute is not a meme. It's a sign. It's a signal. You just made a statement. If you throw up a Nazi sign, for real, you're not making a meme, you're making a statement. And we should take it seriously. So stop memeing the fucking salute, guys. It's not funny. Stop memeing it. Stop pretending to be Hitler. Stop memeing it. Okay? It's not useful.
Based on my experience working internationally. So I do think that free speech is very much a pressure valve, and that restricting speech is not an effective means of diminishing hate in our society. I've seen countermeasures against hate by governments that can be very effective. I've done a lot of work in Scandinavia, namely Denmark and Norway. I've been to Sweden once and did some of the work there, but they spend a lot of money in providing things for young people to do, like healthy things for young people to get together and do. And I think we in the States could do a better job of that. I'm very mindful of the harm that I did as a white nationalist. Every day I'm mindful of that harm. And my method of accountability is to actively work to get kids out of these hate groups nowadays, as well as to put a message out there, as I'm doing on your show here, that it's not only possible to change your life around, it's awesome to change your life around. Life is so much better and so much happier when you're not burdened by hate every waking moment of your day. So everything I can do to put that message out into society, I'm going to do that. And I do that all motivated by the harm that I committed in those days. Nowadays, I work for a group called Parents for Peace, where we coach families who have a radicalized loved one into any form of violent extremism, and we coach them on how to best deal with that loved one to guide them to a healthier place. We also work directly with the radicalized individuals to try to get them on a healthier path.
Yo, that's pretty cool. Because that must be so scary to have a radicalized family member. Like, radicalized is such an interesting word. But yeah, it must be so scary to have like a truly radicalized family member. Like I don't have like a QAnon family member that I know of. Like my parents are definitely falling for some bullshit right now. But they're not like they're not where I would be like radicalized. They're willfully ignorant. You know, it's very specific, but who knows? I haven't talked to them in a little while. Maybe I'll reach out. My dad will be memeing the fucking salute, and then I'll be like, okay, we need to reevaluate everything. But we're not there yet. I'm hesitant. Like, I'm really honestly fearful that I'm going to call my family on FaceTime. They're going to be memeing the salute. It's actually one of my greatest fears. Please do not do this. I was raised in such a conservative home. Like, no slurs, no cussing, like, no Nazi salutes. I was raised so different then it feels like my parents are operating in Trump land. It's just confusing to me. And I am like, I'm worried about calling them up and then realizing like, oh my God, you're like that far gone, you know, like Jesus fuck. But it hasn't happened yet, you know, but it is a fear, which is great. Like, you know what I mean? Humans are so fascinating. Anyway, but I love that his program is helping loved ones of radicalized people, because I think we forget what a burden it is for us. Like how painful it is for us to watch our family members become radicalized. I think people forget like those people have families. And it's so sad. And as much as like we want to blame the families, and I think there is a accountability there, that ultimately sometimes your kids get radicalized in a way that you didn't raise them. And that must be so sad. That must be so devastating to watch your kid. Like, imagine you give birth to a baby and it becomes a serial killer. Can you imagine you raise a child and it becomes like a Nazi? And you're like, imagine raising a big, beautiful baby. It's just like the most gorgeous thing you've ever made in your whole life. And it grows up and becomes the most hateful piece of shit you could have ever imagined. Damn. You know, like, that must be really devastating. That must be really sad, you know? Yeah. Chat says, I don't think your parents will do that because they're not quote unquote white. Yeah, but don't underestimate how many non-traditional white people really want to be white. The colorism in Middle Eastern, Arab, West Asian communities is crazy. I'd like to think my parents couldn't be that radicalized, but never question an immigrant's desire to be white. Never underestimate their desire to be white. Like Myron, exactly. Myron throwing around Nazi salutes and fucking making memes. You know what I mean? Never underestimate an immigrant's desire to appeal to white people in America. That internalized is crazy. Like, I do have, well, the problem is like, yeah. I mean, God, I have stories, but anyways. Yeah. Chat says, Brittany, do your parents care for you to talk about this topic? I don't know what that means. What do you mean? Like, do they care that I talk about politics? What do you mean? Chat says, I think my mom is only beginning to understand Trump's impact. She voted for him. Now that I'm worried about NIH cuts impacting grad school, it's like it hadn't been close enough for her. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, sometimes that's the good news, is like it hits close to home, you know, and so they have the realization. I'm just curious how many people will double down. That's really what I'm wondering about mostly, you know. How do your parents feel when you say they're radical? Are you asking me? So you asked me, do your parents care for you to talk about this topic? Are you asking me to take into consideration bigoted people's feelings when I talk about their bigotry? Even if they are my parents and I love them? Is that what you're asking me to do? I take their feelings into consideration when I'm their daughter. But right now I'm working and I'm advocating for the rights of people that their bigotry threatens the lives of. I love my parents. I don't care if their feelings are hurt because they're bigots. And that's because I stand on principle. Values over loyalty. Even though I love my parents so much, as long as they are bigots, I will publicly always talk badly about their ideas. They're great people, but their ideas are very bad. And I won't pretend they're not. But I love them. Okay?
And the way we do that is, ironically, the same way that I recruited Joe Pissed Off White Kid back in the day, which is to find that underlying pain point that's driving their affinity for this hateful ideology. If it is not having a girlfriend, or they don't have a good job, or whatever, it's typically they don't feel that they matter.
Nobody feels like they matter. Okay, listen. Okay, chat clarified. Said, sorry, I just got here. No, I'm asking about, do they know you're bringing this topic up? I have this issue, and usually talking to them blows up on either side's being hurt. Oh, my bad. Okay. We've had a spicy chat today. Okay. My parents don't watch my work. They have a don't Google, don't ask policy. They haven't watched my work in a long time. because it offends them. So they haven't watched my work in a long time. When we talk privately, they know where I stand. It is very tense right now. It does usually end up with right now, the feeling is that we're not blowing up. The feeling is when we talk, and it's gone down over the last months, is that this is how it goes. I talk to my mom and dad. They're on FaceTime. My dad goes, I love you. I miss you. Come home. And I don't say anything, and I just look at them. And my dad goes, oh, okay, I know. You don't want to come home right now because everything happening. I get it. I know. And I'm like, and I look at them. They go, I know. You're mad at us because we voted. And I'll look at them. I don't say nothing. I just go, and they go, I know. Betty, I know. I don't have to say anything. They know what they did. And then I go, I love you. Talk to you later. They know what they did. They know where I stand. They know how I feel. And every time they ask me to come home because they miss me, I wish they would have missed me enough to have voted for a person who could have made it safe enough for me to go home. Do you know Germany just put out a warning to its citizens not to travel to the USA if they are LGBTQAI+? Countries are warning their trans citizens not to travel to the US. No, I'm not coming home. Okay, in Europe willing, I won't have to. And yeah, did I call my brother and I said, hey bro, I know you're not paying attention to politics, but please be careful. I know you're in a really conservative town. And I just want you to be careful. I don't want you to be another story of Matthew Shepard, okay, trying to go on a date with a bunch of cowboys or trying to have your life or friends and then they kill you. I don't want you to be another story that I have to read on the news. So just like, yeah, am I worried about my siblings that are gay and that are there? Yeah. Am I worried about people? Yeah. Is my partner specifically so worried that he's like, you're not going home, dude? My partner is going to do everything possible to keep me in Croatia because honestly, they don't want me to go home. They're like, you're not going home. So when my parents say, come home, what they're saying is we refuse to see the risk of our queer kids living in this country and being under the scrutiny of this presidency. I love you. But I am not sorry that I'm not coming home. I'm just sorry that my parents put me and everyone else in this country in a position where we couldn't. Okay? You think we don't want to come home? You think I don't miss my parents? But I'm not going to spend $4,000 to come home and then argue with them over their bigotry when I can do that perfectly fine for free over Wi-Fi.
They don't feel that they're important. We help them develop a healthy sense of self-worth. That's how de-radicalization works, is you getting them out of the movement or out of whatever group they're in is obviously step one. It's hard to proceed beyond that if you don't take that step. But once that step is taken, that's when the real work begins. To address, like, what are the issues that drove me to this in the first place? At Parents for Peace, we see violent extremism as a public health issue. It's certainly not a political issue. The same way alcoholism is a public health issue. The same way domestic violence is. The same way HIV, AIDS is a public health issue. If you look at HIV, when it first came about in the 80s, it was extremely stigmatized. It was also extremely politicized. You only got AIDS if you did horrible, sinful things. It only happened to people who deserved it. Nowadays, thank God, we see HIV as the public health issue that it is. It's something we all need to be concerned about. It's something anybody can get. We have to see it as something...
This administration is trying to do away with a lot of those protections. They defunded. He's trying to defund HIV. What's it called? HIV, not just research, but their funding. Like Trump is trying to defund all of this stuff because they think it's a gay disease. They're bringing back the gay disease thing, which isn't even true. It's literally not even true. See how everybody wants to make it everybody else's problem? This will impact you.
We all need to be active in treating and healing in our society. When you look at violent extremism in that same lens, anyone can become a violent extremist, anyone can be a victim of violent extremism. It's not restricted to any certain demographic. I've written 2 books. My first book's called My Life After Hate. I'm actually in the process of a new version of My Life After Hate, which is like a memoir about my time in the movement, but also everything I've done over the past 15 years. My second book was called The Gift of Our Wounds. I wrote that with Pardeep Singh Kalika and Robin Gabby Fisher. Pardeep's father, Satwant, was killed in the Sikh temple shooting of August 5th, 2012. Pardeep reached out to me a couple months after the shooting. Him and I sat down and had dinner and became very dear friends and brothers to this.
You know what? Good for him doing this work, because I couldn't. Somebody's got to do the Save the White Nationalists from their radicalization thing. It ain't going to be me. It ain't going to be you. But I'm glad it's one of their own, because that's sometimes how it has to be. Especially with misogyny running rampant. Men don't want to listen to non-men. They don't want to listen to men that aren't like them. So honestly, I'm glad he's doing what he's doing, because I wouldn't have the patience. I do have a problem when men say, like, we don't feel like we have a place in the universe. Okay, cool. Take a number, because nobody fucking does. Do you think gay people feel like they have a place in the universe? Do you think trans people wake up and go like, I definitely know where I belong? You're so fucking obnoxiously obsessed with yourself. The audacity. I don't have the patience. I don't. When white men complain about their lives to me at the expense of minority communities with peace and love, shut the fuck up. This is why I don't do this job. I do a different job. I speak to minorities because, you know, we're in the same battle. I can't do it. So I'm glad he has the patience for it with peace and love. Again, if I have to care about your feelings at the expense of other people, I don't want to care about your feelings.
This day, we've done a lot of work together and we'll continue to do a lot of work together. And the book is basically our two intersecting stories. Every day, I'm grateful to not be who I was 30 years ago. Every day, I experience joy just walking down the street. We're shooting this in New York City, which is one of my favorite places on earth, because I can walk down a block and hear 5 different languages and see people from all over the world. And it's never lost on me that back in the day, I would have been terrified to walk down that same block. All people want to be happy. All people want to be safe. All people just want to live their lives. They want to experience love. And when we can get that through our heads, it makes our own lives so much more of a rewarding process, and it also enriches the world around us.
True.
Hi, I'm a producer and authorized account. If you enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and comment with more topics that you'd like us to cover in this series.
Oh, killed it, bro. Killed it. How U.S. neo-Nazism actually works. This is from Insider. I already linked it in the chat, but let me link it once again. Okay, loved that. Very vibey, bro. We love to see self-awareness and introspection at play. And we love to see a person fulfill their calling by making the world a less hateful place. Okay, now, on to the next. Ooh, I'm so excited about, I've been waiting to watch this video. Came out a couple weeks ago, and I am so excited. Okay. Romance at work. Should you date a coworker? Ooh, girl, spicy. Spicy. Let's talk about it. Oh, hello.
On this episode of Insight, more than a third of us meet our partners at work. We talk to those who have, those...
Sorry, I'm going to rewind it. I talked over her.
On this episode of Insight, more than a third of us meet our partners at work. We talk to those who have, those who wish they hadn't, and ask how much say employers should have over our love lives.
Workplace romance has never had any negative impacts on me. Like, I at least knew that Tim passed the police check.
Was there an age gap between you?
Yeah, there still is.
Is dating someone at work a good idea?
Based on the stats, it does work.
My golden rule is don't do it.
We're all human and people fall in love.
Would you ever have an office romance again?
Heck no, absolutely not.
So is it common to sort of be working with someone you've dated, or everyone's dated each other at some point?
Kyle, thank you, Kyle. Super chat in the stream says, like the stream. Thank you, Kyle. Guys, 87 likes. Please like the stream. It really, really makes a difference. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Kyle.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here. Casey, you work in a male-dominated field. What do you do?
I'm a referee in the National Rugby League, so one of only 2 females to ever be at that level.
So 2 in Australia?
Yeah.
Let's
go. You met Gavin, who was also a referee at a work function. What did you know about him at the time?
Not a great deal. Probably the things I'd heard about him was just his training. He was always one of the fittest ones there. So that was probably the most I'd heard about him, was just how fit the guy was.
So he was the more senior referee?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So at that stage, he was refereeing in the NRL, so at the elite level of the game, while I was in sort of our pathways system. So he was well and truly well above me in the field.
Was there an age gap between you?
Yeah, there still is.
It doesn't shrink?
No, the age gap hasn't changed. So that was another complexity of our relationship, which, you know, made things a bit more difficult at the start to talk to people, because I guess neither of us wanted people to know until we knew where we sat with things, because there was not only the discrepancy in our age, but also between what level he was at and what level I was at. So we sort of wanted to keep things between us until, you know, the relationship was solid.
Gavin, when you and Casey got together...
Hello? Tell me the age gap. It looks about 15 years. She was probably 27 or 30. He was probably 15 years older than that. What do you guys think?
Did you worry about how others might view your relationship?
Yeah, I did. Pretty early on in the relationship, going and watching Casey referee and seeing what she did, I had a fairly good indication that she was going to be quite successful. She was really good at what she did. So I was always worried that, you know, when she did become successful, that it was spoken around, well, she's only gotten there because of who she's with and who her partner is and stuff like that. So I always had fears around that, and that's another reason why we really sort of made sure it was a strong relationship before we sort of put it out there that it was a thing.
Casey, were you treated differently once people knew that you guys were a couple?
Hold on. I think that's really good because that just seems really considerate of both of them in a sense. It's hard because people are always going to be jealous no matter what. People are always going to have issues no matter what. I think as long as you guys are consensual and you're the right age, I think dating at work is fine. You just have to make some appropriate concessions for how you work together just for fairness. But I think it's fine. Like, it's not automatically immoral to fall in love at work. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to keep it there.
There were definitely a few awkward conversations, you know, be careful, or, you know, would rather you forge your own path and things like that. But ultimately they were 50, 60-year-old men, and I didn't really think that they had a right to, you know, to have a say over who I was with. I'm sure a few of them had, you know, had my well-being at heart. And I think some others also, I felt like there was a bit of tension there between me being with someone who was at the elite level, because there's always different ways you operate at lower levels to higher levels on the field. And there was a bit of perception that maybe I would referee differently and be too influenced by, have the NRL influence, which was not always a positive.
Gavin, did you feel like it was a level playing field for you both as referees?
Oh, definitely not. It's level for me as a male in a male-dominant sport, and the systems were set up for a long time for men to succeed because we didn't have females in the game at all, let alone officiating. So
self-aware.
The obstacles and the hurdles that she had to face, I never ever had to face. You know, there's many of those. So definitely wasn't level by no means.
Casey, did that have any effect on your relationship?
I wouldn't say that it did in a negative way. He educated himself fairly quickly and worked out how to be an ally. So I guess because he saw the things that I was up against and battles that I had to have, whether it was over perceptions of how you spoke to players and how that might be differently to how a male spoke to players, whether it be around wanting basic things like privacy in change rooms or a bit of thought put into our training scheduling for females' needs. If he hadn't been open to understanding how they were bigger challenges for me, then I think that could have definitely caused tension.
Were there ever any professional jealousies between you?
There was envy when Gavin was full-time and I was still only part-time, where we'd wake up every morning and I knew he got to go to work to train and, you know, hang out with the crew and get to do what I was dreaming of. There was a bit of envy there.
You have achieved something that Gavin hasn't. What was that?
I was pretty lucky last year. I got to referee a test match in the Rugby League World Cup, becoming the first female to referee a test match, which was a pretty amazing experience.
Okay, they seem very supportive, very progressive in that sense, very self-aware. I'm liking it so far. They seem both very mature. I would like to know their ages, but they seem very healthy in a sense. Like, but I think most people who show up on the show are pretty grounded, you know?
How did you feel about that?
Jealous. No, it's something that I would have loved to have done. But to me, it was immense pride. I remember the phone calls. I had 2 days to book flights and get across to England and get across there. So to be able to go across and be part of it and to see that and just know how hard she's worked for everything she's gotten, and to finally get something like that was, it was pride. It was all pride.
Amanda, you met Shane while you were teaching at the same school. What was your first impression of him?
It wasn't a favourable one, I'm afraid. I remember I had a friend coming to do some work experience at the school. She called to get to know a little bit about our context and what to expect. And she also asked, are there any hot guys there? And my response to that was, yeah, there's one, but he's not my cup of tea. So I unfortunately made some judgments about Shane early on that he wasn't for me. I kind of saw him as a beer-guzzling AFL yobbo type, and I've since learned that he's all that and more.
Did you become friends at any stage?
We were friends for a long while before the relationship started. We had a lot in common with things such as our mutual love of Seinfeld, film, lots of similar taste in music. So we had a lot to chat about and a lot to do.
Shane, when did you realise that you liked Amanda more than just a work colleague?
There are a few occasions where we'd go out as a group of friends and Amanda would go above and beyond. So she used to work as a videographer as well, and there were occasions where she turned up at the last minute for my birthday drinks, and just seeing that she's putting that effort in, I thought, oh, there might be something else here.
You also gave Amanda a gift. What was it?
The first was a Ninja Turtle poster. There were 4 of us that started at the school.
I gotta know how old these people are. How old are these people? They're teachers. They're probably young, probably like 30, right?
At the same time, so we called each other the Turtles. So yeah, Turtles hat, Turtles poster. There are a few Seinfeld gifts in there as well.
Amanda, what did you make of these gifts?
The gifts that he gave me that year were really personal and thoughtful, and I suspected, well, I sensed from that he really cared about me and really listened to me, and that was a turning point for me in thinking of him in a different way.
After 2 years, your friendship blossomed into a romantic relationship. Had you dated someone at work before?
I hadn't dated anyone at work before, no, but I do know that Shane had.
Why hadn't you dated anyone at work before, apart from, say, not meeting the right person?
It's certainly not something that's encouraged, to form these kind of intimate relationships within a school context.
Were you concerned about dating a fellow teacher?
Interesting. In America, I feel like so many of my teachers were married. And dating amongst teachers was so common. I think literally most of my teachers were married to each other. Not literally, but I mean, at least 1, 2, 3. There were so many married teachers on my school campus. Kind of interesting.
I was a little concerned about some judgment from staff and the school community about what they might think about that. I was aware that Shane had had a relationship with a colleague before he and I got together, and there was some hesitation about wondering whether that would cause issues between myself and the colleague, who was a lovely person and a great colleague. So I was afraid of upsetting that friendship, and I was also hesitant in the way that I really liked Shane, and I really hoped that our relationship would last a little bit longer, and I hoped that it wasn't a habit of his, and it wasn't.
Your parents also worked at the same school as each other for around a decade.
Yeah.
Did that have an impact on how you viewed workplace relationships?
I think so. I happened to be at the same school for a long time as well, so I had a lot of modelling from them on what professional relationships look like within the school context.
And what did that look like? Did that mean leaving work at work, having home as home?
Yes, it was a cautionary tale in that way as well, because often my parents would speak about school outside of school as well, and we all knew the same people. So it was a good insight into the way that I wanted to have stronger boundaries around that within my own relationship. I've failed miserably in that regard. I'm usually the one that likes to talk about school a lot. But yeah, they just showed me what a marriage and a professional relationship at work could look like.
Shane, did you have any concerns about dating someone from work?
I was very concerned about what others thought, especially the students and the parents. It's something that you kind of put on a professional face at work, and then you've got a personal face outside of work, and I didn't really want to blur the boundaries there. So I definitely felt uncomfortable for quite a long period of time about telling even colleagues.
Wait, chat says UK accent don't be hitting anymore. I'm not going to lie. Well, probably because we're not watching people from the UK. Are you saying these people are from the UK?
Amanda, how did you keep this from your colleagues?
A part of my nervous energy went into treating Shane beyond professional, almost like I downright loathed him at work. Just, I guess, in an attempt to throw people off the scent of the truth, which was I was jumping out of my skin, madly in love with this person. I just didn't want anybody to be clued into what was really happening.
Amanda, you're a clinical psychologist. How common are workplace romances?
Very common, sort of around 35% give or take of long-term relationships. Other research showing that 22% of marriages result from workplace romances. And we're not even talking about flings, and that's well over half.
Does that statistic surprise you?
Not at all. Being at work, say in the teacher example, Shane and Amanda, there are certain values, there's certain personality types that are drawn to want to do that, and that is a starting point. And then there's a lot of proximity, there's a lot of shared interests as well, and there's also a lot of time to form those closer bonds and perceptions. Like say, if Shane and Amanda had met at a bar and her initial reaction was, I don't like you, then that would have been the end of that, right? But having that extended length of time to grow. Or say in Gavin and Casey's example, adversity brought them closer together, it sounds like. The adversity actually worked.
If you guys are, they are Australian, you know, but I love the accents. I can't really tell the difference really between New Zealand and Australian unless they're talking at the same time. But these are Australian. This is Australia's like multicultural, like broadcast show, SBS. They have like all these great interviews and very calm discussions on like YouTube panels. And that's why I like watching this channel. It's very matter of fact, you know, experience of this bubble and these people. And I love it.
In their favour. And that takes time.
Is dating someone at work a good idea?
Loaded question. But, I mean,
very straight question.
Based on the two examples, you'd have to say, I mean, it does work. Based on the stats, it does work. So I would probably fall on the side of yes, but go in eyes wide open.
We've heard some guests talk about workplace tension. What effect can that have on relationships?
Yes, it absolutely can, because in these relationships are like dual relationships. You've got a professional self and you've got also a relationship self, and the dynamics of the two often can counteract. So if you've got competitive forces on the professional side, that can actually muddy the waters of the intimate side where you're trying to get close, and it's very hard to get close if there's competition in that dynamic.
What about office gossip? Can that be an issue?
Yep, that's a significant issue.
Oh, girl. The way we do not realize that our teachers are just us, but adults. Like, I know the kids probably don't think about it, but the teachers be gossiping. There's drama. There's who she said, who slept with who. Like, there was definitely, like, there's definitely, you know what I'm saying? I think we forget that about our teachers. One of my favorite teachers in my high school, his relationship with another teacher was on the DL. Like, almost nobody knew except certain people, because they didn't want any of the kind of the gossip around campus. And then it was more public eventually. And that made more sense to me. But they were unmarried, very controversial. And they had a very progressive lifestyle, which was very controversial for where I grew up in Southern California. So I think like people forget, like our teachers are just us, but older. You know how many of my cousins and family members are teachers? The same people I grew up with my whole life, the same people who are watching the same shows I'm watching are somebody's teacher. Do you know what I mean? Like they're just people who are teaching. I think we forget like these people, like we look at Trump, like look at anyone else. Like they're just people in these positions. They're not special. Nothing about their job makes them different than you. It's just a job, you know? They have the same problems everybody else does. They're as gossipy and drama filled as everybody else.
And I think instinctively that's why couples will not want to disclose. And it's again because of that dual relationship. So there is a real professional threat too, being seen as being non-professional or other rumours. So it depends on what the gossip's about too. So, because sometimes gossip tends to be driven by, you know, maybe resentments, people feeling threatened or people feeling that their own personal values are threatened. But in general, it can create tensions because of that dual relationship. So there's a professional threat, and then there's also the extra stress that can translate into the personal relationship. And then you can get a little bit of an unhealthy cycle where stress or the threat in the professional side translates to higher stress at home. Then that translates at work into effects on professional performance.
Mia, you're an employment lawyer.
I mean, I gotta feel like it's similar to YouTubers. Like dating as a YouTuber and then talking about the fact that you're dating as a YouTuber. Honestly, I kind of love the fact that I'll never have to worry about that. Because if my partner ever became like a streamer or a content creator, I don't know that I would tell anybody that I was their partner. Feels like drama that's unnecessary. Then audiences get parasocial. And I'm not saying it's bad if you talk about being married. I think that's fine. But I don't know that I would do it. Do you know what I mean? There's something about it that keeps, you know, because we don't work together. Am I still here? Uh-oh. Hello. Okay, it says we're back. Uh-oh. No, come back. No. Okay, excellent connection. Okay, back. The stream froze while I was staring into your souls. Okay, I'm back. Okay, thank goodness. Well, anyways, I was just going to say it's really hard to like, because we don't work together, to make that work in my head, but plenty of people do, you know? Okay, I'm back, right? I want to start the stream again. Yes? One more confirmation. Can I get one more confirmation? Didn't lose 1 sec. Weird. Yes, I'm here. Yes, Britt. Okay, let's start up again.
What policies do most companies have around intimate relationships at work?
So it's not typical to just have a policy on workplace relationships per se, but most employers will have a code of conduct that deals with conflicts of interest, and employment contracts themselves may contain obligations to disclose and manage conflicts of interest. And they're not just actual conflicts, but any that might be potential or perceived. And there might be disclosure obligations where employees have to proactively identify and disclose conflicts.
Are there any specific laws that restrict office romances?
Generally, no. Employers can issue lawful and reasonable directions to their employees, but a blanket prohibition on workplace relationships would generally not be a lawful and reasonable direction.
What about laws that guard against, say, bullying, intimidation, those kinds of areas?
So those laws are directed at specific behaviours. They're unwelcome behaviours, unwanted behaviours, inappropriate behaviours. They're not looking to regulate consensual romantic relationships that form within the workplace.
What are the biggest concerns employers might have around workplace relationships?
So managing those conflicts primarily. So that's particularly an issue for employers where a relationship forms between a senior employee and a subordinate. That senior employee may have decision-making authority over pay, promotion, projects that are allocated, work opportunities, and so that needs to be appropriately managed. Where employers haven't done the proactive thinking on where they stand on office relationships and what their expectations are, they might pass moral judgment and jump to conclusions and think it's suddenly going to lead to some sort of fallout that they need to manage or sexual harassment. So they're sort of...
I think the thing that we're not considering here that I do think is kind of on the same level is like, regardless if you're dating that person or not, even if you're just friends with that person, even if they just have a liking to you, the moment somebody looks at you as special and different than everybody else, there's a risk of special treatment. And I just think that we're just assuming that romantic special treatment is like better or worse. But like, you ever heard about bro culture? Ask any man when it comes to networking, how much bro networking trumps any idea of like romantic networking. In some situations, you know? So I don't know. Like I think I'm more concerned with just people who aren't being professional at work. It goes back to professionalism, huh?
Of the issues that typically employers will be grappling with when trying to manage workplace relationships.
Tim, you met your partner Liv at work. Did you tell your colleagues about your relationship?
Not at the start. We had a sort of a friends group at work and we'd go, after work drinks and lunches and things like that. And initially, I guess we sort of thought, I like Olivia, Olivia likes me, I suppose. And we thought, let's give it a go, and we started dating. And we didn't tell our colleagues at first. We thought, let's see how it goes and let them know a little bit later.
When did you let your colleagues know?
Not too long, actually, after we started dating. So we ended up letting them know probably about a month later, I think.
Actually, wait, chat, you're so right. I like that line of thinking, romantic favoritism is bad, but friendship favoritism is networking. Wait, you said it so much better than I was even like, yeah, but yeah, right? Like, that's why people will say, oh, should you be friends with your clients? But if you're friends with your clients, they're more likely to give you work. And it's called a business networking relationship where like you're friendly and you're networking together. And this is how you build. That's why I say like humans are humans are humans. Whether it's the presidency of the United States or somebody working at McDonald's, like people are people. It doesn't change. Look at how much favoritism Trump is making right now. The Department of Education is being run by the wife of the WWE rapist because they've been friends for years. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're all just the same. It is what it is.
I think it might have been, and it wasn't a difficult thing to tell them either.
What about your boss or management? Did you tell them?
Yeah, so we did tell our manager around probably not long after, maybe a couple of days after we told our colleagues, and it was really mostly our little friends group at the office. And yeah, our boss was great. He was very supportive, and he actually said he wasn't surprised we entered a relationship. So there was probably a few people in the office that thought maybe we were destined for each other in a way.
Liv, before you dated your work colleague Tim, what did you think of him?
Really geeky. And my first impressions of him was that man flu is very real. So when I first met him, he had the flu. I got regular updates on every single soreness and illness. And yeah, so that's when I realised that man flu was very real. But I also really liked his laugh. It sounded like Dr. Evil. So that's what first attracted me to him.
You ended up together?
Yeah.
How?
Well, we were in the same friendship group. The thing is, a lot of our friends were so incredibly flaky. They would bail on a lot of plans, and you would just be left with just me and Tim together alone for dinner. And this was just purely by coincidence.
There we go.
Having drinks together. So it sort of made us get to know each other on a more personal level without other people around.
Now, okay, hold on. Somebody in chat said the proximity thing that happens. I know a lot of my friends who work like in corporate or with other groups of adults who have coworker dinners, they put down really hard boundaries with their coworkers because there is some sort of social push to get people together. And for my friends, they're like not interested in dating at work. Like they are not interested in those people. They've thought about it, but they're like, no, it's not for me. But they can feel the social hope from the people in the friend group, like, ooh, let's all get together. And then all of a sudden the friend group's full of couples. And then all of a sudden. So you have to be very strict, you know, about dating at work, having those relationships, doing all those things. You know what I mean? I feel like dating at work makes so much sense for a lot of people, but might not be perfect for others. And levels of maturity and professionalism are gotta play a role in that, right? Because the more immature you are, the more likely for high drama, which will be really bad for your job and might even make you have to quit your job. So that's why I say be careful who you fucking. Always. But especially when it comes to the bag. Risking the bag for a fuck? Man, that's crazy.
Were you aware of any policies against dating colleagues where you worked?
I wasn't aware of any policies. No one had actually mentioned it, but I don't think there should be any sort of policies, even if we were just colleagues, so just teammates. But even if he was my boss, I would just think, that's even better. He's on more pay than me. So
Pragmatic.
Yeah.
If there had been a policy against dating in the workplace, what would you have done?
Probably quit. Because we hated our jobs. So we bonded through our mutual hatred. So I would have had no problems with quitting that job.
Tim, you were on the same team at work as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Did your boss have any concerns about that?
No, it wasn't really any concerns at all. And I think probably in the end, we sort of started dating and then we both moved off into separate positions within the company anyway. So actual time dating within the same role was probably pretty limited to maybe 3 or 4 months, if that.
Do you think employers should have a say in our love lives?
This is a really difficult one. So I sort of think that HR would love to wave a magic wand and say to everyone, no office relationships, no office romances. But I think we're all human and people fall in love. And I think that businesses just have to deal with that and sort of work with that, really.
I agree.
think these things happen and I think the business...
I think we have to remember how much time we spend at work. I'm sorry, it's like another family. For a lot of us, it's like having a second wife. I spend so much time here. And all the time I'm spending here, I am not spending with the person I married. And so that's why people create relationships like work wife and work husbands, which I'm going to be real. I do not recommend you do, but you do you. I do not recommend you have work wife and work husbands. In the same way that I don't think you should be boy moms. But you do you. Okay, you do you. But what ends up happening is you spend so much time in that workplace, you do start to have a whole other life there. You know? You do. Even when I worked, like my favorite jobs to go to work to where there was adult teams were jobs in which I was having really good relationships with my coworker. When I was having really good relationships with my coworkers, I loved going to work. I wanted to be at work longer. I wish my shift was longer because when I was in a good working environment, I loved being there. I even loved being there over going home to my boyfriends. Like that's how much I loved being at work. I really liked it. Like, I really thought it was so fun. But when work got bad, well, now I didn't want to be there longer than I had to. And then I was like, fuck it, I'm leaving. And then that was it. Teams changed, coworkers left, vibes were off. Fuck this job, right? But yeah, I've only worked minimum wage jobs. I've never worked in like some corporate building where all of us are there for something like very meaningful. I was always going to quit those jobs is what I'm trying to say. So I definitely was young and messy. I definitely did a lot of things that I wouldn't do now, but I definitely mingled at work and I don't regret that. Mostly because like, bro, I'm spending a lot of time here, bro. There's a lot of inside jokes. There's a lot of tomfoolery happening over here. And like, we're out, you know, we're just doing these things, you know? So anyways, I just think, yeah, we're human. We're going to do human things. We're animals. We want to fuck. We want to have families, you know? Chat says, when you say boy moms, do you mean moms who have boys and have an unhealthy, weird relationship with them, or not? And not just moms who have boys? Yeah, I would never, like, I'm not, boy moms are not moms who have boys. Boy moms are a specific categorization of moms who center their life around their child who's a boy and is supportive to that boy because he's a boy. Like girl dads become like the girl dad. Like genderizing your child in your relationship to your child because of gender, I think is bad. But having a kid of any gender is okay. You know what I mean? Like boy moms, and like if you, yeah, it's the objectifying of your child because of their gender and then creating a relationship in which oversteps in relation to intimacy and closeness, like the kinds of moms that are threatened that their sons have girlfriends. Not good. You know, or the kinds of moms that are like, no woman will love him the way I love him. Okay, slow down there, buddy. But I don't mean if you have a son, you know.
It just has to go with it.
Mia, what are your thoughts?
I don't think there should be a ban on workplace relationships. As to whether they have a say over those relationships, I think they're entitled to manage those conflicts and become aware of the relationship in order to manage those conflicts, but they should also respect privacy and confidentiality and make sure that information doesn't leak. They should only use it for the purposes of managing those issues, and it shouldn't result in sort of innuendo or rumours and those types of behaviours at work.
We had a very small office, and so we came back to an office that we had just announced that we were together to, only for me to go, oh, we broke up.
Elizabeth, you dated someone at work for 5 months. How serious was it?
It was one of those relationships that went from 0 to 100 very quickly. You know, we started talking about kids, we started talking about moving in together, we started talking about, you know, getting engaged one day. Like it was very full on, very fast.
What happened when you went on your first holiday together?
So we had officially announced to everybody in the office that we were together just before we went on our first mini break, and we flew interstate, and I don't even remember what the fight was about, but we had an explosive fight, and that night things were a little bit awkward and we still kind of were getting back into the swing of things. But in the next morning he said to me, I don't want to do this. And I said, I don't want to do it either. Let's stop fighting and he's like, no, us. I don't want to be with you. Wow. It's too dramatic.
What happened after that?
So we flew home, and on the plane home, I was bawling my eyes out, and he said, what's wrong? And I said, we broke up. He's like, oh, I just thought you were scared of flying. I'm like, no. Thankfully, one of the air hostesses took pity on me.
Trauma. Sounds like my girl got traumatized. Sounds like she had a bad breakup, dated a not great person. And now she's going to come back to work and have to tell the office that she chose to date a not so great person. I feel like if she dated him, how long did she say how long they were dating in private before they became public? They're having issues. Uh-oh.
Past him every day. I'm going this that we had just announced.
Oh, beep, 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 beep. I don't know what's going on, girls. My OBS is like, you've been streaming too long. We're back? All right, I rewound it a little bit. I went back a little bit.
And so basically, we came back to an office that we had just announced that we were together to, only for, you know, them going, how's your holiday? How did it go? How was it romantic? For me to go, oh, we broke up. So I had to walk past him every day and spend a lot of time in the bathroom in tears.
That must have made it so hard to keep doing your job, processing all this at the same time.
Yeah, because I genuinely had believed that the big romantic story of, oh, we've been friends for so long, this must have been meant to be. Of course it was.
Oh, so they were friends first? What happened? How could they be? Wow, they really fucking miscalculated. How'd they miscalculate so hard? Which, by the way, he's allowed to break up with her. I want to make sure that's abundantly clear. Like, you are allowed to break up with somebody. He is not obligated to stay in a relationship he doesn't feel happy in. But how were they friends for so long, then started dating? Maybe they fell for the close proximity thing. And then when he started dating her, he realized like, oh, I don't want to date this person. Which, that's allowed. You know, you're allowed to break up with people, but sounds like they were like, if she knew him for a couple years, did she see his red flags and ignore them? Or I don't know. I can't tell.
It was all leading to this, and then all of a sudden the rug's pulled out from under me, and not only was I supposed to do my job in the middle of a breakup, but the person who broke up with me was sitting 1.5 meters away from me, still asking, how's your day? And you look great today. And I'm thinking, what is wrong with you? Please stop talking to me.
Not long after the breakup, your whole office was made redundant.
Yeah.
Did you ever see him again?
Yes, we actually ended up, I guess, bonding over the trauma of everybody losing their jobs, and we started spending a whole lot of time together and got back together.
Got back together?
Yep.
Did you live together?
We did. So he got a job interstate quite soon.
Girl. Oh my God, I almost just choked on my own shock. Oh my God, I just choked on my own shock. What? Girl.
After that, and basically did the whole super romantic, I couldn't possibly go without you, you have to follow me, blah, blah, blah. And so I did, and I had intended to kind of live separately and date and see how things went, but the city that we moved to was very...
I'm so sorry. I feel like this is the first person I've seen on the show where I was like, girl, I don't know how to tell you this. You're too messy to be on this show. With peace and love, I think you're too messy to be on this show. Like, this is too messy. This show is not for messy people. This show is, okay?
Expensive, and so we went from being broken up to essentially living together in the space of a couple of weeks of me saying, sure, I'll follow you. I still don't know why I said that, but I convinced my parents it was because there were better opportunities for jobs in the other state.
How did the relationship go the second time around?
It was one of those things where it was quite difficult because we were still...
Yeah, chat, I agree. Like, this isn't the work's problem. This is their problem. Like, this isn't about them dating at work. This is about them being who they are as people. This story doesn't make sense in this conversation.
Working together. So the job that he ended up getting, I ended up getting casual work there as well. So it was quite strange to be working in the office in a whole new city. It was quite difficult.
How long did the relationship last?
A lot longer than it should have. Look, it ended up that I ended up following him back to another city and giving up what my boss at the time said. I hope he realises what you're giving up for him, because I followed him to yet another city. You know, we were together for a couple of years in the end, but didn't end great.
Oscar, you're in a bit of a tricky situation at the moment. Can you tell us about that?
So my situation is I've been working with this woman for 6 years.
Oh, interesting. We're not going to see his face.
We became very good friends during that time, and then fell for her about 3 years ago, and it's been on and off since. And it's been quite tricky in the sense that she's...
Wait, this doesn't have to do with work. Wait.
And we became very good friends during that time, and then fell for her about 3 years ago, and it's been on and off since. And it's been quite tricky in the sense that there's challenges around the workplace and having a romantic relationship in work.
Have you told other people about how you feel?
So I told a couple of my close friends in the workplace, and she's told a couple of her close friends as well, but we have tried to keep it a secret.
Now, okay, hold on. Chet says these stories are so disjointed from everyone else's good stories. So in case this is like anyone's first time watching SBS, so they do this really cool format where they talk, one side is one side and one side is the opposite opinion. So we are hearing from the people that basically dating at work did not go well for them. But I thought it would be more like, here's the reason why I think it's unethical to date at work, or here's the reason why dating at work doesn't work. I didn't realize it was going to be, I'm bad at dating at work, so therefore it's bad for everybody else. Do you know what I'm saying? They're just messy. These are not good counters for like why you shouldn't date at work or whatever.
As possible.
You mentioned the on again, off again. Do you get the sense that she's a bit hesitant?
Yes. I think that there's been things that have happened in the past in the workplace where she's tried to do that and I've tried to do that, and there's hesitancy around that because it didn't work out.
How does that reluctance make you feel?
Frustrated, I think. Obviously, I'd be naive to say that there isn't the fear of it not working out and awkwardness in the office, and it can be quite toxic. I've seen that, but kind of in my head, the feelings that we both have for each other outweighs that. We should be looking at the opportunity and what we can get from it, as opposed to be driven by the fear.
What's it like in the office every day?
To be honest with you, I don't really know how to be in the office, so we have kind of set a boundary around that, whereby we are just professional in the office. But then, like the water cooler chat, I don't know how to dial it up or dial it down. And then like outside of work, like know each other inside out. It's a challenge.
Can it be hard to see her every day, especially if it's in that off kind of period?
It is. It's full on. You are constantly around each other, and you don't get the space that you need to kind of process emotions if you are going through that off stage. But even when it's going well, we find it can be quite difficult as well, because you are on top of each other all the time.
Have you dated work colleagues before?
Yes, at most jobs, actually.
And how did those experiences play out?
They were successful for a time until they didn't.
I think you're right. I think this might be from the UK. And yes, they altered his voice and hid his face for privacy, which begs the question, why are you on the show? You know?
I'm not sure really why they didn't, but I feel like because you're spending so much time with somebody, you really get to see them at the highs and the lows, and you get to build a proper relationship with them. I think that's why I have.
You've agreed to share your story but want to remain anonymous. Why is it important for you to share your story?
It's important because I think there'll be a lot of people out there that will be experiencing a similar thing where these challenges are around us.
Judith, you've worked in recruitment for more than 25 years. What's your position on office romances?
My golden rule is don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. And just seeing that what I've seen over the years.
Is this an American? Is this a bloody American in my show?
Probably 95% of the people that I've spoken to over the years, it didn't end well. It ended in tears or some kind of reputation problems. And I was advising my 20-year-old daughter on whether or not it's a good idea to go into a relationship at work. I would say don't do it, because her reputation and things go wrong, and especially going to go wrong at a younger age, probably. Employees should definitely take responsibility, and they need to use their common sense. But
you know what I would say? I would say if you're serious about your job, and this is different, if you're not serious about your job, have fun, kids. If you're serious about your job, I would say be very serious about getting into any kind of friendship or romantic relationship at work. I would say if you're serious about your job, be serious about your interactions. I would say if you're not serious about your job, like I was never really serious about any of my jobs that when I worked in grocery, like those were temporary jobs for bigger goals. Like I was not about to be, you know what I'm saying? Like I was young, I was having fun, but once I got serious, it was different. So anything I did seriously, it became different. And as I age, as I get older, I really learn the benefits of professionalism. I do. I still learn those lessons now. And YouTube, even with YouTube, I really learned that it's better for me to have professional relationships than friendly ones, like friendship ones on YouTube. I really think professionalism, I'm just all about it right now. I don't want to be friends with any of you. I want to be professional friends at most. But like, yeah, I think sometimes the thing just, everything gets muddled. Like everything gets weirdly muddled somehow, but it's just anywhere. It's going to happen anywhere. YouTube, office work, anything else. So, you know, whatever boundaries you need to put down to be healthy, but I wouldn't say black and white, never date at work or never. I would just say be very cautious of how this could impact your career, you know, in a very serious way, you know? Discourse says, can you make a podcast about professional relationships versus friendly relationships or figuring out professionalism and creating your brand? I will put that on my list. I think I'm still honestly meditating on it myself. It's really uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable having to even say things out loud but I will work on it for sure, because I actually think the subject matter is fascinating. And I keep seeing it in shows. Like it's not just my life. I see it everywhere. Everyone talks about it, but we're not talking about it for real. Like, family members talk about it with like, oh, what if your kids work for your company and you give them promotions? What about other people who earned it more than them? Or what about, you know, it's like, what does fairness look like? What does professionalism look like in a working setting? Whether you're related to somebody, you're friends with somebody, you're dating somebody, it's a lot. Yeah, I will definitely work on a podcast about that.
Unfortunately, common sense is not so common, and there's so many different risks, and they might, you know, go into it not really thinking about the ramifications.
What's at stake if a relationship gets messy in a workplace?
Well, there's all kinds of things at stake from that point of view. There's if things get messy, then it can cause a lot of issues for the organization. So if the one person is really unhappy after that relationship is broken up, then they may have cause to say, I'm being harassed now, or I'm being discriminated against. I didn't get that promotion because I broke up with the person that I was dating. So that can cause problems for the organization. And that's not
What a capitalistic girly right here. The organization.
Individual thing. It's the organization that will have to take the brunt of that.
Hamada, if we do decide to date a co-worker, What risks should we be weighing up?
There's research that shows that our brains, when we're in the throes of romance, operate very similarly to when we're addicted to drugs. So we're not, I think we have to, so that's the risk, that we're not necessarily in our right mind. We might not be thinking about things like power dynamics. They might not be thinking about what comes later. So I think being very intentional about what we're doing will help mitigate that risk. I think definitely another big risk is proximity. And that's also borne out that the closer we are, whether it be in terms of geography, but job function, and probably job function matters more than geography like for like. And the big one is power dynamic, because in general, if there is an issue in the relationship, you'll get the one with the lower power might suffer a reputational risk. They might end up having to leave. But also the one in the more senior role may also have reputational risk and obviously accusations around sexual harassment if the relationship goes sour. And then if you think about things like even just relationship quality is a bit of a risk too, because there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide at home. There can be nowhere to hide at work sometimes. All of that adds extra strain. And then obviously the other risk is co-worker reactions and broader reactions, which can have impacts on reputation and also personal well-being as well.
Elizabeth, looking back, how would you describe that workplace romance?
Oh gosh, whirlwind, but in the end, like having the same job and being in the same workplace does lead to a very strange professional competitiveness where we're not officially competing, but there's a little bit of jealousy either way. It's just, inadvisable maybe is a good.
Yeah, if you don't know how to be on a team, it's going to be really hard. I think in any situation where you work together with people you have close intimacy with, you have to respect that person. I mean, think about working dynamics between friends. How many people tell you never work with your best friend? Never work with somebody you love? Because the professional relationship and the family relationship or friend and it's going to be difficult, but this isn't about romance. This is about intimacy. This is about feeling special in people's lives. This is about thinking, well, I'm your this, so I should be treated differently. I think this is just such a human thing, right? You were friends. How could you say that about your friend? Like, you were friends. What do you mean you didn't help them out? I'm your friend. Why didn't you come to me first? You know how many times I actually eventually learned that the greatest thing you can do when you're running a business is not help your friends out by giving them work. Unless they are genuinely qualified. If they weren't your friend and you thought they were qualified, give them work. If you only gave them work because they're your friend, that's a bad business move. And I had to learn this. I had to learn that if I looked at my friend's work and if they weren't my friend, I would hire them, then I would be like, what's your rate? Because I want to give, a lot of my friends are incredibly successful professionals and I'm happy to pay them for their work. But if I only paid you because you were my friend, not good enough. And same for my own job. If I sold a product and the only people buying my product are friends and family, I wasn't running a good business. I was running a charity and I don't want to run a charity. One of the things that I love as a YouTuber is the fact that none of my friends and family have to watch my content. Nobody outside the internet watches me. That perfectly decent, wonderful strangers have decided to spend their time with me, which to me is a sign of a good content creator. Because for me, I'm not reliant on my community. Because those people that are like, watch my YouTube channel. Hey, can you watch my YouTube channel? I've never had to ask anybody to watch my YouTube channel. Like, I don't have to. And that's really reassuring to me that I'm doing something correct. Because I don't want to have to beg people to watch me on the internet when I would rather have organic strangers find me and resonate with what I'm saying. Same with being a musical artist. Like, who's buying your CDs? If it's just your aunties and uncles and they're not telling their friends and family, you need strangers to love your work to be successful, And this is really difficult because you just think like, I'm your friend, give me a job. I'm your friend. Can you get me a job at your company? Yeah, but if I get you a job, are you going to be so bad at the job that it reflects on me poorly?
Good word for it.
And what impact did it have kind of on your broader life, even your emotional health?
It was quite difficult, especially when I was actually having a lot of career success. I was getting some jobs that I had only dreamed about before, and having stepped a toe into the water of coming home super excited about one of those jobs, only to have him get quite sulky and standoffish because he did not love his job at the time. So then I'd change the way that I came about it, and I'd go, oh, you know, I got this job doing this thing, it's no big deal, and brushing off something that was huge, and then again I'd get in trouble for that, and it just became, it was very walking on eggshells, and it took me a really long time to actually find my authentic self again, because I'd spent so long trying to moderate what I felt to make sure that I wasn't upsetting somebody else.
Few workplace relationships have attracted a media frenzy like the one you're about to see. Here's Rochelle Miller's story.
I'm Rochelle Miller. I worked in politics for 10 years. I had a relationship with my boss, who was also a minister, and that relationship led to the end of my career. Before I was in a relationship with Alan, I would have considered a workplace relationship very foolish. I was happily married.
Hold on, before we get into the story, I have to relate. Chat says I recommended a friend to my job and fought for him to be hired, only for him to not show up to the interview and then hang up on my boss when they called him to ask why he didn't show. It was so embarrassing. Oh, I have one for you. This is why I say, like, with peace and love, when I was a nanny, I met a girl who was like queer and like, you know, in my bubbles and progressive. And I actually had met her because I was nannying for her brother. So her nephew was one of my nanny babies. And she had just moved to Seattle, and she was like deeply wanting to become progressive and like in the bubbles. And she was like, can you get me a job nannying? And I was like, I can be a recommendation for you. Like, do you love kids? Do you like working with kids? I set her up. I got her on the website. I got her like her background. I was like, go get certified in this, get your background checks done, do all the stuff. And I was like, and I can be like a nanny who can recommend you to families. So, you know, the families would call me and I'd recommend her and I'd say, yeah, I'm a nanny. I nanny for her family. And I would explain how I knew her, but I would give like a recommendation. And I had a pretty good reputation as a nanny. I thought so, at least. And that, you know, then she's telling me a story. And she's like, I was like, how was work? How was your day with the babies today? And she goes, oh, bro, I was so fucking hungover. Like, I was so hungover and I partied so hard last night. Like, I think I'm still kind of high. And I was like, what? And I was like, you went to work hungover? And she was like, yeah, dude, like, it was crazy. I was like, you can't go to work hungover as a nanny. And I was like, you can't do that. Like, you have to be sober. You have to be rested. Like, you can't go to work hungover. And I was like, I can't ever recommend you again. Like, I can't put my reputation on the line for somebody that's willing to do that. And she just didn't understand why it was a big deal, because there is like different levels of nannying. And I was aiming for like kind of professional, you know. I wasn't perfect. I definitely had moments, but I was like, when it came to the kids' safety, like, it was really important to me. You know what I mean? And that just, it really burnt something inside of me where I was like, giving somebody a reference, being somebody's like putting my reputation on the line, bro, I was pissed. I was really mad. And yeah, it was her first day. It was like her first few days, the first day, like first week, like within right away when I asked her, I was like, how's it going? Right there. I was like, dude, like, don't do that. Like, I had such a good reputation nannying that nanny families like 5, 6, 7 years back would be recommendations for current nanny families. Like, you could call my families like literally years back and they would still recommend me to people. Like, I had such good relationships with my nanny families that to this day, I still have a book they made for me with all the pictures of the kids. Like, they got me like a hardcover picture book of me with the babies for my going away gift when the babies eventually left, you know, and I stopped being their nannies. Like, I thought I had a pretty good reputation with my nanny families. And so, like, to have that be at risk for somebody else, like, that sucks. And that, you know, that's what it is. And you know what? YouTube's not that much different. As a YouTuber, I've got to be better at, you know, when I recommend people collab with people, I got to be really good about who I'm sending them to. Because I would hate to recommend collabing with somebody that, you know, maybe isn't the most upstanding person. But yeah, reputation matters, you know, and it matters to the bubble you're trying to have it matter to. It doesn't matter to every bubble, but it matters to the bubble you want to signal you are a part of. And I definitely wanted to signal that I was part of the like responsible nanny bubble, hopefully. Damn, you know?
With 2 young children, I'd never cheated on my husband. It was hard to accept that I'd actually gotten into that situation. This was not a regular relationship. The power dynamic was so strong that because of the constant criticism, the bullying and intimidation, during the whole time I felt scared and afraid. Ministers have the ability to hire and fire at will. There were no protections for staff. To complain would mean we make a complaint and then that complaint goes straight back to your boss.
Federal Parliament is being rocked by explosive allegations.
Fresh claims rocked the building.
What happened to me was not okay.
Belittled in front of ministers, colleagues, on planes. On a work trip to Western Australia, Rochelle Miller says the emotionally abusive relationship turned physically abusive.
Once I spoke out publicly, nobody who was still working in Parliament House would speak to me. Yeah, it was pretty horrendous.
I received compensation after a very traumatic legal process, but of course it was a no admissions finding from the government. Alan denies the allegations that I make. I can't do anything about that. What happened to me over 10 years in Parliament House would not have been acceptable in any other workplace in Australia. And that's a great shame.
Mia, Rochelle Miller's case has prompted changes to the Code of Conduct at Parliament House. Have things changed for the better?
It definitely shone a light on some very clear gaps in protections for staffers who are in a unique situation. A stronger code of conduct which sets clear messages about what is acceptable conduct and what is misconduct and how it will be handled and where complaints will be dealt with, I think is a positive step in the right direction. There have been other changes that have been prompted as well. Legislation has been changed to ensure that these staffers have protections under discrimination laws and particularly in relation to sexual harassment. So there's been progress, absolutely, but I still think there's room for improvement.
Kelly, you and Jim are public servants who've worked in the same office for the past 26 years.
Ooh.
What brought you together?
There was a lot of socialising after work. Friday night drinks probably was the main thing. We were friends for quite a few years, I think, and then it changed after that, but yeah.
Jim, as public servants, did you have to report your relationship to HR?
It was a lot less regulated in those days. No, we didn't. I don't think we're alone in having relationships within the workplace, so I've got to say it didn't even occur to us that it needed to be reported.
Being with each other almost 24/7, is it important to keep your personal and professional lives separate?
I don't like to talk personal stuff at work. We tend not to, like we'll talk at work, but it's more transactional, like what do you want for dinner tonight or who's doing this job or that. It's not deep and meaningful stuff, and we never really hung around a lot at work. I would go out to lunch with my friends or on my own, and Kelly would hang out with her friends. We weren't, although we were working in the same workplace, we weren't in each other's faces all the time.
This all began in the 1990s. In today's workplace culture, Jim, do you think you and Kelly would have gotten together?
Well, she knows me a lot better now, so probably not.
That aside.
Probably, I think. I think if, the connection is strong enough, and I don't think, I'm not directly responsible for Kelly. We don't work together. So I think there's sufficient separation that it shouldn't cause a concern.
You've just celebrated 21 years of marriage and you're still working together. What's been the secret to your success?
I don't know. I don't know that our secret's any different to anyone else's. If I had to put it down to one thing, it would be not spending all our time together. That, although we obviously are at home together, we kind of have separate lives at work.
So you're in different teams at work.
Smart.
Yeah.
Does that make a difference?
Yeah, and that's one thing I've always said from the beginning, because we work quite close to each other, and our teams are only small, like 12 in each team. So I've always tried not to have him in my line of sight, because I wouldn't want to sit at my desk all day and just have him there. I don't know, it's just...
You just don't want to see him.
I don't know, I don't know if it would distract me or I don't know. I've never done that. I've always tried to,
Yeah, I think realistically, Chat makes a great point. Secret of success, we actually like each other. We like each other. We're actually good people. We're not drama-filled or toxic. And we are serious about our jobs and our careers. I think respectable people who have good and healthy boundaries can make anything work. I think that's why I encourage people to be healthy. It's why I encourage people to be better in whatever way you need to be healthier. Because I know as somebody who was younger and not as healthy, it did impact the way that I socialized for sure. And it impacted the way I did work. And the healthier I've gotten, the better I've been at those things. And I'll still be learning always. But I think a big part of it is that, it's the combination of those two. I saw a TikTok today that said, if you're married with no kids over 35, what do you guys fight about? And the comments were making me laugh so hard. Like, one of them was like, I don't know, like, I ate your apple. I'm sorry, I'll get you a new one. Or, the tone of your voice this morning was slightly off and it hurt my feelings. Or, You know, why'd you warm up my side of the bed when you knew I was coming to bed? Or, you know, it's like stuff that's like meaningless. Like they're funny at most. You know, like we don't fight about anything. There's nothing to fight about. And the joke is like you fight over kids, which is actually just like I think a call out to the statistical probability of kids, money, and sex playing a role in divorce rates. But yeah, like when you like somebody and you get along and you're healthy together, you don't fight. You problem solve together. Problems aren't an issue if you're great at solving them. They're an issue if you refuse to engage in them and deconstruct them and solve them, you know? And yeah, I think that's why you have to be on the same page as your partner. It's why you have to want the same goal. You have to be on a team. Like the lady with the scarf, she wasn't on a team with that partner. They weren't on a team, you know? It wasn't going to work. And yeah, when it comes to parenting, Chat says conflicting parenting styles, crazy to marry somebody with a different parenting style. Like a little bit off, sure. Completely different, absolutely not. You're right. That's what people do. Like it's like somebody who's anti-hitting their kids marrying somebody who hits their kids. Like these are very opposing values. You know, you have to be on the same page about these things. And the fact that people aren't talking about those things, I think that's really the disconnect here. Because how does that not lead to divorce? You know?
Sit in a desk where we're not looking at each other.
We originally met on Aladdin, and then we disappeared from each other's lives for a year, and then we got together a year afterwards, and then I'm giving you my whole relationship breakdown.
Love it.
Okay.
Woo, woo, woo.
There is so many opportunities for love to blossom on a show. There is like so much time that you spend with each other. There's a lot of real genuine relationships that happen on stage, off stage.
Oh my God, cute.
Hi, my name's Kimberly Hodgson.
I'm Duron Chester, and we're music theatre performers.
You're there,
and I love it.
The first time Duron and I met was at a fair welcome party. We kind of sat down and had drinks. There was a connection straight away. I was so reluctant to get into a relationship again with another fellow performer. I was adamant not to. It's tricky to find time together, especially in person.
Kim and I have been dating for 3.5 years, and all up, I'd say like 60% of our relationship has been long distance.
Wow.
There is a small part of you worrying that there's going to be gossip and there's going to be bad mouthing of you and your reputation and who you are and like the people that you date. Duron and I were both auditioning for Frozen at the same time. And this was when we first started dating. So we would rehearse our audition material together. We both were debriefing about our audition experiences together. And then when it came to the casting time and I had gotten an offer and Duron didn't get an offer, it's heartbreaking to see someone work so hard and then to see that not come to fruition with a job booking afterwards. I would love to do a show with Duron. I mean, it'd make things so much easier. If that time comes, that would be awesome. But if not, that's okay too, because we would probably kill each other.
Okay.
Duron, Kim couldn't join us in the studio.
No.
Where's she at the moment?
She's currently down in Melbourne doing Mary Poppins.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How common are workplace romances in your field of work?
In the theatre industry, they are pretty common. I think when you are in an industry where you are paid to be vulnerable and ready to be open on stage, I think it happens naturally off stage. So people are drawn to that vulnerability and that openness.
So is it common to sort of be working with someone you've dated or your partner's working with someone they've dated or everyone's dated each other at some point?
Yes.
You know who they should interview? Gay people. I would love to see a whole panel of like a gay community where 90% of them have dated each other at some point. You want to talk about small ass communities? Girl, gay, BDSM, niche communities. Like, that's just how it goes. I've never been in part of communities more in my life than those communities. And they taught me you better be comfortable with your ex in the same room as you because it's going to happen. Somebody you slept with, gonna be there, you know? And it honestly I think it made it better. I think it was still hard. I think there were still people who avoided spaces. I avoided events and stuff. I was definitely dramatic as F too, like at some points in my life. But I would say that I think it was a expectation. So it was easier in some ways to see your ex or see somebody you were dating in a space, you know?
Maybe not as much as like everyone's dated everyone, but yes, there have been a couple of times where you have worked with people who you've dated a bit, and yeah, it has happened for sure.
So you could at some point be working with each other's exes or their new partners, or it's that kind of space.
It definitely is.
Can that get awkward?
It hasn't happened to me personally as of yet. However, I think when it comes to any job, I think you need to realise that the job comes first, especially in our industry when we have to put on a show and your personal life can't get in the way of putting on the show and putting on the show for the audience. And that...
Ugh. Not that I'm the biggest fan, but remember when Russell Brand asked Katy Perry for divorce right before she was going to go on her show? Right before she was going to go on stage, that little fucking twat. Him, not her. I can't believe he did that. What an asshole move. What an asshole move. I've never seen a more cruel decision to make. What a disgusting, disgusting thing. Chad says, have you seen Gavin Newsom interview Charlie Kirk? You mean, did I see the video of Gavin Newsom sucking Charlie Kirk's cock? Yeah, I saw it. Bullshit. I've met Gavin Newsom, piece of shit. I'm telling you right now, he's a little slimy politician who wants to win your vote when he runs for president. And I swear to God, if any of you vote for him, he's a slimy little weasel, bro. He'll throw trans people and anyone else under a bus in 5.2 seconds. I can't believe Charlie Kirk out of all people and the way he sucked his sloppy little dick up, bro. So fucking gay, you might as well root for the team. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm so with these fucking useless politicians, bro. Don't even get me started.
We're told at uni that's the most important thing to do, and that's the most important thing to do for actors is put on the show for the audience. So putting that personal stuff aside to put on the show, I think, yeah, is more important.
Ironically, having met at work, you don't see each other very much. Why is that?
We originally met on Aladdin, and it was just a quick crossover week, and then we disappeared from each other's lives for a year, and then we got together a year afterwards, and we dated for a few months, and then COVID happened. So we did long distance, I think, for 5 months. Then... I'm giving you my whole relationship breakdown. Love it. Okay. Then Kim got into Frozen and she went down to Melbourne and I was still in Sydney. Lockdowns happened. And then once the COVID thing kind of finished, we both got on tour. And so Kim was touring, doing a show, I think, in Melbourne while I was in Perth and Singapore. So we kind of are gypsies just going around Australia, touring, yeah.
With dating within the industry being quite common.
Yeah, Chad's right. You said, wait, so they technically were never dating colleagues? Yeah, they were really they just met at work, but they didn't date at work. It's kind of interesting how they're categorizing dating a coworker. I think of a coworker as somebody you kind of see day in and day out. Kind of, I guess not. I mean, it's nice to, I think it's fine. We don't need to be so weird about the title. It really should have been like what it's like to date. Well, what dating a coworker is kind of a nice, it's a nice, both Discord and chat calling out the word, the G word, the gypsy word. People do still use that word. It is not known as a slur in a lot of bubbles yet. It's actually, I learned about it and I'm progressive in the last few years. I don't even know. And in Croatia, they use that word as a derogatory slur towards people here, the Romani. And I've seen their community around. It's very interesting. So it's a slur. If you use it again, I'm learning new things. So that's a slur. It's a slur here. They use it Roma. They use it derogatory to them. And so, yeah, you're not supposed to say it. But yeah, you're not supposed to say it. It's an official ethnic minority term in the UK. The word gypsy or the word Romani or the word Roma? Which word? Because I think, from my understanding, it's a bubbled thing, so not all people consider it a slur, but I think a lot of people do use it as a slur. The official term is GRT in the UK. The GRT community stands for Gypsy Roma Traveler. Okay, but you know how in the United States we have, we use the word colored for the what's our organization called? We're not supposed to call people colored, but they have, in our organization, it's called colored. I think there's a difference between calling people that and our organizations being called it. Do you know what I'm saying? I think our organizations can be called something without us using it at people. So you don't want to use it at people. Is it double NAACP? National Association, what is it? Of African, what is it? Colored? I can't think of the acronym. Yeah, you're right. That one. Yeah. So like, you don't want to say it, but it's okay if the organization has called it. Is that what's happening in the UK? Like, it's okay if the organization has called it, but we don't want to call people those words. I think that makes sense. Ooh, Discord said a fun fact. Colored is an ethnicity in South Africa, and I believe it's not seen as a slur. I've seen a lot of TikToks from like different places in Africa and South Africa who have specifically talked about these words. And like, again, words are constructs. All of it is made up. So that's what we're dealing with here. But yes, the G word is a slur. Like, I don't use it. Well, obviously I just used it right now, but like I'm trying to take it out of my vocabulary because I used it in reference to, I was singing, I sing Notre Dame a lot, you know, and they call her the gypsy girl. And I'm like, ooh, we don't say that anymore. We don't say that anymore. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you watch old Disney movies, there's some interesting word choices. Yeah, you know.
Do you ever worry that one of you could meet someone while on the road?
I think at first it was a bit of a thing. Not too much of such a worry.
I think that idea is so funny. Like, do you think you could meet somebody else on the road? Do you think you could meet somebody at your local grocery mart? Have you guys ever thought about meeting somebody at the grocery store? What if you meet somebody at the gas station? My partner is not allowed to go to the grocery store without me anymore. What if while he's reaching for the cheese, somebody also reaches for the cheese? Oh no. He's not allowed. I'm going to tie him up and keep him in the bedroom forever. No socializing for him.
But when you first date anyone, I think you get a bit nervous of, I'm a bit self-conscious maybe about that. And especially when you're
long distance is hard though. Long distance is hard. It's provably very hard for most couples.
Away from that person nearly straight away of you've started dating them, it could be a bit of a worry. However, because that was such a common thing in our relationship, we really worked towards communicating that specific thing. So if I'm worried about something, we would communicate.
Oh my God, wait. Chat says I reached for the same book as this gorgeous English guy at Barnes & Noble and I thought I was having a meet cute. The way I would hang out in bookstores and the library, like... I wanted to fall in love at a bookstore or a library so badly. I would try to, guys, this is so autistic. I would literally be like, I would feel like I was on a TV show. Like, I'd be like, move over, Bella Swan. Okay, move over. I was just like, you know, and I'd specifically like make sure they knew what books I was reading as if like it mattered. Oh, to be young again. To be young again.
About it, and vice versa with Kim. So I think maybe at first, but now we're engaged, so I think it's okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's wonderful news.
Congratulations.
Oscar, you've been in an on-off relationship with a co-worker for 4 years. What's the status of your relationship at the moment?
We're on at the moment.
You're on at the moment.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Very happy.
How do you think you'll both make it work?
I think the biggest thing to making it work will be having boundaries in the workplace, focusing very much on work itself and limiting that time and spending quality time outside of work.
Elizabeth, would you ever have an office romance again?
My instinct is to say, heck no, absolutely not. But obviously when you get the oxytocin and you get the butterflies and you get the rose-coloured glasses, you just forget all that. But I think that I'd have to think really long and hard about it if we were doing the same job in the same team, because that was incredibly damaging to have broken up with somebody and have to still be productive in a workplace while my heart was breaking. So I would think that I would try and make sure that we were at the very least not in the same either immediate geographical proximity or department job-wise.
Amanda, you and Shane pretended to dislike each other, at least you did, as a ruse to sort of hide your workplace romance. Were you eventually found out?
Yes, we were. Well, I think it was picked up on by a student before.
Oh, the students be studying. They really be out here knowing. Discord said, my partner and I often wonder if we were ever in the same place before a meeting. Like, did we ever go to the same restaurant or for dinner? Funny to think of all the places we might have failed to meet before we connected. I love those. I love those. Where were yous? Like, where were you in this? Did you ever go to this place? Did we ever see each other? Like, that's what's so interesting about being a person. You really just live your whole life And you never know who out of all the strangers in the world you constantly see, who will be there. When I meet people, sometimes I get a feeling. I get a feeling of like, oh, I think we're going to know each other for a while. I wonder how long. I felt that way when I met my partner. I felt that way when I've met friends. It's why I think we gravitate towards certain people and not others. But also, it's just about like, even with friendship, it's about the right place, right time. I really believe that. I think when you meet certain people, you're just like, oh, I think we're going to know each other longer than this meeting. You know, I think we're going to, you know, you're going to stand out to me. You know how many people I've met over my life? So many people. But just sometimes people stand out. Sometimes there's something about somebody, even if it's just like a week-long connection or whatever. You just never know. But yeah, I always wonder that, like, oh, would we have ever run into each other? Were you in these same bubbles? What were you doing at the time? You know, I like to play the where were you in 2007 game. That's my favorite. Where were you? Because we weren't in the same country, obviously. So I'm like, where were you in 2012? What were you doing with your life? Like, that's my favorite one. Yeah.
Anybody else? And I think that because Shane and I shared a student, I was the music teacher at the time, and so Shane would bring his class to me once a week. And so a lovely student that we shared wrote a little poem and handed it to me one day, which made me suspect that she knew quite a lot about us.
Do you have the poem with you?
I've got a little bit that I can share with you.
Oh my God.
You. He's handsome and loves girls. He has a mum and a pet dog. He loves you and thinks you're beautiful inside and outside. And it seemed profound to me because she handed it to me, but he has a mum and a pet dog. It could have, to anyone else, it could be about anyone or anything, but that really led me to Shane because Shane's mum lives close to the school and would often walk the dogs around the perimeter of the school. So Shane would point that out to his students. So it was pretty clear to me that it was Shane that she was talking about.
That's so sweet. How did you feel when you saw the poem?
Terrified.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been found out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think children are very open to things that adults sometimes forget to read. She was very perceptive with...
Especially with kids and their new technology. Like I have a lot of, you know, I've known so many teachers over my life, but the ones I know now who are teaching kids now with phones, they'll be like, bro, you'll say something and the kids will just start in front of you. Where'd you say you grew up? What did you say your sibling's name was? What'd you say? How old were you? And like the teachers are like, oh my gosh, I've got like, actually, I think all of them are girls right now. I think I only have women in education that I know right now. And all of them say like, if your kids ask you a question, they might start Googling right after you answer it. And it could be something really innocent. Like, oh, do you have like a social media site? Like, because teachers have social media outside of school, but usually it's under a different name. And that stuff cracks me up. Like, yeah, like where is the privacy concerns between teachers and students having like any kind of connection online? How do you keep boundaries? The kids be so good at Google now. Like when I was a kid, I didn't Google my teachers. I also didn't care, for the record. I literally couldn't give a rat's ass what my teachers were doing with their life. I was 15 and trying to kill myself. I did not care. But if I did care, we would have had Facebook at most. And even then, I think Facebook at the time was just for college students. Actually, wait, there wasn't even a Facebook yet. It was just MySpace. And teachers weren't really on MySpace, you know?
Body language, tones and volume in speech. She was on the autism spectrum, so her perspective of the world was different to other people. And I wondered if it was her sensory perception that made it more obvious to her than it did to anybody else.
Wow. Shane, how did the school community react when they found out about your romance?
I think very positively. It was a huge weight off my shoulders to come out and tell everyone that we were seeing each other. We had a lot of close friends at the workplace and still do, and they were really happy for us. Some of them said, you know, we knew, and some of them said, you hit it really well.
You got married last year after 10 years together. Are you still working in the same school?
No, I've moved on to 2 different schools since then.
What's it like for you, Shane, not seeing your wife at work at the school that you met and fell in love?
It's a lot easier at the start of the year to share a little bit of my personal life with the students by saying my wife rather than I'm seeing someone. So yeah, I think sharing a little bit more of myself with the students now that Amanda's not there, I find that a lot easier.
Casey, you and Gavin tied the knot 13 years ago. You also made history as the first married couple to referee an NRL game. What was that like?
Oh, it's an amazing experience.
They've been together for 13 years. Wait. What was she, like 12 when they got together? How old is she?
I always say that's one thing in our careers that no one can ever take away from us, and that no one but us really understands what that's like. Working in elite sport, there's a lot of challenge.
Oh, she's 37. How old's he? How old's he? They look really compatible, and they both are so sporty. I love it. He's 53. Hold on. I'm too stupid to do this math myself. Okay, so he was obviously 40 when they got together, and she would have been, because I can't do math in my head, 24. Oh. Wait. Ugh. Okay. She was 25 and he was 40? I'm glad they're happy. Somebody has to make it work. I'm glad they're happy. Obviously, they're in the same bubble, so I think that contributes. I do think one of the exceptions for age gap relationships that helps high compatibility partners have that age gap is being in the same bubble and having a lot in common. And so sometimes I do think that plays a role. So if they really had a lot in common and their whole life revolves around this thing, the compatibility can be higher. I think that's a thing that could occur. We're animals on a planet, you know? So, you know, chat says, I don't think it's bad. I mean, 25. Okay, just for the record. Okay, hold on.
Did Dream put the mask back on? Kind of. It just depends. I want to make sure that...
Probably a bad example. How old's Tommy? Tommy's 21. I'm trying to find a 25-year-old. Dream's 25. I just think this, like, this kind of looks like a kid to me. Here, how old's David Dobrik? He's like 25. Who else is 25? Just imagine, okay, I'm 6 years younger, 5 years younger. I'm 4 years younger than he was when they met, right? Who's a 25-year-old? Who's a good example of a 25-year-old? Like, 25 is like, that's so young. Dream is too tall. That's why he's a bad example. David Dobrik is not 35. What? He's 28. Ice Spice? Yeah, Ice Spice feels like a kid to me. I'm just saying, like, 25 with a 40-year-old just feels like... Yeah, is Emery 25? I can't believe we can't figure out who 25-year-olds are. She's 27. But either way, okay, it's like 25 and 40 feels like... Even if I go with a 25-year-old, it would feel so weird. Sabrina Carpenter, she's 25. It would just feel so weird to me. Like, I wouldn't even... 25? I was so young at 25. Like, I was so young. I don't know. I just couldn't imagine it. But again, I didn't have high compatibility with anyone at 25. So I will be nuanced and say that if you have high compatibility with people, you might be able to make it work. I think my cousin was 25 and her husband was 35 when they got together, but they had extremely high compatibility and they're in a very good marriage to this day, but their compatibility is very high. So maybe it's about high compatibility, but that doesn't mean I don't get to raise an eyebrow. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the chances of having high compatibility feel low. But I think if you have high compatibility, values and morals and similarities, then sure, you're an animal species evolved over time. You could make something work. I just, you know, I want the right to raise my eyebrow. You know, but they seem happy. They're together 13 years. Like, okay. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Macron, you know, the guy in charge of France. Yo, his wife, their relationship, the fact that she knew him when he was a kid, I am not a fan of their relationship, but here we are.
challenges, and there's a lot of things that, unless you're performing those sorts of levels, you just don't quite get. So to go through the hard times of training and games and stuff with someone, and then to be able to go out on the field and do what you love with the person you love is just amazing. And then on top of that, I don't think there's anyone who knows Gavin's game like I know it. So there would just be moments in the game where I knew exactly what he was thinking or what he wanted in a certain moment that I have no doubt no one else would know, just because I know his mannerisms, facial expressions, and just the way he likes to operate during a game. Yeah.
Wow. Gavin, what was it like for you?
Yeah, it was awesome. Being able to do something at that level after, working so hard to get there, it was an amazing experience. And I actually remember a moment in the game, like where there was a decision in the corner, and just by looking at it, I just looked across and I knew exactly that she was going to make the decision that I needed to make.
Wow.
And just sort of looking around and taking time to reflect. Normally in warm-up of a game, you just want to get out there and get it done and get off the field and get back out there. But in that moment, it was like, you sort of don't want it to end. It was pretty cool.
Liv, you and your husband met while you were working in a call centre many years ago. You've now reinvented yourself professionally.
Yes.
What do you do?
I write workplace romances. So partly because workplace romance has never had any negative impacts on me. Like working for a Big Four bank, they have extensive background checks. So I at least knew that Tim passed the police check when we were together. And
that's a good tip box. Liv, have you heard anything here that could be good material for an upcoming novel?
Oh, so many. And even if an office relationship didn't work out, there's always that whole enemies to lovers type story where that clash of personality. And I'm lucky in the way that Tim has supported me a lot in my writing career, and I actually started writing romance because of Tim, because he would be playing computer games until all hours of the night, and I'll be sitting behind him reading passages of romance and saying, you never do any of this. So then I just decided I'll just write my own dream man.
Liv, thank you so much, and thank you to you all for being here. That's all we have time for. So appreciate your time in this room. Thank you to...
I notice the way that this bubble sort of expresses humor is to sort of like make fun of themselves or even their partners. But they seem like pretty wholesome about it. I think it was taken as like a cute jab, like almost to say, I felt like really normie couples who wanted to pretend like there was even anything slightly controversial about their lives. So I think it was kind of cute, but it is sort of interesting the way different people express like, I don't know, their dynamics, I guess. I don't know. I love this channel. This is SBS Insight, and I just think it's a really great way to hear opposing perspectives without like yelling and name calling and Nazi salutes and slurs. Jesus. You honestly, and I'm a part of it. I know I am. I said sloppy cock earlier. I got to grow up. I'm not there yet, but I will get there, okay? I will grow up, but it's one of those things where we do need to grow up. Like a lot of us, we got to get there. Yes, chat, SBS Insights, correct. You heard correctly. Yeah, I linked it in the chat, the link up above, if you guys want to link to the video. SBS Insight. Yeah, great video, great conversation. I really loved it. Any last minute thoughts, ideas, concepts, anything you'd like to share before we say goodbye for this weekend? Just a reminder, March 9th, yoga, 30-minute class in the Discord. Book club in the Discord. I'm Glad My Mom Died, chapters 36 through 55. We'll listen to audiobook, then discuss. And vegan podcast on Monday. If there's absolutely anything, okay, that you want me to keep in mind for my vegan podcast, any last minute clips, ideas, concepts you want to send me, share it in the Discord. I'll check it out. I've already gone through a lot of the stuff you guys have sent me, all very helpful. And I will go ahead and go through that as I, finish putting together my thoughts for it. I'm excited for you guys to see it on Monday. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I've had truly a life-changing experience the last 60 now days without meat. I have gone 60 days without meat. And I've never, ever done that my whole life. I have never gone 60 days without meat, except when I was a baby, maybe for a year, I think the first year of my life was probably my only meat-free part of my life. 60 days without meat. Yeah. Oh, Chess is about to make some tofu ricotta. I'm so sad I can't find tofu right now. I'm really sad. Like, but I did get 2 bags of nutritional yeast, so. Chat says, was it difficult? No, it really wasn't. But it was life-changing, which is pretty fucking cool. It wasn't difficult. And I'll talk about it on the podcast. Yeah, it really wasn't difficult. But I am so glad I got nutritional yeast introduced to me. It is so fucking good. Holy shit, it's so good. Guys, go out and buy yourself some nutritional yeast, you know? Go do that. All right? Any other challenges coming up? Yes, I am doing a 30-day challenge until I get bored. So I start my new one tomorrow, and it will be a secret. I only told you guys the vegan one because I did the vegetarian one, but I'll talk about it next month. You'll find out what it was. 30 days, 30-day challenges. They're really great. I really recommend you do it if you're the kind of person who wants to try something new but doesn't want to commit to something. I like 30 days. Yeah. So I start my new one tomorrow. Yeah. Chat says, do you know what your first non-vegan meal will be? No, I don't. It might be, it actually might not be a meat dish, but I've wanted something really badly the whole time that I haven't been able to have, but it has gluten in it, and I can't get non-gluten ones. And so I think I might do it. I think I've wanted a specific dessert really badly, and I think I might do it, but it's gonna wreck me. I wanted it so bad. I keep passing it in the store, and I just want to eat it so bad. But it has eggs and gluten and dairy, and I'm just like, I want to eat this. So it might be a dessert. I'll keep you guys in suspense until my podcast. But yeah, there's a dessert I just want to eat it. Anyways, okay. With that said, thank you for being here. I will see you guys again Tuesday. And yeah, have a good weekend. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.